Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm Captain Daytrag.
And, and this is Nocturne Flam.
So good to see you again, Nocturne. We're back to Croc for part 5, and last time after we beat the game, or she beat the game, Baron Dante was taken down, but there's some other stuff we got going on, because we have to get the remaining Gobbos.
And we have to save the rest of Croc's friends.
That's true, and open up the extra level. She actually has done this already for part of it. They didn't see the show on her off time. She does have the recording of that from her Twitch site. It's not up on her Twitch site specifically anymore as is, but we do have the raw file. We're gonna figure how we're gonna do the edit in for this specifically, and also I guess if we're even gonna edit the show you're watching tonight to the YouTube site next week like we usually do. It's an either or. We're gonna kind of feel our way through. Because basically, based on what Nocturne told me, and what I saw as far as her practice as well, we're gonna be getting the rest of the Gobbos, and based on the count we took, there are 13 stages. She got them all in. There are 6 per level, and 11 more. And what happens is when you get all the Gobbos on the first and last halves of each world, you get a secret world, or secret level, I should say. She got secret level 2 of World 1 already, and you're gonna go for the other ones. And then you also get an extra world where, also like the secret levels that are gonna go on, there are no Gobbos. So we're back in 3-1 where she last got 3 of the Gobbos. But as you said, specifically Nocturne, how does the Gobbo collection of this work in terms of how the game holds your Gobbos?
Yeah, so in order for it to count, you need to, it counts the, it only tracks the total number of Gobbos you collect on a stage.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't keep track of which ones you collect.
Right, and basically means that if you, as far as on her file you saw at the beginning of this, she has 3 Gobbos registered here. It goes kind of in a high score system as far as it's basically however many Gobbos she gets from the level counts as the best score, up to 6.
Yeah.
It's kind of in a way like Banjo-Kazooie on Nintendo 64 where the notes were that way, and I think they said specifically we couldn't do it for the purpose of memory management instead of making them permanent collectibles. The Xbox 360 version fixed that, in which case that's the version we're going to be running when Edweg plays that game eventually. But Croc kind of does the same thing, sort of, but that's the idea of how it is, although, and she'll have the way to show this later, she found on her footage, and also when she was doing her practice for this a couple weeks ago, but also, like 2 minutes before we went on.
Yeah, I was just able to replicate it.
Yeah, there's a glitch that I guess is only in the Saturn version, we'll see. Because I have it on the PlayStation again, a working copy. Nice jump in midair, by the way, as far as Croc. Even looking down saying, like, wait, I did that? I guess so. But yeah, good job. It's like she's been playing this game for 4 months straight, but that's definitely the case, and doing a great job. Thank you, by the way, Nocturne, for joining us again. And also, for leading us through Croc, as it's been. And also, I do want to apologize to you, because a couple weeks ago, I wasn't sure necessarily if you were going to be doing this stuff for the off-screen recording, because I know you said, like, hey, you weren't feeling well, and I understand that, so sure case of that. But I said, I didn't know what was going to go on with that, because I wasn't completely sure. But then what happened actually was the day after I said that, you're like, oh yeah, you're online and practicing for this. So, like, I want to personally apologize to you that way for, I guess, potentially doubting you, but I wasn't exactly doubting you, or wasn't intending to. But either way, yeah, she's got what's going on with this. And nice tail swipe as you run along. So yeah, that's going to be what tonight's show is, based on what she's saying to me. We're probably not finishing the game tonight. As you have, yeah, that grab is always a pain.
Like, that's one of the worst grabs in the game.
Yeah. And as I said, I haven't checked yet if the PlayStation version is the same way, or for that matter, when the HD version that they dropped the trailer of the day that I uploaded the last part to the YouTube site, if they fix it. They promised quality of life upgrades, they promised enhancements to the controls. It looks really good. Not going to agree with that based on what you saw in the HD version.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Argonaut's back, baby. And we're actually celebrating that tonight and next week. We have another Argonaut game for you.
There's another jump save.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Alright,
great job. Okay, so yeah, tonight's show basically is pretty much going to be, I guess what it always is, open mic night, but also let's just see how far we get as far as getting the Gobbos set. And Nocturne, I guess that's going to be the idea, if you want to explain more on what the plan is for you as far as what you're going to be doing for tonight's show, and I guess also when we get to the feasible finale on November 2nd.
Yeah, so while I was doing my one cleanup stream, in between this one and in between today's stream and the last time I was on Super Old Game Saturday, I realized that I am having a nightmare of a time trying to do the stupid mini game puzzles to get the Gobbos.
Yeah, they're hard.
So, and it all boils down to just the controls being the way they are.
Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to remember, wasn't there one of them that you did do fine for it?
Yeah, well, a couple of the mini games aren't too bad, but that's because you don't need to be in motion during the process.
Right.
Like the shell game stuff, that's fine.
Okay.
But the ones where you need to actively move around while stuff is going on, that's a nightmare.
Those are the whack-a-mole ones specifically.
Yeah,
yes. Or the whack an enemy, or the enemies come out of the holes and you have to jump on the arrows to, I guess, feasibly knock them down, and based on how many you knock down, you get a progressively better prize. Eventually gets to the case of winning a gobbo off of that.
Yeah.
But it's pretty hard to do it. Even on PlayStation, as far as when I started playing it, after I got it, actually a couple days after we did the last part, it's no picnic. And also, just to follow up on one thing, since I have played the PlayStation version now, and I will put Nocturne in front of it, at some point, and also, feasibly is like an off-screen extra, just to let you know as far as how it handles the camera, you're saying, hey, the PlayStation version has dual analog control, and I guess you can use the control, or the right analog stick for the camera. That is true, you can, though it is worth pointing out that you have to be holding the right analog stick for the angle you want, and as soon as you let go of it, it will revert back to the normal angle. So you do have to feasibly be controlling that while you're doing the jumps for the purpose of that, but it is a case of fine. If you do want to get another angle, you'll be able to have that. And when that HD version comes out, I guess that's going to be a question of how are they going to do that, and what's that going to be operating like as far as aspects they do with the controls. And that matter, is it feasibly going to change the way this game is designed to a certain extent? Because I know, I think you and I have talked about this. I think it was with Xenoblade Chronicles, if I remember correctly. The idea that Xenoblade Chronicles had three versions of itself. It had Wii, which is original, it had 3DS, or new 3DS, and then the Switch version, which is sort of an enhancement on both of those.
Whoops.
Going back as far as the balloon, but cases of how it was designed on its earlier systems would feasibly change based on the most advanced system that game was on, that case being Switch. So I don't know. What do you think as far as that? As far as, I guess, with Xenoblade, because is that a case with that game where it's like, hey, you can kind of get some of that? Because you're our expert on this as far as we've had on the show recently.
I still have limited experience with the Wii version of Xenoblade Chronicles, and of course no experience with the new 3DS version.
Right, because you have it on Wii and Switch, am I right?
Right, I don't have the new 3DS version.
And I only have the Switch version.
But at the same time, like, from what I've played so far on the Wii version, just because of the shape of the controller.
Right.
The shape of the controller makes the game so much easier to play, in my opinion.
Because you're running the Wiimote and the nunchuck for the purpose of running that. And you can use Classic Controller on that if you want to as well, but I know you run the Wiimote and nunchuck for that game.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff on Wii anyway. If I'm correct. So I guess the question, on Croc is that when they enhance it, is that feasibly going to change aspects of the design of how this game was made with its control set as it is?
Yeah.
Get back in the secret area here because there are a lot of lives you can get.
Yeah. I think there's like 4 of them, 4 or 5 of them.
And since you are going through this level again, it is worth going through and seeing what there are. So yeah, basically tonight's going to be open mic night. Basically whatever you want to talk about game-wise, whatever you want to talk about on Croc, thoughts on what you see in the HD version, thoughts as far as other stuff, feasibly also knocked in your case since you streamed on your own, since we've done last program, what that was like.
Yeah.
Whatever you got on your mind, hit us with it. Same with all of you in the best chat on Twitch.
Yeah, I do think I'm going to do more streaming once I pick out a game to actually start on my own.
Sure, no, I get that.
I mean, I do have fun with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then you have your option of like, how do you want to make this your show yours?
Yeah, and I do think mine is going to be a bit less. I do think I'm probably going to be a bit less chat focused, although I will still answer people, and you know, if someone is actively talking with me, I'll probably have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, fine. We put it to the test because fine, I was in that role specifically, so I was like, on the opposite case, like, fine, I'm usually on the show doing this, but like, fine, I was on chat for her case when she was doing her off-screen stuff and saying, hey, where are you at? How have you been? She, oh my god, I found this interesting glitch, which will show, by the way, tonight.
Yep.
Because she now knows how it works, and I know now how it works too. It actually makes collecting the Gobbos in one stage non-issue as far as how it is, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, something like that for sure. So yeah, I get that as well. I guess also how you would manage stuff with your schedule of things, which is fair enough because I know the Crochet Nerd 64 is kind of in that situation too, because he did stuff with streaming. He then picked up Final Fantasy 14 thanks to Chasm 22, and everybody's picked it up except me. Fine, eventually I'll play it. He's like, yeah, he's been huge into that, but fine. He'll be back on the show actually in 2 weeks as far as on our program. We play Until Dawn, actually the first time in almost a year that he's been on the show, but fine. We're getting to Halloween soon. It means that, yeah, he needs a show specifically for that because he loves his Halloween more than anybody else.
Yeah, and well, speaking of Halloween, just the track that's playing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, then again, this whole game, it's funny, I said, having not played much of it myself when we started this back in April, and especially now that we've gotten here, the thought of how much of a Halloween game is this, but fine.
Like, I think it fits both in the Halloween and Christmas niche.
Yeah, it kind of does.
With, well, the second world, anyway, fits into that Christmas niche.
Right, I mean, because I think I even asked this, I asked Dolly Finn this when we did Christmas Nights, when she was on the show, and you were in the chat actually on that one. I put to her, and I put to Monty Bouquet was with me as well, I put the idea of, what are some games about Christmas or set to Christmas, because fine, I said, Christmas Night seems like the most obvious one. I forgot Shenmue had aspect of Christmas, because we're starting that in 2 months. Or, yeah, about 2 months almost. No, fine, about 3, as far as where we're at. Contra Hard Corps was a game I did not realize was a Christmas game. Parasite Eve was a case I didn't realize that either, both of which you've since played. But then Dogfin also said maybe it's the games you remember playing at Christmas or getting for Christmas, but also, as you're saying, in this game, cases where it gives you that mood for certain areas to kind of reflect that well. And honestly, Croc does do that really well.
Yeah, like, Croc just has this certain atmosphere to it.
And it's funny because we're doing Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo next week, which is also by Argonaut. And the interesting thing, as I've been playing that game...
Oh, I missed a gem.
Or is it in the room behind you? I don't remember specifically where it is. But we're playing that game next week. It was very interesting coming back to that game that I've grown up with. Oh, right, you have to do the thing with the elephant now.
Right, the freaking...
He looks cute, but like, and his ears are clipping into his body. But like, yeah, we got to do something about being able to get up there to get what we need. Yeah, I'll quickly finish this before you go on the thing with the elephant, which is for Scooby-Doo Mystery. It's very interesting coming back to the game after having experienced this and putting in the context of, hey, the people who made this game made that one, and saying there's some interesting overlap, including stuff with the music. As far as the instruments used, it also fits the 1960s atmosphere of that game. But nice jumping up here.
Thanks. Okay. And that, wonderful, that is on a collapsing platform. Oh.
Actually, question. Is that collapsing platform above the elephant? I don't know why it would. I mean, I guess it would. Maybe it is.
I don't think it is.
I find is that maybe with the PlayStation version we can see up. Oh, I mean, you're right. It's not. Yeah. Okay. So fine. Yeah. Just jump. You're able to see it that way. Yeah, getting up there wasn't as bad as it seemed. Fine, you're also she's a trained professional in this game now, no question. I cannot be doing the jumps nearly as effectively as she's doing.
But yeah, that button is definitely not above the elephant.
Okay. So yeah, good luck getting back. But yeah, I think we can do it.
Well, I got back up.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the intention is to go back to the elephant from there. Fine, it's not below him, but if you can jump back towards him. Okay, yeah, it's sort of over him. Yeah, but yeah, this game is not screwing around when it says, like, what do you gotta do for your platforming challenge, especially even third world in. Like, oh, fine, and you have to jump from the elephant onto this, so, okay, there you go. There is Gobbo 5.
There's a Gobbo.
So the Gobbo does still say saved when you die, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm at 5.
Okay, so at least there's that.
Failed grab.
Yeah, almost.
Oh shit.
Oh, at least you stayed there. It's like, yeah, fine. It's like, yeah, keep moving, keep moving, elephant friend.
Whoops.
I know what you're saying as far as the, going back to this briefly, the Halloween-like music. Fine, maybe it's also just the organ and the theremin use here. That does sound like Halloween, too.
I don't like this elephant at all.
It's because your view moves with him, isn't that right?
Oh.
Or what is it?
Yeah.
What's your issue with
your view
specifically?
is whichever direction you're looking in.
Uh-huh.
Like, whichever direction Croc is facing. Like,
Uh-huh.
whichever direction Croc is facing, the camera is going to move in to face that direction.
Right, which is weird, because I don't know if some of the other moving, I guess, platforms or creatures work that way.
And the only way to adjust the camera is to hold the Y button and use the D-pad, which means you can't move.
Right. And even the way on PlayStation, I don't know if that would make that even better.
Yeah, and the real problem is that you can't just, like, in order for Croc to turn, you're technically either moving forward or backward.
Right.
But like, he doesn't just turn. Not without feathering it in a way that, I don't think was really intended.
That's gonna then make that HD version so interesting to see that what do they take on this, because I know for a fact with that game, based on what Jez San was saying when it came to the unveil of a couple of weeks ago, saying we didn't expect people were going to be this excited about it. But they were saying we got tons of support online. People saying, oh wow, I remember playing this game, I love it, and I'm glad to see it come back. But I think they also saying they clearly believe in this game. This game, in some ways, when it comes to Argonaut, with the exception of maybe Star Fox, this might be the game that's the most sacred to them in its way. So I definitely am curious to think, like, what are they going to do when it comes to the new one and saying, hey, no, let's enhance it even more. So in that case, everything you're saying right here is valid as far as it, but it's also that kind of thing that now, it'll be 18 years out from the game's original release when that comes out. It's supposed to be next year, from what I understand, on all the consoles. Oh, fine, on consoles, they didn't specify which ones, and PC. That's, yeah. Oh, heck yeah, Croc. Hi, Ed Wack. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Croc, was the Gobbos, on Sega Saturn. But it's also on PlayStation, it's on PC, and it is also coming to modern consoles and PC in the HD versions next year. Nocturne's with me playing through this game specifically. So good to see you tonight, Ed Wack. Feel free to let your memories fall on Croc, and I know you were a big one on the second game. You've not played the second game, right, about that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, because I know you said you were a big one on Croc 2, but also on Croc 1, for sure. Feel free to let your memories fall on it. So good to have you tonight, and hope you're doing well. And thank you for joining the show tonight, for sure, because tonight's going to basically be Gobbo cleanup. Because we beat the game last time, but we have to get the rest of the Gobbos to get the extra levels and the extra worlds that come along with it. And Nocturne played this game blind, by the way, for the first 4 parts, but yeah, so the gloves are off now. She's been getting set for everything with this.
Yeah, I mean, I still haven't resorted really to using a guide.
Right.
I want to figure out as much of the game as I can, just by playing the game.
To be honest, I think, and feel free to chat and Edwag and anybody else out there to go into this if you want to do as well. I get the sense this is a game you don't, not that you don't necessarily need a guide for this, but it's one of those games that honestly, because of the way the levels are designed, it's something you feasibly could find the Gobbos on your own without necessarily having to look at something. It's not like it's insanely cryptic. It's like, where are the Gobbos going to be? So that's something kind of interesting to think about with it. There you go. Nice save.
Stupid elephant.
It's like, yeah, we'll take care of the elephant specifically that way. Because even a crocodile can't handle the elephant. It's like, yeah, you think like, oh, the crocodile just bites the elephant, but alas, no. It does look so cute, because like, yeah, it could be a case of frustration. That being said, even with this, you do seem to be getting that jump down. Because, yeah, it's not an easy jump to make.
Especially since, like, it is extremely difficult. Like, positioning while on the elephant is the most difficult positioning that's in the game that I've experienced so far.
Right, and I think Edwek has your back in this one, saying the platforming is pretty janky. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Like, and I mean, I really mean it's specific to the elephant.
Right.
Just because it's not moving smooth. It doesn't move smoothly. It's constantly turning, which also forces the camera angle to constantly change for Croc, which means that your directional inputs are going to be completely screwy.
Right. And she's playing a version that doesn't have right analog stick control, though even then, it's kind of a question. I guess Edwack also questioned you, what'd you play this on? You play it on... Actually, fine, we played it on Saturn, but I don't know if you played it on that, but you played it on this, or PlayStation, or PC, or... Fine, there's also a Game Boy Color version. It's not like this. It's a platforming game, or 2D platforming game, that, interesting enough, is developed by Virtua Craft, the team who made... Oh, nice, 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 there you go. And there's always that satisfaction and that sense of relief when you get what you need to get. So there we go. You got it, and now we got the gem. We can go get that, and we don't have to deal with the elephant. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolphin. Just in time for part 5 of Croc. We just dealt with the elephant there as the wings. We're gonna tell the elephant to fuck off and go and get the rest of the stuff with the colored gems in this level here. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into more memories and more thoughts on what you're seeing. Anything game-wise, because open mic night and aspects of Croc.
Yes, the momentum from the elephant makes it hard.
Yeah, that's Edwax's case, yeah. No question, but yeah, she did it. You saw it. She's definitely an expert on this game as far as Ghosts! Yeah, you're saying the case of Halloween case. Halloween block starts next week, but fine, we're starting early. Fine, it started last week because we showed off the Castlevania Dominus collection, and now fine. The ghost taking your gems was like, fine, just run away. What was in the other elephant box? The other elephant box had a Gobbo. So yeah, there was one Gobbo that was loose, and the other one had the colored gem, which allows us to go in here.
Fortunately, I can... Well, fortunately, LOL, I can die here, which means I can retry this.
That's true. Whoa. Okay, I like that you were kind of going backwards. Oh, it takes the key. In that case, yeah, you're right. Yeah, just jump in there. It's like... Yeah, it's a mud pit. That's what you're dying to.
Yep. But yeah, fortunately, I can die here.
Right. It's a dark area, although we said this on the past parts, which is, for some reason on PlayStation, the view of the darkness is wider, but not further ahead. But we see more on the sides as opposed to further ahead on Saturn here. It's very interesting. Also, the ending, apparently, he's raising the flag at Iwo Jima on Saturn. He isn't on PlayStation. I don't know why they changed it, but either way, that's some of the differences between it. Oh. But you sort of can kind of just... Oh, it's totally gone entirely?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, so, yeah, you gotta do the thing with the elephant again.
Fuck.
Alright, there you go. That's also feasibly something I can cut out for the purpose of the of the Twitch site. That's feasibly good in any case of it, but fine, you handled it. You showed you could do it. Fine. Fine, in this case... Oh, right, you do have to go for both, because you have to get all Gobbos in one run.
Yep. I have to do all of that over again and get the key.
Yeah, feasibly. Although, the good news is that, yeah, since you're going through this, you don't have to do it now if you don't want to. Or you're like, hey, just want to do it now. Well, it's your choice.
I think I've shown the process. I will get that one on. I will get that one recorded. I think I'm going to skip that Gobbo for tonight.
Okay.
Because I just kind of want to be low stress tonight.
Fair enough. And fine. It's the other thing. I guess I'll tell you this. If we do show how to get the Gobbo, that feasibly might be enough. If you think. Yeah. Because we are showing like how to do it. We're not skimping, it's just the idea, like, fine, the ghost took our key, the bastard, so in that case, yeah, he's locked up, but, like, she'll have to do this anyway for the purpose of showing off the extra levels, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll need to get all the Gobbos.
Yeah.
Which, I am not looking forward to the minigame ones at all.
Yeah, feel free to go in memories on those, chat, if you have any, as we're in Mud Pit Mania. These will be fresh, because I think this is the only level of the ones that you went through. Actually, with the exception of the final main level in the game, which I know you love, with Platform Repeat, that you just need to get. You haven't gotten any Gobbos yet, but fine. She loves Platform Repeat's level, and I did too. Looking at it, I'm saying, like, yeah, I'm gonna look forward to playing this level when I get further in on PlayStation. Which is my experience. My experience is PlayStation because I bought a copy of it in 2007 that is broken. It's unplayable. She has it on Saturn. She went blind as far as it so far, and then I bought PlayStation's version again. HD version's coming out next year. We both looked at it. It looks really good. I think I'm not just speaking for you, Nocturne. You agree that looks really cool?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And Chad, if you haven't seen the HD version as far as the trailer of it, yeah, it looks good, and Argonaut is back. They went out of business in the 2000s, but yeah, they're back to gaming, and we are celebrating their return. Now, the people apparently are doing that with us. Both in this chat tonight and just in general as far as classic gaming. Nice grab. Whoa! Oh, nice grab. Oh, I was gonna say,
shit.
Hold on.
Well, at least I have the key.
That's true. It's fine. This is the Halloween-like world because of the fact we have the mummy over there in the desert. Good job about getting that.
Okay, did I...
Did you hit it? Yeah, you did. I believe it puts the platform over there by where that question mark block is.
Yep.
So there you go, there's one of the Gobbos. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, just look into the box there as far as what it is, and then, like, yeah, just jump down to get what you need.
No, I think...
There's one up there.
Pretty sure this is a gem.
Yep, there you go, the red gem. Just to reiterate this, because Edwag, I don't think I've seen you on the parts for this, but just in general, as far as it, you get all of the colored gems on a level. You open the door at the end of it where the 6th Gobbo is, except in right for where there's an exploit, which will show off later. At least in this version, there's an exploit. If you've ever seen it on PlayStation, we get there, feel free to let us know, or on PC, or if the HD version fixes it, or doesn't fix it, maybe.
I love this music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the music in this game is great. I may as well then reiterate again the names, because some we're talking about next week. I have to go through my notes because, like, hey, I've been... Oh shit, is this... Oh wait, actually, no, I can't, because actually this is the notebook I have that came from, starting in July, which does not have the Croc notes. Never mind, we'll have to hold off on that. As Edwag is saying, they gave Yoshi a backpack in this game. Yeah, that is true, because this was going to be a Yoshi game. That was the idea. Nintendo presented Yoshi... Or fine, Argonaut presented Yoshi Racing to Nintendo as a proof of concept for Nintendo 64. Apparently they liked it. Apparently Shigeru Miyamoto liked it. It was on the back of Argonaut's deal with Nintendo, or their partnership with Nintendo that led to Star Fox and Star Fox 2 for Super Nintendo. It was also because Argonaut jailbroke the Game Boy. They said, we broke your copyright protection. Nintendo said... Instead of suing them like they're suing the people who made Power World now for their patent aspect, they said, hey, join us and we'll give you a partnership. They presented this, Nintendo didn't want to option it specifically, and then they said, let's create our own character, we'll give him a backpack. Kinda, I think they were sort of modeling after Lara Croft of the Tomb Raider games a bit. Now, this was also how the way this game plays, because it's just like that game. You line up your jumps specifically to make them, and sort of run on a tank control method. And it was also thought that the elements in Super Mario 64 were kind of taken from that prototype potential, but even Jez Sand, who's one of the guys at Argonaut, said, I don't know if that's the case or not, but yeah, you're right, the Yoshi thing, and at the time, remember, when Nintendo 64 was around, that was a case of 3D platformers aplenty. PlayStation and Saturn owners were saying, where's our game like this? Sonic Extreme was canceled on Saturn, that didn't happen. And on PlayStation, they said, okay, fine, here's this, but then the fact that this is even running on Saturn as far as a 3D platform, that's pretty damn impressive. It does look it looks pretty good as far as what it is anyway. But yeah, the idea, like, kind of that Nintendo 64 3D platform Collect-a-thon experience on 32-bit systems, and it definitely made a name for itself. And I think we both are seeing now, like, exactly why it did. And why, yeah, we're getting another one, another take on it, people really liking it, and why it also got sequel with Croc 2. And Edward, if you've experienced the Croc 2, people let us know about them. Because I've also heard interesting things about that. And after I'm seeing that, I think I'd be excited to play that. I don't know, Nocturne, based on this, would you feasibly play Croc 2?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Without a doubt.
As far as just playing it. As far as for the show, it's either or. It could be you or Edward, you want to call dibs on it as well. It's choice we can also mix. Doesn't have to be one person necessarily. We'll definitely get a case of that. Yeah, this game, there's a lot of interesting things this game is doing. So I get exactly why it has the reputation it has as far as being memorable, but as we're also showing, hey, it's not perfect. Nice stomp.
Yeah, I was trying to stomp the guy.
And I think that goes to what you've been showing this whole play of it, which is that when you understand how precise the controls can be and exactly how to run them, it is very satisfying. It does show, like, yeah, look at what I can do on this one, and make it look easy, although, yeah, we gotta be careful with the tornadoes. Yeah, you hit the tornadoes, you... Oh.
Okay. That was a failure to jump. I didn't push the button in time.
No, I get that. Yeah, if you hit the tornadoes, by the way, they'll blow you off the side. Although, fine, you survived. I think it was on this level.
Yeah.
It's one of those, wasn't it? It was either on this level or something else. We hit the tornado and you didn't fall off the platform. Or you didn't fall off, but you were able to get back and survive.
Oh, whoops.
What's up?
I think I'm going...
What's up?
I'm going to go back to the optional path at the start of here to just get those gems.
Okay. Probably a good idea.
Like, I don't care about, basically, I just wanted to get those gems for insurance.
Yeah, because it is like Sonic the Hedgehog. If you have a gem and you get hit, you lose them all, but you don't die. But if you get hit without gems, you're dead. Or if you fall, you die. So yeah, fair to do that, no question. In fact, she knows this game really, really well at this point. And I find that sometimes what happens with something like this, you played a game for so long, even as far as just going blind like you have, it kind of becomes part of you in this weird way. So like, fine, I know exactly how this game operates. A nice job grabbing the gem when it popped back. As long as you have one, you're gonna live.
Yeah.
Okay, and it is on fire. Oh, yeah, she wasn't anywhere near it, but it was like, fine, okay, she did survive. Yeah, it was wonky. It's like, I don't think you were that close to it, honestly. I'll look back on the footage, and when I edit this, whatever that is, I will have a picture there saying, like, how far away were you before it picked you up and threw you away?
Hiding behind here.
Alright,
well, at least now I have a checkpoint.
Sure, that's true. And now we also have light as well. But yeah, I guess the Tomb Raider thing again, pushing the crates. I guess that would have been interesting going back to the thing with the Yoshi thing that Edwack was saying, which is if this had been the direction that they went with Yoshi for 3D, because... Actually, wait a minute. Has Nintendo or anyone really gone 3D with Yoshi as far as a platforming game like this? Because I don't think they have. Unless I'm forgetting something. Gotcha. Do you know of like a 3D platform? Fine, aside from Mario Sunshine? Because it's not Yoshi specifically in that. He's in it, but it's not a case of, hey, you're platforming in 3D with Yoshi exclusively.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything.
Yeah, because there's Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Story, Yoshi's Woolly World, Yoshi's Crafted World, Yoshi Topsy Turvy, which is on Game Boy Advance. Fine, the only one is feasibly Mario Sunshine, but it's not exactly the same. I'm aware of that. Yeah, I think that's it. As far as, unless I'm forgetting something else, it was Yoshi. Oh, right, Yoshi's Island 2 and New Island on... Fine, New Island was 3DS and Yoshi's Island 2 was, that was DS. But still, 2D platformers. So it's almost like... I mean, I guess this will be the question. Maybe they do... Because remember, Kirby was that way. Kirby did not have an open 3D game as far as... Fine, Kirby's Air Ride, sort of. Oh, Yoshi's Cookie, which is on Nintendo 64... Oh, no. It wasn't on 64. It was on GameCube, technically. Super Nintendo, NES, and Game Boy. Which is a puzzle game, so that's true. So they twisted Yoshi around that way. Fine, there's also the Yoshi first-person shooter. That is Yoshi Safari on Super Nintendo that used the Super Scope. Or fine, it's a Mario first-person shooter. You're on Yoshi's back, shooting... and then he's with that Super Scope device from that console. So, yeah, some things as far as it, but never something fully 3D the way that, say, eventually Kirby and the Forgotten Land would eventually go to, but fine, it was 2D for years on that franchise. Except for Kirby's Air Ride, because Kirby's Air Ride... But Kirby's Air Ride was sort of that? Fine, it was originally a racing game on Nintendo 64, they canceled it, they rebuilt it on GameCube, and then became sort of that on GameCube, and then also then was sort of the idea of the CD trial, which was as close as we had until Kirby and the Forgotten Land on Switch. So yeah, whether they do that with Yoshi or not. Which would be, I guess, an interesting idea, like what would Yoshi's gameplay be in 3D? Although fine, I guess the one potential idea to that would be... Nocturne, I don't know if I mentioned this. Oh, I love Yoshi's Crafty World, so Nikki B. Pickles says, "Hi Nikki B. Pickles, so good to see you tonight for the show for Croc Wiki the Gobbos." I don't know if you ever played this one. Playing on the Sega Saturn, but it's also on the PlayStation, the PC, and it's coming next year to consoles that are unspecified so far, and PC. So good to see you. Feel free to sit back and let the memories fall, and also tell us more on Yoshi's Crafty World, your take. We do not touch many of the Yoshi games. Specifically, we're going to do Yoshi's Island next year for its 30th anniversary. I'm going to promise that, as it is. But, yeah, we can definitely get to that one as well. Yeah, fine. I was going to say, the other 3D case, sort of Yoshi, if you ever played Chameleon Twist, which is on Nintendo 64, that's... It has, like, the Yoshi tongue mechanic, but it's not exactly the same thing. And honestly, its camera angles are feasibly worse than this game, actually. Because you can't control the camera at all in certain areas of that game, and it's really kind of hard. But it also has some great music, and that's actually kind of an underrated one as well. And there's a sequel that I actually never played, but I've also heard pretty interesting. Haven't played this game before, but it looks cute. Yeah, Nocturne, what do you say to what she's got to say on that one?
I would say it's an excellent game.
Yeah.
But, well, based on what you're saying with the PS1 version actually having some camera control, this may very well be the worst version of the game.
I mean, that's gonna be the question. I'll say this. When I bought it on PlayStation, I thought to myself, okay, nice job avoiding the tornado. Yeah, you were nowhere near... Okay, good. Look at you surviving this. Alright, fine. Fine. I said Yoshi. It's like, no, Croc is putting his foot down on the situation. Good job as far as that. I was saying I play on the PlayStation. It's like, wait a second. Do you have the worst version? Fine, I'm responsible for this because I gave her the Saturn version. But it's also something that... She wanted more on Saturn. I heard this game's pretty good. It doesn't cost a fortune on Saturn either.
Yeah, and I was looking to improve my Saturn library more than I was to necessarily get the best version of a game.
But that's the other thing, which is that... I mean, I guess the question feasibly of worst version, fine, maybe even better might be that HD version unless they screw it up, which... I don't... Okay, I'm not gonna say they won't, because we had that with Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. That game came out as a disaster, as far as how it is to the point where they say we're gonna patch this thing. There's the redo on not Croc-a-thon, but which we're playing in a few months. We're not playing that one. That one they had issues as far as crash bugs. And fine, Namco had tons of problems a couple of years ago with certain things, including the Tales of Symphonia remaster case. Hopefully Tales of Grace's F is going to be better. It seems like they're putting their best foot out, feasibly saying, no, we're not going to repeat that with that they did with Tales of Symphonia, and I guess do it like Tales of Vesperia did. It's like, okay, cool, that way, as you get the other Code Gem. Yeah, PlayStation might be the way to go. It is a little cheaper on PlayStation, but then again, that HD version might potentially be it if they do it well. I mean, it looked great from what we saw, as far as the trailer that dropped a little while ago. And they said they're enhancing the controls, although I think Nocturne, I know you've said this specifically on the past parts of this game, and feel free to, you know, let me know if I'm speaking out of turns for you as far as this, if that's the idea, but I got the sense that even with the aspects of the controls, it's something that you sort of adapt to it, in a way, like, not that it necessarily makes it better. Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, this part...
Oh, yeah, those things. The eyes, like, yeah, it's creepy, but also, it's cute but creepy, like the eyes coming in there, because they have, yeah, they shoot you dead shot. I remember that as far as on the earlier part. It is a good game, though, so the idea that you kind of, weird enough, adapt to what you're having going on, you know? Which, that's probably, I guess, for a game like this, where it's like, hey, you know, you have issues with control and camera, which are big stuff when it comes to a 3D platformer, you'd think that you'd maybe never be in a case of saying, look, if this game was really bad, if I put her in front of Bubsy 3D, she'd probably like, fuck this game, I'm gonna play this. This game's awful. Even if you can feasibly get used to it. And I've never played it. I'm gonna get the Bubsy Perfect collection that's feasibly gonna have it in it. I think. They haven't said specifically what's gonna be in it. It might be in that. If it is, I'm absolutely buying that. Fine. I'm gonna buy it anyway, just because I want to see what are they gonna do to enhance them potentially, or I guess collect them. But something like that, like, hey, you get used to the controls and that, and the question of, does it feel, do you get used to it enough to say, I want to keep going? But the fact that with Croc, you do want to keep playing the game in spite of some of those things, I think is probably the best compliment that can be paid in a lot of ways. Maybe that's what I'm getting, what I've seen, but fine, Nocturne said that, and it's definitely shown, even like, yeah, those assholes shooting the fire at you.
Yeah, like, like, the controls to actually, like, it's kind of like trying to aim underwater for fucking get.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, that seems like that's the worst part of it. I don't know, you think that's the worst one when it comes to the combat? I think underwater, not that you have much you're doing underwater, but still the case that, fine, you're trying to swipe that guy and you're not hitting him. So in that case, it makes it so like, hey, it's unreliable that way.
Yeah.
I like the idea, like, what's combat underwater look like?
Yeah, like, you saw how many times I tried to go and hit that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, wait, there was the goblin in the cage behind
yeah,
there. Was that for this one? That one?
I think that was the key for him, but okay. First, I am getting that.
Yeah, that's life, by the way. So in that case, you're set.
Oh.
Okay, that's the pipe back.
Yeah, but I'm going to get that.
Right. Also, let me know if you think we should bump the brightness up on your end. Like, hey, I can't see anything here. Because I know we did that on part 3. Fine, part 2, she came here for the first time. She saw that, hey, you know, I can barely see anything in the dark. Although, you can actually, I think, see less on the PlayStation, weirdly enough. And the way it shows its, the distance of light is further, out in this one than on that one where it's further wide. Which honestly doesn't help much for the section that's coming up. And nice job dodging that, by the way. So it's kind of a tough one. So that question with the idea, it was a little dark in the other room. Yeah, definitely so. I was like, we're going to show that. But I guess also the case of fine. Brightness on the case of Nocturne seeing this. Because, yeah, it's supposed to be dark. You're supposed to hit this in order to get the light going. But still.
Let's crank up the brightness.
Well, that being said, also, here's the deal. Okay, here's the other thing. Two questions. One, you want me to crank the brightness? Yes. But two, it looks to me like, just to get a little sense of this, looks like maybe it's
a little brighter on the stream than it is on my TV right
Okay,
now.
so I can do two things. I can brighten up the look of this on the TV, I think.
Yeah, brightness is a little weird to get to. Yeah,
Fine, maybe you should do it then. This is her TV specifically, so yeah, the stoppage you play brought to you by. What's our corporate sponsor for tonight?
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Contrast.
I guess it's Samsung, the maker of the TV she has. I was saying, what is our corporate sponsor tonight? We have probably so many corporate sponsors. Like, everybody else is going to be ExpressVPN. It's like, yeah, we're going to be different, goddammit. I swear.
Okay, I guess I can't pull the same stunt that I did last time.
Oh, really? Can't brighten up the screen that way on your end.
I mean, in fairness, the last time I went through the stage, it was on my old TV.
Yeah, no, fine. Your TV, then mine, and then this one. Okay, so fine. I guess I'm... Yeah, is it bright? Fine. It's supposed to be dark here. It points like when she hits the light, or walks through the light and doesn't hit it. Alright, there you go. So that's intended. So fine. It's more an idea of like, hey, you know, being able to see for, I guess, her, but also the case of fine. It's going to be dark, you have to light the way. But also, if you stay in this area, the light comes up, and you're able to see further ahead. Basically, you get that and you start running. Because, yeah, being in the dark is not a good case in this. Okay, fine, that's another thing. HD version. Curious what they're going to do with that, because the way they're enhancing the graphic engine, I wonder what that's going to do with the light, specifically. Although, fine, it's not the darkest game visually we could play. I mean, this is a game we can't play easily because of the licensed content. I have to turn the music down on this. That is Star Wars Shadows of the Empire for Nintendo 64, which has a lot of music from the movie. Even in, you know, the form it's in Nintendo 64. It's something that's... That game is so insanely dark when I was growing up playing that on, like, an old Sony wooden television. Like, there are parts of that game were unplayable, even when you put the brightness up completely. We had to put another TV out and realize, wait, we can actually play this damn game now, thank you. As far as getting through the sewers of, wherever
Okay, I'm going to ignore that.
The life.
We have 5 Gobbos, and we just opened the door.
And the gong is our exit, but we're going in here to get the last of the Gobbos. There's 6 a level, and for the purpose of this, we're going to be getting the rest of them. Oh shit, it's another ghost!
Oh. Oh, right.
Wait, did we do this one?
I think we attempted it.
Wait, hold on, wait a second. This level you didn't have Gobbos on it, so what happened? Or did you get a game over? Is that what happened?
I wasn't able to do it.
No, but I'm saying this level is registered as you having 0 Gobbos on it.
Yeah, we never got this one.
Okay. We never got any Gobbos or this Gobbo?
We never got any of them.
Okay. So how do we see this area?
I mean, I attempted the Gobbo, but
oh, maybe because you got the gems, we didn't get the we didn't get it. Fine, we didn't get any Gobbos. Yeah, probably what happened. Just got the color gems, I think, for that. That must have been what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to run after this ghost. If he gets to the end, there's a key there. He takes it, and it's completely gone, and you have to restart the level in order to try again.
Well, better to die than for the ghost to. I don't like it that this bonus area doesn't start me facing in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that. Fine, I guess it goes to, I guess, maybe one of the themes of the show tonight, and fine with this game anyway, which is 90s janky platformers, or like janky 3D platformers. Because people, I said that about Chameleon Twist, people said that about Glover, and other things as well. You get this great piano music, that's for sure, but like, even that, but yeah. Oh, he's going around, so...
Well,
wait, he stopped. Wait, no, he stopped. Wait, hold on.
Oh, no, he
took the key?
He took the key.
There was a key there?
I saw it.
Okay, then fine, there you go. Never mind.
He took the fucking key.
Okay, actually, I didn't see that there even was a key there, so good eye. Okay. But that is 5 at least, so there is that, but unfortunately that does mean she has to come back here again, get all the Gobbos, and get that one.
Yeah. I really don't like that stage at all.
No, you didn't like it the first time we did it either, so it makes sense.
But yeah, I will probably be getting this one during a cleanup stream or something.
Or if you want to do it off screen, edit it in.
I mean, if I'm going to be recording, I may as well stream too.
That's true, or you could do like we did with the last, what I did with the last Pokemon part, which is that, fine, I recorded 8.5 hours worth of content to have while I was at my cousin's wedding, and then I put it up on the YouTube site then, so it's your choice. Same with the thing with the elephant.
I mean, it's good experience for me.
That's true, you're right. Good point.
So, whether I'm doing anything terribly interesting or not, it's still probably good for me to stream anytime that I'm recording.
Okay.
At least, until I'm more comfortable with doing everything.
Or you've done it more. Okay, I guess then fine, just to go back to our answers, I guess our corporate sponsors, be whatever you have in the room. So that would be, this stream brought to you by Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop. And also, what else you got over there? Monster Energy.
Generic guacamole from Safeway.
Eat it. And also, whatever these other brand of chips she has here are, which is, Utz. Okay. Utz, Mike's Hot Honey and Utz, I think it's Utz still. Running, what are they? Southern Sweet Heat Barbecue Sauce. And also Tostinos. It's always a party with Tostinos, or any of the things we just mentioned. What the hell, ExpressVPN, just because. Fine, I don't have it. Everybody advertised that thing. Fine, we joke as far as the idea of what our corporate sponsor is. That was a Gemini 96 thing. Fine, that was he's like, I have Nutri-Grain bars, like, would you like one? I was like, okay, that's the sponsor. No, he had a Milky Way. That was our sponsor. And then he had a Nutri-Grain bar. I was like, okay, fine, we have to have that.
Right, Monster.
Yeah, Monster Energy Drink. Drink it. Okay, so there you go. That is our corporate sponsors for the night. So, there you go.
Wait, we forgot one.
Oh, right, these...
Lincolnor Wine Cellars.
Yeah, go. They're good. Yeah, and Kleenex because it's in here. Fine. Edwack and Nikki know that specifically because they were on one of the Pokemon parts, the story finale, so they know the idea, like, how this operates. In fact, I know she said, Truly Vodka Soda was her case. Drink Truly Vodka Soda. It's delicious and also nutritious. And even Edwack was like, I don't know if it's nutritious. Like, I was like, yes, it is. Don't lie to the audience, please. As far as that, it's absolutely nutritious for growing adults.
All right. All right, we're going in.
All right. So yeah, next is not Mud Pit Mania. This was going underground. Yeah, enjoy the great stuff with the music. It's like I don't have the people who did the music down. It's like it's one of those cases I forgot. I was like, wait, I don't have. Fine, I go through so many of the books as far as the notebooks and all that. I was like, wait, I ran out of notes on the one that had Croc on it. Truly's is part of a balanced diet, so Nikki says, yeah, you're right. I guess it's the idea of everything we said. So yeah, definitely, that's true. I was like, yeah, I don't think I've had Truly's since that show. Actually, that was Pokemon Gen 9's story finale that was back in April. Definitely a good case. And they'll be back for other stuff. I know Nikki's next, from what she said to me, was Freddy Fish 3, Case of the Stolen Conch Shell, and Spy Fox Dry Cereal collab, which will be a blind play for hers. And Edwack, I know you want to do Smart Ball and Super Nintendo. It's your choice when you want to do those specifically. I'll figure them. You're going to be getting into next year, so in that case, yeah, we'll have more shows to do. As mentioned, also be focused on stuff for anniversaries, including Yoshi's Island, Mega Man 7, that's going to be one we're doing an anniversary show of. I will also announce I'm going to be doing an anniversary show for Shadow the Hedgehog, because I played it a couple years ago for doing a chat-decided path through the game, and then the final story, but there is the super hard mode. I'm going to unlock it. I'm going to do it in November of next year to celebrate the 20th anniversary of... Not a great game, but it's also something that, hey, it's coming back, sort of, as far as Shadow the Hedgehog as a character, and then also the idea of that, the story of that, because it's tying into Sonic X Shadow Generations, which is out next month. They showed the new trailer up, and it does look really, really good as far as what they're doing. But it's also going to be a case of we're under a month out from this game. They still have not shown a single inch of it on Switch. I'm making a prediction it's going to be horrific on Switch, and if it is, I'm going to be doing what I said when we get to the DLC of Pokemon Gen 9, which is using my Playcoin money to avoid paying full price. But if it is a good port, God forbid, I will pay full price. But also we're going to do that because Edwack and Nikki want it. And if you want dibs in on when we do the Pokemon Gen 9's DLC eventually, say the word, you're in, and it's all yours. As far as joining us. And feasibly anything Yoshi, because we mentioned that, or anything else you got. I was going back to Croc, but yeah, enjoying the case of going underground with the nice lava atmosphere here. And again, the great music. It's fantastic. Right, so there's a Gobbo with our names on it, but there's a jump across this, but this isn't too bad.
No, I remember this room looking a lot worse than it ended up being.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking around to remind myself of the patterns this room has.
Sure. And with no time in this game, that's something you can do. So this is feasibly, or definitely is, even by its design, a more deliberate platformer as far as it. So feel free to take your time, and as Nocturne shown, like, yeah, that's exactly how you play this. You take your time, and it gets you in a good place. There you go. It is very satisfying to get that yippee when you collect them.
Yep.
Because Gobbos are our friends. Fine, they're our friends and our, fine, it's Croc's adopted family, but still the idea is like, yeah, we did get rid of Baron Dante, so like, yeah, he's gone. But now it's like, yeah, we just have to find everybody else.
I have no gems, but I did just hit a checkpoint.
That's true. And actually,
also, this room basically doesn't need gems. This is basically a live or die.
Mm-hmm.
And really, I just need to get the key and then die.
Right.
Because I'll still have the key.
Yeah, the item saved from a death like that. Although if you get a game over, they do not. But yeah, she's got enough lives for that.
We've got plenty of lives.
And she also knows the place to farm lives as far as if we runs into a case like that.
Yeah. Whoops. I mean, I'm going to attempt to get back the real way.
And I know the last time you did this, you were able to get back, no problem. Because as you said, yeah, it looks worse than it is, but fine, it's adjusting to how this game operates, and fine, she knows exactly how it operates based on when she's played it.
Okay, I did not make it that time. Whatever. It's not worth trying to go back out.
Either way, we are all set that way. Okay.
And because we died there, we get more gems here.
Awesome. Actually, wait, did the gem? No, they do. No, they reset on a life,
Yeah.
not on the moving area.
Right. When you die, all of the regular gems respawn. Which is nice.
Yep. So in that way, this game is weird with some of its design, but it's also fair with a lot of its design too. I guess to counterbalance it.
Yeah, like it's weirdly fair and unfair at the same time, and I kind of like that about it.
Yeah. But it's definitely interesting.
I think I remember kind of going, fuck this challenge.
Oh right, because you have to go to where the button is on the timer.
Yeah.
Wait a second. You hit it? Hold. Oh, right. Well, you can keep trying, I think.
Yeah. But so I'm going. Each time I fail but don't die, I think I'm going to reset the room so the platform is always in the same spot.
Okay. Yeah, because you got backup, Croc will be set. So feasibly a game, I guess you have to kind of meet it halfway, I guess, to a certain extent. And I guess it feasibly meets you halfway as far as what you have to do. It's like, yeah, hit that, you hear the clicking of the clock, and when the alarm goes off, that's it. He goes to turn around and go to where the next one is, which is right across the way. So, hey, at least it's right across the way, so that's fair. Just got it, I think. Yeah, you got it. So yeah, that makes that platform move. Awesome. There you go, good job.
I need to take this platform back to get on that one. That's still... I'm still glad that I didn't try to do that one on my blind part of the run.
Yeah. But there's a lot of stuff you did really well on your blind run. You're like, hey, can I do this? But yeah, you're able to. And there you go, that one too.
But I also wasn't nearly as good at the game at that point in time.
Yep.
As I am now.
Sure, shows that evolution of a skill of a game, and that's what happens oftentimes with something like this.
I mean, I still sometimes kind of suck at the game, but...
Right, but then again, it's also the case that... Fine, I don't know if it's the case like, hey, if you played this in 1997, if that feasibly would make a difference. Actually, Edward, I'll ask you this, since you said you're familiar with this one, when did you first play this? In my case, it was 2007 with a copy that doesn't work anymore. So I basically didn't play it even back then to a certain extent. Even though it sort of worked back then. But then I got another copy about a month ago, and I did play it a bit more as far as it, but it's the case that, fine. As we talk about this, games that you grew up with that feasibly, as he's turning his back, thankfully, that maybe have difficult aspects of their design that you've picked up because, or you know in and out because you played them for years. Actually, maybe Scooby-Doo Mystery that we're doing next week might fall in that category, sorta. Because there's things in that game that are kind of bullshit to them as well, as far as certain things with... Well, one thing I didn't remember, which is that for one of the mysteries, it doesn't give you, like, updates on it when you give things to Velma, and it also doesn't... Some of the items for it only appear in the order if you go... Because you can go 2 paths in the third mystery, but if you go the path to go ahead, the items will not spawn there unless you go the way that the game wants you to go. Actually, I didn't remember that specifically.
Okay, these guys actually only swim, it looks like.
Yeah, thankfully. So, like, yeah, they don't have the guns or the
they
guns
do
shooting.
have them.
But they're not shooting, I guess.
Oh, there's the key.
Which you're going through. It's like, wait, oh, okay, you got it, okay.
Hitboxes haven't connected yet.
I was gonna say, it's like when you played Mega Man Legends for us. You remember that key that the serve bots had? You ran through the damn thing, I think, twice before it actually... But you're like, I don't want to get it too early, but then you almost ran into it. It's like, wait a second. You ran into it and it didn't take it. It's like, okay, that was good that way. The one time you didn't want to take it.
Yeah.
I guess Croc was doing the same thing.
Alright. Oh, right, this room.
Okay.
I remember this.
There is the other gob over there.
I seem to remember needing to hit the switch to actually get over there.
Yeah, that I remember. 'Cause it looks like you can feasibly grab underneath it and shimmy that way, but you can't. So I think they give you they give you the line of platforms to get there, I believe. There's the last of the gems for this level.
there's the extra platform that I need.
And thankfully this one's not on timer.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. He smashes down. I think you can fall from that. Fine. It doesn't matter here, because in this case you just come back in.
Yeah, and there's no bottomless pit on this one.
Right. There's the one I think that it does do that, and like, hey, you know, actually, that was in World 2, was it? That had an enemy like that? I'm trying to remember. There's one level that there's an enemy that does that. It's a pain in the ass, so you were telling us.
But, well, we
Got
just
through.
completely aced that room.
For the love of God, please don't let there be a ghost in here. Okay, good.
Hey.
Oh shit, there is! I had to open my damn mouth. So fine, I think every level in this game has a damn ghost, but fine, this seems like it's better off, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Ah, shit, again. Alright, there you go. Yeah, unfortunately, the ghost got it again. Fine, now it's a horror game, as far as how it is, for that reason. The ghost has been the problem on every single one.
Well, I think it would be slightly but significantly less of a problem if these ghost bonus areas would at least start you pointed in the right direction.
True enough. Yeah, the music in that previous room sounded like the music from The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, a little bit, as far as that. I mean, with, yeah, it does sound, because it sounds very cartoonish. I mean, like, yeah, the only thing missing is feasibly Robotnik yelling at a scratching ground or something like that. I guess some of the things with the instruments going on. Because actually, I did watch that, because it's on, the entire series is on Amazon Prime, as the entire series of Legend of Zelda cartoons. I actually was watching some of that last week, of both of those, and I finished off with some Batman the Animated Series. So I was like, okay, that was a good case. I'd actually never seen the Zelda cartoon, have you? Going back in the day. That was the one where Link was always saying, well, excuse me, princess. But also the idea, like, then Ganon is kind of like, he's like Skeletor a little bit out of He-Man Master of the Universe, except not as, I guess, as high-pitched to a certain extent. But he does kind of go out there and get his hands dirty, but so does Zelda. And this, by the way, is also the level of where she can farm lives.
Yeah, which is exactly what I'm doing.
Fair enough to that. Yeah, I get that as well. And yeah, because as far as games were based on that show, okay, they're technically two games. They're based on nice jump, by the way, down to there. Because you jump down there, or you let the platform fall and come down there, and you get here. Mm-hmm. They're technically two games based on the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, if you want to be technical about it. One of them is Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, which has the enemies from the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and the other one is Sonic Spinball, because Sonic Spinball is based... There's an episode of the TV show that goes to that, but I don't think the game was based on the TV show. They just made an episode based on it. And that game also has characters from the Archie comic and also from the Saturday morning cartoon, which they were making a game on for the Saturday morning cartoon, but they didn't go ahead with it. And it was Zelda, fine, Zelda games they've had. None based on the animated show, although fine, they quote the excuse me princess thing in Majora's Mask when you give more than $5,000 to the owner of the bank, or give for 5,000 rupees, I should say, to the bank owner in that game. And there's the new Zelda that came out just 2 days ago, Echoes of Wisdom.
Whoops.
Oh, you still got... Oh, you didn't still get it.
Nope, and because I technically hit the hitbox.
Uh-huh.
Which means it's not down there anymore.
Okay, so at least you showed... Actually, have you shown that yet?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so there you go. You saw it. So yeah, if you hit on the side of it, if you fall, it counts as not being there. So you basically leave the level and come back in, as it is. But yeah, in that case, fair enough to that.
Yeah. And I'll just look over the edge once more to show. Yeah, you can pretty clearly see that if you look down. But yeah, if you touch its hitbox, even if you end up plummeting to your death, the warp area disappears.
Yeah, definitely a weird case for it, but yeah, fine. An interesting thing to show, if nothing else.
Yep.
There's definitely been a lot of interesting things with this game as it's been. And yeah, going back to fine, I guess discussion of like the cartoon case, they didn't try to make a cartoon of Croc. I mean, if he's been late, but I mean, they didn't exactly try and go for that. I mean, I guess it's something they could have done, I guess. But then it's and fine. Fox had the backing of Fox on this one because it was Fox who published this, and they published the second. No, yeah, they did publish the second one as well. So feasibly they could do, but I guess they decided, fine, like, no, this is the... Fine, I guess this game, when you really think about it, is kind of a reflection, I guess, of sort of, like, the idea of, like, a playable cartoon sort of in a game. So I guess it would be kind of weird, I guess, to do that in reverse, but fine. Not that they couldn't do in reverse, because they clearly have in some cases. Or I was talking about the idea of, like movie adaptations in the case of... I don't know, Nocturne, familiar with the Street... Oh, a guacamole semi-spill, but it wasn't really. But also, aside from that, well, that, oh, no, it was, never mind. But, okay. That was
Sorry about that. I was having a bit of guacamole, and then a little bit of it dropped onto my shirt.
Yeah, I think at some point we probably should do, fine, we'll have reason to do an on-camera show. I don't have my camera with me, and we'll do that in 2 weeks. For when the Crusader 64 is on the show. Yeah, I was gonna say, are you familiar with Street Fighter the movie, the game?
I think I've heard of it.
Because you know that that's a case where it's a game that's based on a movie, and they made the game based on the movie, and they made two versions of the game that was based on the movie because, Capcom had Credible Technologies make an arcade version for them. When it came out, they said, yeah, this isn't good enough. Let's do a console version. Let's just totally remake it ourselves. And it also looks like Mortal Kombat in the sense that it's all digitized actors. So that's a case of fine. They adapted a game to a movie, then they adapted the movie based on the game into a game, and then to another game. So it's kind of weird how that was kind of going around. Or fine, it's like sometimes they'll make they'll make musicals based on movies. I think movie versions of the musicals, like with the producers and with Waitress, which is a movie that nobody knows, and there goes the thing again with hitting that.
Yep.
Nobody knows the original movie, but they know that musical, and they made the movie based on the musical, and same with the producers, and... Oh wait, well... Yeah, Hairspray was a case of that, because it's the John Waters film, they made a musical of that, and then they made the movie based on the musical as well. And Mean Girls they did... No, Mean Girls is another one, right, that's another one that did that, I forgot about that. Whereas I guess then we're also finding the idea of like, hey, they made a game based on an animated series and then turned that into a game. Fine, Sonic Boom is like that. We're talking about Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic Boom is that, because Sonic Boom is based on the game sort of kind of its own continuity. Nice grab. Okay, we never saw that before, I don't think.
Warp during the grab.
There you go, good job. Yeah, but those Sonic Boom games, they were based on the cartoon. So in that case, like, fine, that's where they was adapted from backwards again. Yeah, with Croc, not that much, really, as far as that. Clearly he's endured and people want to see him again. Fine, because they want to see Bubsy again, they want to see Gex again, because we're getting that Gex collection's coming out. They say this year, I don't think it's coming out this year, I think it comes out next year. You familiar with the Gex games? You're playing those?
I know I think I saw someone play Gex 64 or a little piece of it.
Okay. I've never played any of them, but I'm familiar with yeah, that's the second one. It's basically fine, like this, a Collect-a-thon platformer, but in that case, it's also a game that's also kind of a parody of movies and television, actually, because it's Dana Gould who voices Gex, the Gecko. He's like doing platforming. He's commenting on a lot of stuff that's going on. I mentioned that also when I talk about a game I want to show on the show because it's pretty interesting. Voodoo Vince, which is on Xbox. That's another one that's actually really good. And talk about great music. Oh my god, that should be a Halloween block game at some point when I do that. And there is a new version that's on Xbox One, so I could run that through Series X, and it was really, really nice. I don't know if I feasibly just want to do the Xbox version, the original Xbox One. That's a cool game, and that's one that... It was Microsoft trying to do their first-party stuff. They threw a lot of stuff at the wall to see what stuck, but honestly, mostly what stuck was Halo, Project Gotham Racing, which is a franchise I also miss of theirs, Age of Empires, and eventually Gears of War, but also on OG Xbox era, Fable. That was another one that was big for Microsoft, but they tried a lot of different things, and Voodoo Vince was, I think, one of the best experiments they tried. It's a really fun kind of Collect-a-thon platformer that has this nice style to itself. It's set in New Orleans, actually. And actually, in that case, the music is unbelievable as far as how it is, and even, like, the stylings of the game. It is kind of knowledgeable about several people. It's like, hey, it's hypocritical, but saying what's next, the obligatory boss battle, gives you obligatory boss battle. I mean, it depends on how it delivers it, but honestly, with Voodoo Vince, I didn't get the sense that that one maybe has the, I don't know, the delusion of grandeur on itself that maybe could fall into a trap like that, potentially. In fact, that's a good game. I want to show that game, specifically. And I'll figure about that one. I don't know if I do that for Halloween block next year, but I definitely want to show that game. That game is really interesting. But I want to get I think I'll get the Xbox One version unless they port it bad. And then, scope it. Here's the Gobbos saying, yeah, you're coming for me, thank you.
Pretty sure attacking midair does actually extend the jump
I think you're right.
A little bit.
I think you're right. In fact, I think you've done jumps in this game before, and that's exactly what has happened.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's the key for this one. I think that's the key for this one. You basically jump on that and then do a quick turnaround to get back after you jump and get it. Well, sorta.
Pretty sure it just materializes the solid platform.
Yeah, that seems familiar to me.
I was just looking around before I jumped down.
Smart move, and fine, she knows how to play this, so that's what you do in this game. You're going for 100%. That's kind of what you do. Although, I want to ask you a question. Now that you've been doing the 100% run so far, how much do you think it's changing the game in terms of how you're playing it, if at all?
I wouldn't say that it's enormous, how it's changing how it changes how I play the game.
It doesn't seem that way. It's not one of those games where, hey, you kind of have to think it completely differently compared to how you've been playing it so far.
I mean, you kind of have to approach it in a slow, measured way anyway.
Sure.
I don't think I'm making it through. Well, okay, I did.
I mean, I guess in that way, there's something to be said about that, what you just said, because, well, thinking about the idea of saying, hey, it doesn't change the way it runs much, that's probably a good thing, because you're thinking, like, hey, you know, it doesn't make it maybe as much of a chore to do on 100% of this compared to maybe other games. I know we talked about, fine, other games where 100% kind of changes it so much, like, is it worth doing that? Fine, we mentioned Super Mario Sunshine. It was worth doing it for the purpose of this show, because I said, fine, I'm going the whole way on that. But also the case that, fine, what they asked you to do then becomes insanely difficult. Well, fine, this game does too, in some ways, but that was another one where, I mean, it doesn't necessarily change the way the game plays much, but it's also something that, fine, you have to kind of adjust yourself for certain things that you might not otherwise. You're like, oh, I don't have to do this, you're going 100%. And when you do, you do. So there's something to be said about a game, I guess, when it's like, how much does that change your state of mind when you're playing it, when you're going for a full completion, as if you're just playing it, and does it necessarily make it better or worse, depending on what that is. Because I know that's complicated. When do you go 100% on a game, when don't you?
Yeah. Okay, that's just gonna take me down. That's a balloon. I like doing jumping tail swipes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it lets me control my movement a little better.
Sure, yeah. I'll just let you, kill those guys quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, go back to what you said as far. Oh, what happened?
Oh, I think I ended up trapped underneath the platform.
Oh.
Basically, I hit the mud twice.
I was also saying, because it seemed like it took longer for you to load you coming back. You should wait till the game crash.
No, I think it just kind of did a dumb thing.
I'm questioning, had you ever seen
it's
that
happened
before?
It's happened before.
Like that, where it's like, hey, it took like 10-something seconds for it to come back from a death? I don't remember seeing that.
It didn't take that long to come back from
It's longer than we've seen before as far as that. I'll go back on the parts, but I don't remember it being quite that long. First, it said wait till the game crash. Which I guess at least brings up one thing. I will go into this, because that's a pertinent case on discussion. And it goes also to the off-screen stuff you'll see eventually. And that is... there's a glitch she's going to show when it comes to Riot Burp that she had happen on her practice or her cleanup herself. And also, we saw what's really going on with it. I looked into it. I said, has this been documented? The answer is no, it hasn't. So, Nocturne, they're the one who's documented this. As far as I can tell, there's nowhere else on the internet aside from our show and aside from Nocturne who knows about this, because I've never seen it anywhere else, and I looked around. And when I looked around, I found that... Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Okay, no. There's no documentation being able to duplicate Gobbos, which is where she did that there, because that's what's going to go on with it, just to give an idea. The only glitch with Saturn is one that the game was recalled for, that the Japanese version fixed. That was... Let me get what that glitch was, so at least I have that idea. Because I didn't actually tell her what it was, because I don't think I did. Okay. It was... If the game boots specifically... Okay, hold on. There's a bug in the Sega Saturn version. This is according to Croc Wiki. And fine, chat, since I'm mentioning this, and since I'm not the one playing this, I'm putting this in the chat here. This is the Croc Wiki. I'll be in link list when we edit this as far as how that goes. According to that, the Sega Saturn version has an exclusive glitch where if the game is booted in a certain way, Croc's head along with certain enemies don't appear. I don't know what causes that. Apparently, they recalled the US version for that. The European version they didn't, and it's only the Saturn versions like this. But they gave you a yellow piece of paper saying, how do you avoid this? And you solve the problem. And the Japanese version, they fixed it. There's video there of what it is, but it's not what she found. Or actually, wait a minute. Okay, fuck me then. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Actually, no. The thing she's gonna show, it is indicated as far as the PlayStation version, but they don't indicate it for Saturn. Okay, she found out you can do it in Saturn as well. Yeah, you can also do that in Darkness Descends, and so the adventure begins. Okay, so yeah, fine. It is a known issue, but not with the Saturn version, so alright, fine. When I looked and said I couldn't find it, I couldn't find it for Saturn, so fine, you can do it on Saturn as well as PlayStation. She'll show it when we get there. And also, if you do Descending Darkness, apparently you can duplicate it there. And we'll show it then. Or replicate it there, I should say.
Well, I didn't see where to go.
Right, but you saw how quickly it came back from a death like that, right? Because the
Yeah, it only took slightly longer.
Okay, I was saying, like, the screen went black. I was like, wait a second, hold on. I'll time that what it was, just to see, like, wait a second. It was a little more than, like, a second, but still. Just have an idea what that was. It's like, yeah, I never saw it before. But another benefit of playing a game that you've, either played before or haven't played before, sometimes you might find stuff, and maybe it's not documented, or maybe it's documented differently as far as what it might be. Actually, we've had cases of that happening a lot on the show, shockingly. Which I didn't expect to happen when I first started this, saying, hey, you know, there's,
I missed the key.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave those three there.
Okay.
They don't despawn if you didn't drop them.
Which is nice, I do like that. Actually, I don't think anything, despawns in this game, if I'm aware, but... But the enemies come back after you kill them, like, 15 seconds after, and yeah, good move holding on to those then, so in that case, you're all set. But, yeah, like, the items don't go away. Fine, unless you, get hit, and then the gems will go away, as far as that. The ones that get knocked out of you, those go away.
Yeah.
Everything else, yeah, you were set to get at your leisure. Including the color gem, which is oftentimes hidden within just a regular one.
Mm-hmm. Like, anytime I see a lone regular-looking gem, I'm like, well, there's a good chance that's a colored gem.
Pretty much, yeah. Hey, those little... Yeah, I actually didn't look at those. Are like little scorpions coming out of the goop? Is that what it is?
It looks kind of like it.
Fair enough, we're in the desert, and there is the fifth one. Alright, so let's see what, yeah, the gem door in this place is gonna have.
Though so far we only have 2 Gobbos.
What, we do? I thought we had more than that. Okay, no, you're right, we only have 2. I don't think you missed any. I think you've been combing this place. Has been.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, because there's extra rooms. Okay, I forgot about that.
I like how the game basically gives that Gobbo to you.
Yeah, it is
because
definitely
you
nice.
need to get it in order to, or you need to go up there anyway in order to, in order to progress through the stage.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so this is the end. Was there that other room? Oh wait, did you go to the other room that was, because there are 3 doors. The door you came in, there's this one, and then there was another one.
Yeah, I'm
You gotta do this first.
pretty sure I've... Yeah, so... Are you talking about in this room?
Yeah, because there's... Fine, that's...
So that's where...
That's where you came from.
Yeah, that's where I came in. That's where I initially came into the room. That's where I went.
Oh, for the keys. Okay,
Uh-huh.
right, okay, never mind, we're good. I didn't know if there was something else there.
And now we're going into the third door.
Perfect, okay.
Door number 3.
Alright, so behind door number 3 is the lava area. Which is where the end is, I do know that, but... the other 2 Gobbos are here. If nothing else to say this, even as far as the other levels... You have all the Gobbos except one, so there's something said about that, but fine.
Well,
As far... No, I mean, as far as the other levels we've done so far. We'll get the rest of them here, I should say.
There's one. I'm pretty sure I've been combing this place.
You have been, yeah. Unless there's one at the near the gem door over there. This is the only place it could be. And there's not... They don't put any of them behind the gong, I know that. I find none like this behind the gong. They're going to be in a cage. Wait a second, hold on. I guess you did miss one. Wait, that box that went across in the room you kind of spiraled up to get the key, you got that box across, didn't you? I thought you did.
I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh, wait, no, you didn't. I think you jumped on that and jumped up on the top there. Is that the one you didn't get? Assuming there's a Gobbo there.
No, I think that might be what happened.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, okay, that's feasibly a way to go back. Or you don't want to.
Well, if I try to go back, those platforms aren't going to be there. I can't go back.
Oh, you can't go back. Alright, so yeah. So, alright, in that case, yeah.
Because I need to press the switch
Right.
to get those platforms to appear.
And you feasibly won't be able to have enough of gems to just jump over the mud pit.
Oops. I need to let that respawn. I at least want to see what's behind the gem door.
Sure. As I said, since we're feasibly showing where that other one is, if you want to say like, hey, you know, I'll just get them off screen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So this isn't totally clean up.
Careful, there's a ghost.
Yep. I
think.
This is definitely a ghost room.
Every fucking level of this world has ghosts in it. I just realized that every single one of the doors has that. I wasn't gonna say it, but like, as far as on this level, I realized, wait, no, this one has it. And sadly, there's not a glitch to make the ghost not appear in here. If there was, feasibly we want to use it.
I hate it that you always face away from the direction you're supposed to go in.
People making the HD version, pay attention to Nocturne here. That's something that might be worth putting into the new version of the game. Oh, you can go. I was gonna say you. Oh wait, that's where the cave. Oh, wait a second, it's right there, but
yeah.
I don't know if you can make the jump.
I think it's too far.
Okay.
But I'm going to attempt the jump a few more times.
That'd be cool. Specifically say like, yeah, at least you can kind of get away from the ghost that way.
It would be nice to be able to say "fuck you, ghost."
Indeed. That would be the name of this park, by the way, if I name the parts on this game. Maybe I should start naming the parts on games again. Fine, we only did it with Lunar, but I mean, maybe we should do that again. Oh yeah, almost.
I think it's too far.
Yeah, you almost were able to get it, but yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, yeah, well, fine. We gotta run away from the ghost again. Oh, that was weird.
Edge fail.
That was weird also, because fine, sometimes it take cases where, based on how this game handles the hexagonal and octagonal platforms, you won't grab right. I don't know if it's just this version that does it, or if it's all of them. But that one, you grabbed on that, and you just, like, bounce backwards from that grab. It's like, not only did the grab not count, you just were thrown backwards. Like, yeah, the platform you want.
Yeah.
What's that about?
And I think the ghost has rubber band AI.
Okay, crap. And we haven't shown any. Fine, we've shown. And you have a balloon. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that's a long. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, you got it. So fine, that's easy. That's one. Yeah, I think you're right. And there's that Gobbo. Okay, that one's not too bad.
Croc, pick up the fucking Gobbo.
Oh, the question. I'm not gonna ask this. Can the ghost get the Gobbo? I don't think so.
I don't think it can. I think it despawns as soon as it reaches the position of the key.
Okay, good.
But but you saw how Croc was basically touching the Gobbo, but running circles around it.
Right. Exactly. It's like, yeah, do you want to say the Gobbos or not? Fine, clearly he does, but as far as story, but it's like, fine, the way the controls are working, he's like, sometimes he's questioning. He's like, yeah, what am I doing? I'm just running my life in circles.
But yeah, it's like, Croc, pick up the damn Gobbo.
Maybe it's also this case, like, hey, Croc was so not used to being able to actually get the Gobbo at the end because of the damn ghosts. Yeah, we don't have to do that again,
yeah,
thankfully.
Well, at least I've figured out that, that particular ghost actually isn't too bad.
Okay, yeah, so the easiest one to go on is Leap of Faith, which is also the one you can farm lives off of.
Alright, now we're going into Leap of Faith.
Oh, yeah, wait, didn't you? Oh, get more lives. I've heard it's like, wait,
no, we only have 5 on this one.
Oh, this is the one you just did, isn't it?
No.
No? Oh, you didn't do. Oh, you just went back for lives.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Here's Leap of Faith for feasibly lives since we're here, and then also getting everything. Yeah, the world map is very Yoshi's Island. Like, yeah, I would agree with that. As far as how the layout is, as far as how the look is. I guess that's clearly what they were thinking. I guess saying, hey, you know, we can't have Yoshi for this, so like, let's have our own take. But then saying, yeah, you kind of go along. Although, okay, actually, it is like Yoshi's Island one way. I actually just was thinking this, which is in Yoshi's Island. Remember, not because you played Yoshi's Island, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, in that game, you have the fact that the music changes on the world map. Fine, this one changes with the world you're in. As far as when you're in a different world, you have a different piece of music on the world map. Whereas in Yoshi's Island, you have the piece of music that they add new dynamics to the song with each world you beat. And by the way, when we do that game for the show, it's worth pointing out, we're going to play through the Super Nintendo game fully, but I'm also going to show off the extra levels that the Game Boy Advance version has. And I probably will run the Switch Online version for both of those, because Yoshi's Island from Game Boy Advance is also up there along with the Super Nintendo original.
Alright. So, since we're actually going through this stage, I decided to take the warp out of the special area.
Sure. Now, it was good to see, I guess, some of those, parallels as far as Yoshi, but the idea, like, okay, what was Argonaut doing to be a bit different, and kind of give a case of another character this way. And I don't know how Croc 2 is. Does Croc 2 work that way as far as, I guess, those influences? And fine, unlike this one, Croc 2 is not on Saturn. I mean, despite what the back of the manual on Saturn says, saying it's coming in Christmas 1998, Saturn didn't get it. PlayStation and PC got it. And there's a total different version on Game Boy Color, which, unlike the first one, because the first one, Croc on Game Boy Color is a 2D platformer from Virtuecraft. People made one of the most infamous games on the Game Boy Advance ever, that being Mortal Kombat Advance, where oftentimes, it's a port of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, where oftentimes your attacks don't work. You'll basically be right in front of the guy, kick him, it doesn't work. You shoot off, like, the projectiles of Sub-Zero and Scorpion that just don't do anything. They made Croc on Game Boy Color, but then the one after that, I don't remember if Virtuecraft made the second one, but the second one on Game Boy Color is like a top-down isometric platformer, interestingly enough. Which is kind of a different case of itself compared to, I guess, what the first one was like. Oh, actually, it is interesting hearing the, like, the redos of the music from this game on Game Boy Color for both of them. In fact, I want to check something quickly on this, because as far as the music on that Game Boy Color version, I think I might know who did the music on it just from, like, the sound of what it is. Or is it, I think so. Let me just see, because if it's the guy I'm thinking of... Okay, no, it's not, never mind. I thought it was Alistair Brimble. We'll talk about Alistair Brimble when we do Pinocchio for Super Nintendo next year. That's something Dolly Finn wanted to see. But it's very kind of Game Boy Color-ified takes on actually the music from this game. So you hear like the do-do-do-do-do-do. But hearing that in Game Boy Color font's kind of interesting. They did actually take the whole soundtrack. It's worth pointing out Argonaut did help with the version on Game Boy Color, so it's not like Virtuecraft just ran it completely on their own.
Okay. I remember this section. I don't remember which... I think there's a Gobbo and a colored gem hidden between these 5 boxes, but I don't remember which ones they are.
Mm-hmm. I think, if I remember correctly, it might have been on the edge of the one. I think the one on the end. But we'll find out, because basically you can hit every one.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind, it's not the first one.
my bonk.
Yeah, because yeah, you can't run across those. Am I right about that?
I think you can, but it's janky.
Uh-huh.
But I also have plenty of lives, so I can afford to keep burning lives on this.
That's true.
So that's why I'm not really too concerned.
And honestly, as far as game over, the real penalty on this, as we mentioned, is basically if you've gone through a level, it'll erase all of your progress on the levels. Like, hey, if you got to the end, you get 5 Gobbos and you game over, then you lose them all. But since there are places to go get lives, it's not going to be that much of a concern. You can just go and do that.
Yeah, this very level.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Basically just trying every single one until they go. And fine, you have enough lives feasibly, you just pound the box. It's like, which one is it? And like, fine, if the Gobbos are underneath that, then you're going to be just fine. Like, yeah, I died, but like, I'm taking you with me beyond the grave and we're coming back. It's like nothing ever happens.
Yeah, I feel like going at it a little more legitimately than
Well,
that.
fair enough.
Even if that is a viable cheese strategy.
Why, for now, with as many lives you have, it is. But if
Yeah.
you don't, then yeah, that's like when you played this game normally, that didn't happen. Plus, maybe they're all gems. Fine, that one's easy to get because there's only one platform you gotta do that with. Whoa.
Okay, whatever. I mean, it's a little annoying going through this multiple times.
But this is the last time, because fine, she just hit every box. If there's gonna be a goblin aim, it's gonna be in that last one. Yeah, there you go, that's the one. Alright, so that's it.
Down the pipe, I mean, wait, what?
Right, but yeah, right. Saying you reminded me, I gotta edit that in. I don't think I did that last part, but fine, I'll edit the mark. Well, no, I didn't edit that in last time. Last time I edited in the walking down the stairs in Zelda 1. And of course, the surprise motherfucker from Dexter, and of course, Otto from A Fish Called Wanda saying asshole when you got blindsided. Which I showed you that edit today, because I was thinking, I was like, wait a second, we talked to Fish Called Wanda a lot last time as far as on the show for this game. I was reminded because... Why was I reminded of that? There's a reason I brought that up. But... yeah, there's a reason I brought that up specifically, but then it was a case of fine, for that edit, I said fine, I have to make it. And Dolly Finn timed it perfectly as it was for the show, for the purpose of that edit saying, hey, she quoted the movie right there after I put that edit in, so I was like, oh, it worked perfectly.
Whoops. Jump fail.
Well, it's not eating your jumps, is it necessarily?
No, I'm pushed the button probably a frame after I had technically walked off the edge. I don't think it didn't feel like it ate the input.
Okay, I'm trying to get a sense of is this game doing that from what you're feeling anywhere? I don't know. It's tough to tell.
Generally, no. And I keep underestimating how long that jump is that I've been plummeting to my death on.
Yeah, it's always a hard thing. Depth perception can be a problem anyway, so fair enough to that. Fine, it's like a lot of platformers as far as this era, but in the case of as we're mentioning, which are the ones that you still want to play and you still want to remember in spite of stuff like that. Well, you got the gem at least.
Yep. You know what?
Yeah, you just go this way now.
And once again, I misjudged that jump. It's like a really long jump.
Yeah, it looks longer than it is, yeah.
Or it looks shorter than it is, in my opinion.
There you go. Oh shit, he shot you. Actually, I don't even know if I saw the bullet come out. Or if it did, it was so specific, or just stab you, I don't know.
I think it's just, it didn't even spawn in, it just registered the hit.
Okay.
That's what it seemed like.
Like, you jumped to avoid the bullet. Like, fine, falling was probably better than getting shot. Alright, Croc has to choose which way to go, the bullet or the fall. It's like, yeah, fine, I'll take the fall, because I'll come back from that without as much pain, I guess. Yeah, it was also slipping off, which, yeah, is
like,
one thing.
Doing a full-length jump is actually makes you slip off the other edge.
Right.
You have to shorten it by just the tiniest amount.
And you shorten that by, what, letting go of the analog
Yeah.
stick as you're at the end of the jump?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's using the 3D analog control pad for the purpose of this game, as we're pointing out.
Yeah.
And if you have it on Saturn, you can play on Saturn, for the love of God, use it. Not that it plays badly with the D-pad exactly. You could feasibly argue maybe this game was designed originally around the idea of it, but yeah. The analog stick for either PlayStation or Saturn is the way to go. There you go.
Okay. Nothing hiding back here.
And you're all set. Good.
One of these rooms, of course.
Yeah, with the platforms disappearing.
Yep, I remember this. I remember this room now.
Also, she somehow on part 3, she was able to get herself hanging from the bottom of that, which I was like, I don't know how you were able to make that happen, but you did. And yeah, you're basically dead anyway at that point, but still. I was kind of, at first I was like, wait, is there something there? I was like, and also, how did you get that grab? But fine, we have her doing it, so there you go. She has the video of it that way, or fine, she was able to make it happen.
Yep.
Sometimes the great sights you see when you're playing a game, no question.
I think I'm going to approach this a little bit differently to how I did it the last time.
How so? What are you thinking?
I'm going to,
Jump from the bridge.
I'm going to go for, one side at a time.
Okay.
Rather,
Yeah, probably a good idea.
fewer jumps this way.
Also, yeah, you just keep going down there as you go, as opposed to saying, like, fine, just zigzagging. Fine, you're gonna have to a certain extent for some of these.
Yeah.
And fine, a lot of the other rooms you have to do this, you have to do that, so it makes sense you think that same idea here. Especially having never seen it before. I probably would have thought the same thing, just looking at it myself.
The turnaround button was the last one that I really started to use.
Right. You'd think you wouldn't need it in this game, but honestly, it can be a lifesaver.
Yeah.
Feasibly, Croc was doing it before Resident Evil did it, because I know that's a mechanic that that game has, but I think it was 2, I think, that introduced that, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's also a different game, because fine, in 2 you're not platforming. Fine, none of the Resident Evil games... I was trying to think about that. I don't know if in Resident Evil 6 you platform at all, because I haven't played that. I know in 1 through 5 you don't. I know in chat tonight we have people who played 7 and 8, which are Biohazard, Resident Evil 7, and Resident Evil Village, which is the 8th one. I think those are like first... Fine, 7 I know is first person as far as how it was. I don't think there was like a jumping mechanic to it. Yeah, in fact, I don't even know if there is any Resident Evil game that has jumping as a factor to itself. So that, but yeah, imagine a game like that where you have to platform on it. Oh right, that'd be Dino Crisis 3. Because in Dino Crisis 3, you have that case where you have to make platform jumps like that, and the camera often changes mid-jump because it's running the same old Resident Evil control, or camera, I should say. There you go, there's the last of those.
I'm just going...
That worked.
Whoops. Okay. I did get the life, I think.
You did, and it also respawned, so it's like, fine. Croc died, but didn't die. It didn't count, because fine, you got the heart as far as it's like, fine, the life you got was just the one you lost, but that's either way. Yeah, Croc is now cheating death. That's where Croc is at as far as his life.
Right, that's the other...
There you go, again, that didn't count, it's fine. Croc is at the cheating death part of this play, and fair enough that way. Not only is he cheating death, he knows where to get extra lives and how to have help that way.
It's his elixir of life.
Pretty much. Fine, I guess it's a preview to whenever we get to Conker's Bad Fur Day, the case that, fine, I guess he's saying, like, it's not just squirrels who have as many lives as they think they can get away with. It's also crocodiles as well. Yeah, it's strange, but it's the best deal you're gonna get, you little prick.
What? What? I was late on the button press.
Yeah, you're right. The platforms are tiny, so it's one of those cases that, not microscopic, but they're cases where you kind of get nervous jumping. It's that kind of jumping game as far as it, or fine platform game. You jump, go, and then feasibly make it. If I run into the fire, like, yeah, screw you. I also love how you did that with the fire block in the ways. Yeah, you don't need the fire for that. You can get past it.
Yeah, I was actually just kind of, I was just kind of going, I hope this works.
There you go, sometimes it does, and it did. Yeah, fire.gif had nothing on Nocturne's Croc.
That sounds really dirty.
I guess so.
I don't know why. It just sounds really dirty.
Okay. That's gonna be a clip out for sure. Okay, there you go. It's also feasibly gonna go into the greatest laughs of find that, and what's the word for throw that we talked about last time? There's some slang on throw that you knew that I didn't from last time. That'll also go into when I do a compilation show of the best laughs we've had on this program. That'll be one of them.
Okay, and we are getting into the gem door.
Awesome.
That was Gobbo number 5, and now I just need to ride this around.
Right.
I remember this being a lot less scary than it looked.
Right, because I think the maces are not on the platform specifically. Right. They look like they might be, but I think as long as you make the jump and land, you can just sit there and wait.
Yeah, as long as you stick,
there you go.
Stick the landing, and you've really got nothing to worry about.
It does look like it because of the back there. You can kind of see the polygon of that. And yeet, that was the word you used as far as throwing. I didn't know what that meant.
Oh yes, yeet.
Yeah, that was an edit of part 4 last month. Crap, another fucking ghost. Fine, that's the part. Another fucking ghost. Part 5. So yeah, can you feasibly like screw this and like go around? I guess not. Actually, wait, there's one of these you were able to kind of go around, wasn't it?
I'm kind of seeing if I can cheese this. I don't know where I'm going.
You sure know where she's been. Yeah, I think you can. No! Ah! You did, but yeah, you were right. It does have catch-up AI, clearly.
Yeah, it has extreme rubber band AI.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So that's 5 Gobbos on each level of World 3, but yeah, you have to ghost it up on every single one.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
Okay. Fine, you don't have to do it, except this one. Fine, Life's a Beach you didn't have to do it. You did that one, so never mind, you're done with that. It's just everywhere else. Yeah, 5 Gobbos for everything except Life's a Beach. You did that one. Cactus Jack with no trouble at all. But yeah, okay, at least we get to the world that, believe it or not, when you said last time, this is the one you like the most. Well, I don't know. Do you want to do Tower Power as the first one? Or you want to say, like, hey, screw this, and we'll do another one later? Actually, you only have 3 levels you got doing here, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a shot.
Okay.
I'm going to give Tower Power a shot.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because there's only 3 levels you got to do, which are...
However, I am not going in there with the number of lives I have.
That's true. I get that, absolutely. That makes total sense. Because, hey, you know, with how that is, yeah, don't take a chance.
And I'm also going to plop a save right here.
Smart. Yeah, we haven't saved... Yeah, she hasn't saved at all, I think, tonight. So I've realized. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we are plopping a save right here. And grinding some lives, because we need them. Okay.
So yeah, in that case, where you want to go as far as discussions on stuff? What do you want to talk about? Game-wise, this game, anything else? Stuff that might have come out of Tokyo Game Show recently? Stuff
I really
haven't. Nintendo Direct or anything? Anything else you're playing?
Yeah, I really haven't been keeping up on most of that.
Anything you've been playing as far as that's been interesting outside of this game?
Not really a whole lot recently.
Okay.
As a bit of an anti-frustration idea for tonight, once I get through to, once I get all of the Gobbos I can get, without having to go through infuriating mechanics like the key disappearing because the ghost fucking collected it.
Right.
And also mini-games.
Right.
F them.
Well, fine. I don't know. The ghost might be worse. To a certain extent.
No. Ghost is better.
Really?
Ghost is better.
Even though every level except for the last one.
The mini games are horrible.
Okay, damn. Okay, so it's even worse than the ghost. So you'd rather take the ghost than the mini games.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, honestly, after this world, you only have 3 levels you have to that are left to do this, and then fine. There's 1 level in World 2. There's 1 in World 1, and I know you want to show the glitch of 2, 3, right? For
yeah.
Yeah, you were gonna say though, as far as those...
But yeah, a ghost is better because at least your controls, at least you can take as much advantage as you can of the controls.
Okay.
But the minigames force you to move Croc in very precise movements that the game really doesn't like to do.
Right. We'll see also if the HD version makes it better. That's the other thing. HD version probably makes some of the stuff better, I would think. They promised enhanced controls as far as this, so that might be the idea. We also say, like, hey, is a stress reliever on this one when you've gone through, because it's about, just to give you an idea before you go into this, it's 5 other levels that specifically are going to be indicated for this. So yeah, in that case, yeah, go on.
But yeah, like, I kid you not, Ghost is better.
Right. And there's the stress relief on that. You said you potentially had something else you were playing.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to spend a bit of time grinding on this level.
Okay.
To just get lives. Unfortunately, I can only collect 4 at a time.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And I,
Yeah, remember, it's not like Mario Sunshine. You can quit a level while you're in jump.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry about, it's not like that game.
I paused in time.
Yeah, you can't pause when you're jumping in that game, so actually you can't
fair.
do it at all.
But I mean, here I did pause in time that time.
That's true, yeah.
I missed the timing on the pause a couple of other times.
Sure, no, I get that.
Hey, I landed almost in the center.
Perfect.
Although all that really matters is that I don't fall when I jump down there.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. The stuff that was new that I mentioned specifically, fine. We talked about the new version of this specifically. Actually, I don't know what else has been going on as far as Tokyo Game Show. I know Microsoft talked about some stuff over there. They showed more on Slitterhead, which looks a little better than it looked when it was the Summer Games Fest. That's out in November. They put the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster series on the Microsoft console now, along with Legend of Mana and Trials of Mana. Is it Trails of Mana or Trials of Mana?
I think it's Trials.
Trials of Mana, right? Because there's also Visions of Mana, which came out on that, and everything. Oh, fine. Everything but Switch a couple months ago. Chasm22 told me it's actually really good, and there's a demo of it that's on other consoles as well. Right, because I know there's some stuff that was coming out of some of those things that I know I at least want to point you out to, because I know there's stuff that you would be big into. Well, I don't know. I talked about this earlier. Tales of Grace's F is getting remastered. You ever play Tales of Grace's F or original?
I haven't played Grace's.
Okay.
At all.
Right, because it was a Wii game in Japan. They were made on PS3, and they're releasing it next year for all the consoles and the PC. They get the sense that I think they're going to avoid feasibly. I hope they avoid. They damn well better avoid at this point after how Namco was last year. Of, making that game work properly as opposed to Tales of Symphonia remastering a lot of those stuff. Not just that. That's out next year. It's
Symphonia is unforgivable on the remake.
Right. I mean, you don't like it much anyway, but still, even then, it's like, well, that was... Fine. They came out a public apologist about that one. So at that point, and fine, remember, in Japan, it's like Dragon Quest. The Tales of games are like an event for them. It's like Madden over there. Feasibly, when you really think about it, in terms of games that's selling amazingly. They sell well here, but they really sell well over there.
Yeah.
But in that case, the fact they came out publicly apologized for that one was like, okay. And they did announce specifically it's going to have the DLC that was on the PS3 version that does not count, by the way, though, the stuff that they needed licenses for. Although I would think the PC version will probably find people going to mod it in. And
yeah, probably.
They're going to re-record, fine, as far as the dialogue, there's some skits that were not voiced before. They're going to voice them again. Laura Bailey is being recast, though, because she refused to be involved because she's part of the voice actor strike. But they are going to be having that. It's coming out on January 17th. That's the one thing. I'm going to focus on the stuff I know that would be hitting you, because other stuff that I know that maybe not be a big case, but still other stuff that's going to be kind of interesting anyway. Fine, okay, here's what I know is going to get you going. Worms Armageddon. I know you like Worms Armageddon. They remade it. It came out 2 days ago. It is on, I believe it's on all the consoles, and it's on the PC. Yeah, it is on the consoles and the PC. It's Worms Armageddon Anniversary Edition. They're taking the original game, which was on the PC, the Nintendo 64, the Dreamcast, and the PlayStation 1. You played it on, what'd you play it on? PC. I think it's porting the PC version, but I don't know. It's Digital Clips who's doing this. And it also includes the port of the Game Boy Color version in the box along with it. And because it is Digital Clips who have kind of become the master of the video game collection documentary, where they basically say, okay, here's a collection of games, we're also going to give you documentary footage of the people who made it. They did that with a bunch of the games they did. They did with Atari 50, which has new DLC to it and new content along with it as far as games and new interviews and things. They did that with the making of Karateka. They did that with Lamasoft, the Jeff Mitter story, and they're doing that with this one. They actually have a lot of people who worked on Worms Armageddon, started this franchise, going into their perspectives about this game and all this stuff. So yeah, that is out now. They'd announced, or fine, they've given the date as far as it, but yeah, Digital Eclipse, they are, as I said last week, it's them, it is M2, and it is Night Dive Studios. When it comes to returns of your games, if you see their name on the box, or as far as who's developing the game, you're usually going to be in good hands. Digital Eclipse sometimes had some iffy stuff going back in the day, but generally speaking, pretty good, and nowadays, they've been on fire. And looking as far as I'm seeing on Worms Armageddon, I think they really nailed this one. And they give you the Game Boy Color version as a freebie on top of that. Let's see, other stuff that I know she'd be interested in, but just other stuff in general that I know.
Also, just as a note,
yeah,
I think I'm gonna go to around 70 lives.
Okay.
And then go into Tower Power.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, fine. Since I'm on the Digital Eclipse train, I should probably tell you this: Tetris Forever. They say that's coming this year. I hope so. I guess it's gonna. It is a collection of a bunch of old Tetris games. Tetris from Famicom, not the NES version, though the NES version they did announce it's coming to Switch Online probably around Christmas, I would think. They said it's this winter. But this collection has Tetris from Famicom, Hatris, Tetris 2 plus Bomb Bliss, which is not the same as Tetris 2 we got, Super Bomb Bliss Deluxe, Tetris Battle Gaiden, Super Tetris 2 plus Bomb Bliss, Gentaiban, and the Tetris 2 plus Bomb Bliss Gentaiban version. And there are other games they said they're going to be in that. There's also Super Tetris 3, and they're emulating the Electronica version, the Electronic 60 version of the very first Tetris from 40 years ago. And there's a couple other games they haven't announced for that yet, but they will. There are 4 left they're going to put on that. But there's also going to be one game where they're basically going to be playing across... It's a multiplayer mode where you're going to be playing across different versions of Tetris. They're going to change on the fly. So you're basically changing the type of Tetris you're playing and also the game mechanics that go with them. Kind of like the mix and match mode in Tetris and Dr. Mario, which we're going to be playing in December. It's again another Digital Eclipse joint, and they're getting new interviews with Alexei Pajitnov, Hank Rogers, and a lot of people involved in this. And yeah, I cannot wait for that. That game looks unbelievable. And fine, I'm a big one as far as the stuff when it comes to like the classic things, especially when they do that. Because I love Atari 50. I'm absolutely buying that DLC for it that they brought out, which is, above anything, it's bringing out tons of versions of Berserk. It's bringing back Red Baron, which we've actually played on this show before once, years and years ago for the Flight Shooter Showcase, and some other stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely ecstatic about that.
I still need to get the that Namco collection on the Switch, or that arcade collection with Tower of Duraga.
Yeah, because it's the best way to play it. We mentioned that. I've scarred people feasibly on that.
I still need, I still want to eventually beat that game on stream.
Sure, no, I get that. And as I've said before, it is our most watched show on the YouTube site. It's over 1,000 views for the collection that has that. So, like, yeah, there you go. People want to see, find everything new. Fine, they probably don't want to see that one, but like, fine, that's the game we showed off most. I showed like an hour and 15 minutes off, including with you as far as part of that. Well, fine, most of that. But still, yeah, that Namco Museum arcade pack. And yeah, actually, Namco, fine, go back to Namco a bit. Namco has not been doing much with collections recently. This year, fine, they've kind of not done a whole lot this year, honestly. As far as other collections, they did the Pac-Man Museum, but outside of that, that was, I think, last year. And actually, fine, that's one that was okay. I think they ported the stuff in that pretty well as it was. So, yeah, that's a good case. Fine. Fine. I'm just, fine. My case as far as the Tales of Grace F thing is, fine, not just as Tales of Zephyria's case, just that it's like a bunch of things just not ported well. It's like, what's going on here? The Katamari Damacy Reroll plus Rare Reverie edition, like, wait, there's issues with that as far as things they're emulating, that they eventually then fixed certain things, but not others. So it was like, wait, it was kind of one thing after another with them, but Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as other stuff, fine. Suikoden, I mentioned Suikoden 1 and 2.
Sorry that I kind of derailed a little bit.
No, it's
there.
fine. No, it's fine.
I was just kind of like, it popped into my head.
No, sure. No, it's not. It's not derail. It's on topic. In fact, we're talking about this specifically because, hey, you know, she's grinding lives, and also in case like, hey, it kind of goes anyway. This is gonna be an open mic case. We knew that as far as how it was. I'm trying to think, because I think there's something else. Fine, something else specific that I was thinking as far as you with. I know I want to mention Worms Armageddon. I mean, fine. There is the Marvel vs. Capcom collection that is digitally out now, but they're physically releasing it in November. I have the physical version coming. There's the Castlevania Dominus collection. I showed that off a little bit last week. That's a great collection. That's unbelievable. If you have not picked that up, put that on your list to take a look at that. That collection is fantastic. And the Capcom Fighting Collection, too. I mentioned that one because they're bringing back Power Stone. Have I mentioned Power Stone to you before?
I believe you have. I haven't really seen gameplay of it.
I'm trying to remember if I showed you two, because I have two on Dreamcast. And I have one on the fine, I have one and two on the PSP, because there's a collection on the PSP that has them. That game is awesome. Fine, both those games are awesome, because that collection is going to have Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2, Capcom Fighting Evolution, Power Stone 1 and 2, Project Justice, which is the sequel to Rival Schools. What if Rival Schools is not in this? Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper, which is the first time they ported that arcade version to the US, which has extra characters that until now, or until that version, were only available in the US on the Game Boy Advance and the PSP versions of that game. Like, wait, really? You have to get it on the Game Boy Advance and PSP to have those extra characters? Well, soon enough you won't. And they're also bringing back Plasma Sword: The Nightmare of Bilstein, which is a game that is a sequel to Star Gladiator. I know the Crusader 64 is a big one on Plasma Sword on the Dreamcast. And he's like, yeah, hold on to that game because it goes a lot of money. And they did also confirm that they're going to be porting the arcade versions of these. So the ones that are on the Dreamcast. So with Power Stone 1 and 2, it's not going to have some of the extras. Fine, it's not going to have the shop mode that 2 had. But it will have the characters unlocked from that. And they are doing the emulation of it, which is the same architecture as the Dreamcast, the Naomi arcade machine or cabinet design of Sega's, which made a lot of arcade ports from to the Dreamcast actually really smooth. Which is why you look at stuff from Dreamcast like, hey, the ports seem like they're one-to-one. A lot of those Naomi ports, like the ones I mentioned, Crazy Taxi being another one, it was really easy to port those over. Model 3 was always a difficult thing for them. Like, they always had trouble with Model 3, which is, I think, because of the difference in the architecture. As you're at 71 lives.
Yep. Yay, just hit 70.
Yeah, perfect that way.
Alright, time to save.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, because how much are you on percent? Okay.
I mean, it's still at 66, but that's because I haven't made any more secret levels up here.
Oh, okay. So it counts on that. Okay.
Or something.
It must. You're right. Well, you're right because fine, you beat the game at 64% on the other ones, and I guess you got the okay.
Yeah, and then it ticked up when presumably when I unlocked the one back in World 1.
Okay. Yeah, that was. I actually did not know that until I was thinking it now because at first is wait a second, would it count the fact you're getting more Gobbos? But I guess it isn't. Unless, no. I guess we'll see this. I don't know if it's also going to be a case of hey, you know, if you get all the Gobbos on a level, but I don't think so because you did it on a bunch from World 1 and 2, and it only went up to 2%. So I think you're right. I think it's only counting it based on level. We're back in Tower of Power again.
Alright, and actually I'm going to plop a save again here.
Right, because when you do save, as far as it does put the save at the level that you were last at, or where you put it down at.
Yep.
Alright, so back to Tower of Power. Feasibly the hardest level in this world? Do you think, why is it this one, and not the later ones? Yeah, what?
It's because of that one... It's because of that one little stretch. Whoops, and I'm dead.
Right. So in that case, yeah, we're leaving. But yeah, I'm surprised at the first level, because at first you were saying, like, I'm gonna dread this world on the back of this, but then the other world's like, this is my favorite world in the game. I guess feasibly aside from this one.
Yeah, I mean, and if it wasn't for the slowdown in that spot, literally making it, basically razor's edge level precision.
Right.
Okay, that was my dumb.
Yeah, what you're saying?
Well, like, if it wasn't for that one spot where you need to hang down from a grate that has that horrific slowdown, and that enemy that doesn't seem to be affected by the slowdown.
Right.
Then it would. I mean, it would still be a pain, but it would be fine.
Sure, no, I get that.
I mean, it's the fourth and final story level.
Right.
Of course, it's going to be a pain.
But even the other ones after this were easier. You're like, I'm dreading this world, but then you play the other levels, like, I love these levels. These are great. It's just fine. And Tower Power is also kind of long. Fine, some of the other ones are long, but even then, the way they're designed were set as well. And actually, for this world, you actually got about half of them done for 100% anyway. You only have to do Tower Power and whatever 4-3 was, and then actually
4-3 was the minigame one.
Oh, Dungeon Deep Frights. Fine, that's gonna be the easier one with minigames only because you don't have to trudge the level that much. It's actually pretty short as far as going through it. And the other one is Platform Pete's level. Because she loves Platform Pete, and looking at it, I was like, yeah, I'm loving Platform Pete just looking at it. I
mean, it's honestly pretty. Like, I genuinely enjoy playing that stage.
Yep, absolutely. And there's something to be said about that too. The fact that, hey, even when it gets tough there, and fine, that's the second to last level in the game. It's the last main level for the boss, or the final boss. But even so, it's something that it's so well designed from what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah.
And it was like, yeah, I haven't gotten there as far as the PlayStation version, but when I get there, I'm going to say, like, yeah, I want to see how this is. Like, I'm going to be able to enjoy it, too.
It is so much fun to play that level.
Sure, there you go. I think that's Croc at its best, when you really think about it.
Yeah.
As far as the way the design is, but also the case that even when it gets hard, you're like, no, that one feels so well designed based on what you were saying, what I saw. I said, it's kind of ingenious. And we've seen parts, I guess, that are also ingenious as far as the game before, but especially there, it's like, yeah, that maybe topped everything, which is saying something. I guess along with everything else that this game does well, you get the sense why it has the reputation it does as far as people like getting excited, saying you're bringing it back. Oh my god, I love this game! I can't wait to see it. Which I guess that's the thing about some of the other games I mentioned as far as the games coming back, saying it's one thing about remember those games as far as nostalgia idea, but it's also a case that saying I remember those games because they're really, really good. Because I mean, like with you with Worms Armageddon, when did you come to that? You remember?
My brother really liked to play it.
Okay.
Back hang on.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to make sure I don't screw this up, because this is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I tried it as far as on my off-screen prep for last part, and I realized, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing on this. I don't think I can do this right.
Okay. Actually, I think I need to reset this.
If you need to do it, just hit the button and the crates go away.
Yep. Okay, I pushed too far again. You know what? Okay, I need to push it just a little bit further.
Yeah, it was my difficulty when I tried to do this for the off-screen, as I mentioned. Because, yeah, you have to get that specifically so you can get on there enough, push it the other way, basically create a way up. you go. Good job.
Yep. It's a pain, but it's not too bad once you really learn how that stack works, it's not so bad.
Right.
But it's a pain in the meantime.
Sure, I get that.
And even after you learn it, while it isn't so bad, it's still kind of a pain.
Right, no, I get that.
At least they give you the reset button.
Sure, that's true.
Like a literal reset button.
Right, you're saying what Worms Armageddon, if you want to go on that.
Oh yeah, Worms Armageddon. I have really fond memories of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Especially player created content.
Right, and I know the PC version I think had stuff for that, didn't it?
That sounds right.
Yeah, because I don't think the Dreamcast version... Fine, my experience, I have played it. I played it on the Dreamcast. The only thing is that, fine, you probably got the better end of the deal because... fine, I was talking about Dreamcast porting was like, hey, you know, the arcade ports of that being pretty good. Porting from PC to Dreamcast is kind of nifty ones. We're seeing this thing, so fitting I'm talking about this because... Fine, the PC version, they ported that to the Dreamcast. They used the Windows CE architecture to do the Dreamcast port. That oftentimes mutilated the ports. Not that it's mutilated on the Dreamcast, but one thing about the Dreamcast version is that the load times are really, really long in ways I don't think it is on the PC. And the thing that really got me, I was just kind of shocked about this when it came to the multiplayer, is... I don't know if the PC version's like this, and I don't know if the new version of this also changes this too. When it comes to multiplayer, there's no support for multiple controllers. You have to pass it around. Like, wait, why? Why can't I have an option to do that? They made Worms World Party the year after that on Dreamcast. I think PlayStation got that as well. They gave you that option, but like on the Dreamcast, like fine. On the PC, I get it because I guess in that case, fine. It's sometimes hard to have multiple controller methods connected to the same PC. Sometimes, it's like, hey, it's a keyboard and maybe a joystick or something like that. Or sharing part of a keyboard, perhaps. Or a mouse. Good job. Yeah, I mean, fine. Maybe on the PC it doesn't matter, but maybe on a console, that's the other question.
I timed that really badly. Whoops. I'm not, like... I'm just kind of grumbling at myself.
No, I get that.
Whoop,
Fine, is it that? Yeah, we don't want to quit yet. As far as this, only because we got this far, and that's what you got the lives for this.
Yep, I got the lives, not for the rest of the stage, for this little spot.
Sure, no, I get that. Absolutely, smart to do that. Yeah, but fine. Despite that, I did actually have a really good time when I played that with friends. I was like, yeah, that game's really, really fun. It seems like you're like, well, what is this as far as how it is? Because it's kind of like a turn-based. Fine, it's a strategy. Fine, strategy game, but it's also the case that fine, you have to pretty much just kill everybody on the screen across turns. And like, yeah, I did really, really like it. So I was like, I kind of want to get this new version. Fine, it's Digital Clip's doing it. That's number one, but also because feasibly, fine, they do really good with those things. So I'm thinking it's going to be perhaps the best way to play it, and Game Boy Color version as an extra. I don't know if you played on the Game Boy Color, but the fact that, hey, they're giving you that version as an extra in here, that's cool, though. I mean, I guess I'm surprised they don't include a bunch of the versions. And I think they based it off the PC version. I think, although, fine, I guess the one thing is that if you get on the consoles, you're probably not going to be able to have mod support. On the PC, you probably will. So in that case, still probably would be the case to run that on the PC that way if you're like, hey, I want to get it there. But it is on the consoles as well. We should definitely show that. Fine, there's a lot of franchises we haven't shown on the show that feasibly are worth showing, and I think that might be one of them.
I'm not sure whether there's anything if I continue writing that, but I kind of rushed.
I mean, at this point, I think it's fine. I don't know, considering what we had at the beginning of the level, like, hey, if you ride around too much, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Probably better, I guess, to just hold off that way for now. I guess we'll see as we go along. Alright, that platform isn't for anything, is it?
I'm not sure.
I remember we questioned that when we got here before. I don't remember there was anything on it. I always don't think there was. Or fine, if there is anything on it, not anything on it yet. Wait, maybe, I think, okay, no, I'm trying to remember. I think it puts something on there later as you bust these boxes. Because you have to bust the boxes in order to put the gears down to give you a way to get ahead. And also to go back. I know you got there as far as that platform. I don't remember doing anything. I guess we'll see as you go along.
Whoops.
Oh. I was like, wait a sec, what happened? Like, okay, there you go. Nice save.
Okay, now I'm facing the right direction. Now I just need to wait to line back up. Yay!
And when you hit them all, they start spinning. So, but not too fast. It's not like some of the other things you've had where it's kind of hard to adjust yourself. Here, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
The feasibly, yeah, this game is now taking mercy on you a little bit.
Yeah. This really isn't too bad here.
No, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's nothing there. It feels like there should be something on that platform,
Right, yeah.
but there isn't, and that kind of drives me nuts in a way.
I mean, I don't know, do you want me to also look at the guide to see if there is something there just to get an idea? Fine, when you get through this, I can take a look.
In a bit.
Okay. Just because it's kind of curious, I'm kind of curious myself, saying, wait a second, is that actually anything over there? Or maybe it just looks like it is. Sometimes that happens as well. What's up?
Still no Gobbos.
Yeah, that's the question, I guess. Unless, I don't know, do you want me to look back and see if there's any we missed?
After I get through the, I want to at least get to the end of the stage and figure out if I can even. Oh wait, yeah, there are a few here.
Yeah, a couple there, I know that.
Whoops. Oh. Wait. Blind backwards jump.
There you go, good job getting that. Here rolls in Gemini 96. So good to see you tonight for next part of Croc, part 5. Getting maced. But yeah, for 65 lives should be fine. Yeah, we're doing cleanup on the game. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go into more on Croc. And now that we have the HD version that they showed the footage of, what you're thinking of what you're seeing on that, or anything else you got game-wise. So good to see you for the show tonight as we're going. Basically, we're doing as much of the cleanup as we can. She might be doing stuff as far as off-screen before we get to the finale, which is beginning of the finale next month.
I cannot remember.
At the beginning of November, I should say. Sorry. Yeah, it's very tight to get through that. Yeah, we're at Tower Power, by the way, going through this.
Yeah.
It's either that or I guess as soon as it swings backwards, I guess as soon as it's out of your view, just jump and run. But even that is going to be tight. I have looked up, you can make it that way, but you have to be perfect. Or do it that way. As you're fitting with the Poochie rolling in case goes fine. We're talking Yoshi's Island as far as it tonight, and that is... Yeah, that is the game Poochie made his debut in. Alright, that was perfect. There's one of them. Yeah, welcome back to the dungeon. But by the way, there was a glitch I saw when I looked back on the footage on this, which is... I think it's only in this version where when you went to try and attack him, the audio went scratchy. And it wasn't an issue with, like, mic or anything, or the disc, I don't think. Because I think I looked at other footage of this, and I think it was going that way on it for Saturn as well. But on PlayStation, it wasn't. So if you go over there and hit him, because I know you have to hit all the buttons feasibly to get that going, it will, it might do it again. Let's wait a minute. Oh, right, you have to hit the switches in order to open each of those cages. Remember how you said, like, how do we open those cages? That's how. And you can only have one open at a time. Oh, there's a Gobbo. There you go, nice pound on him.
Actually wasn't intending to attack there, but...
Yeah, it ended up working out. Right, so I think there are going to be 3 Gobbos in here at least.
enough.
Yeah, definitely so.
And it does seem like those things don't respawn.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't notice that until you just mentioned that.
But I'm not hearing any respawn sound effects.
Yeah, and the only time they don't respawn is when you're in their area of damage. Okay. Yeah, I do know. As far as
I also missed a gem.
Okay, I do know which one you missed because actually it's one I know we showed. Actually, wait a second. Go back to the door again. I want to say something. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of going purple on the side. Actually, you're seeing that. It looks like its lighting is changing as you're moving alongside it. I don't know if I've seen it with any
The
other
lighting
ones.
engine can be a little weird.
But even then, I don't remember seeing the other levels. Yeah, to go into that, you have shown the gold, the gem for this one, for the red one. It's the first room, which actually has a gobbo, and then how many gobbos did you get here?
I think I got 4.
You got 4.
So we know where all of them are now.
Right.
If that's the case.
That's right. Cause the first one is in the first room. I don't know if you want to go back and do it.
Not right now.
Okay, that's fine. She can do that.
But I believe I've technically
She has shown it.
located it on stream.
You have, yes. You have shown it. Yeah, basically what we're going to do is we're going to show off as far as what it is, and she'll feasibly either do it off screen or on her own case of it. And for that reason, actually, question. Fine, I guess we'll do Dungeon to Fright. That's the next one you have them all in, right?
The remaining, the 2 remaining before the gem door that I have to get are mini games that I absolutely suck at.
Uh-huh.
So I'm skipping that for now.
So fine, go to the one you really like as far as it, which is Panic at Platform Pizza Lair. Yeah, have fun with this one because I know this is one of your favorite levels in the game.
Yeah.
And rightly so. I like what I'm seeing for sure, but. Right, because the only ones you haven't shown tonight are fine for 4-3 for Dungeon to Frights, and then just 1-3 and 2-2. That's really about it. So okay, fine. Let me put this to you this way. How do you want me to handle edit on this? Do you think that
I think it's probably best to just do tonight, like do the YouTube video for this as if it were a normal show video.
Okay.
And eventually we'll get all the cleanup together.
Okay.
How's that sound?
That'll work. Because I was saying, how do you want to handle that? Because basically, just to give you an idea, again, before she goes in here, or if you want to go in here and do this while I say this, feel free. She did off-screen stuff on her own Twitch site. That video is saved as far as her, and I'll have access to it as well for the purpose when we edit. But she cleaned up most of Worlds 1 and 2. She cleaned up a good amount of World 3, except for the fact that, in that sense, she got more Gobbos. Just the case that every single one of those, except one of them you already finished, has a ghost chase that all of them except, all of them, the ghost chase, the ghost got the key, and you have to restart doing them specifically. But Worlds 1 and 2 are mostly done with a couple exceptions. She has footage of that. We'll feasibly have that footage coming later. And then I guess, I don't know, other stuff you're going to stream as well for the stuff that we haven't finished now, or we want to do that off screen next time.
I think any time that I work on it and record it is also a time that I'll stream it, just for practice. Okay. Just, for streaming practice.
Sure, no problem. Okay.
Not that it needs practice per se, but, I mean, I can kind of figure out my own style for that.
Fair enough. And I guess also the question then is that... since next part of this is going to be on November 2nd, and I can't move that, it's going to have to be then. If that's not enough time to get everything unlocked, how do you want to handle that? Because since we've shown a lot, you've shown everything basically. I don't know. Is it one of those cases you might want to...
Yeah, so...
What are you thinking?
Here's what I'm thinking. If I don't have all of the mini-game Gobbos obtained by next time, we'll have a backup game planned.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that game will be at this point.
Okay.
But I'll let you know before it gets to that point. So I think I'll probably know whether I'll have everything done long before you get to the stream before the one that I'll be on.
Right, so that's basically going to be on the October 26th when you Splatterhouse.
Yeah. So,
And in that case, then, if that's the case, because fine, it's either going to be whatever she wants to do feasibly. I guess either can be you doing one part, or you'd be okay with pushing back the next part of until February, because unfortunately she's going to have to go further
fine by
for
me.
that one.
That's fine by me.
Or case of, like, fine, if it's... So, okay, it's three things. Either she'll get everything set and we have finale showing off the rest of the hidden world and the hidden levels on each world next time. She does the off-screen recording and she has a backup game. Or... Yeah, I don't know.
I think...
I don't know.
Basically, let's... I think we should probably post the whole cleanup set of stuff. As kind of a lead-in to when I'm actually ready to do the finale.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted that before or after.
Yeah, I think the best way to do this is for me to get all of the cleanup stuff together.
Okay.
Which means all of the minigame Gobbos as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and if we have to push this back to February as far as it will do that, because I said, unfortunately, the way the schedule's working, I don't have any openings specifically, and unfortunately, January's all taken because I don't have a viewer request set for January, and I have to have a viewer request for January. Feasibly, Edwak's taking precedence over you potentially because
that's fine.
I'm gonna feasibly fine if he's able to do Smart Ball at that point, we'll do that. If not, I'll pull something else off the master list because the other stuff I have for that are. I have two games I'm running specifically. I'll have Tomba still going, which is starting in November. I'll have Shenmue, which will still be going, and then I'm gonna have the GameCube preview disc.
Yeah, I just really want to be able to properly show the. I mean, not that I know what the bonus stages are going to look. Not that I know what the extra stages are going to look like yet. But
I don't either.
But I really want to have the next time we have Croc on Super Old Game Saturday be the finale.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Because otherwise, we're just gonna keep throwing ourselves at a wall, I think.
Sure, fair enough. That's idea. Like, fine. So she's playing the game. That's why I'm asking the questions on this. And also, I guess the idea of okay, fine. I'll also say this. She was, I think, getting the point of saying this. I'm not going to reveal this specifically yet. She was saying, hey, as a stress relieving case, she was saying specifically she was thinking for tonight's show, potentially tossing something else in as a preview. I don't know if you want to do what you're thinking as far as that preview as that game if you don't... Nice catch. If you don't end up being set for the finale of Croc on November 2nd.
Yeah,
if that's your thought, because fine, if it's going to be more than one part, we'd have to push that into next year anyway.
Yeah, I think for tonight it's strictly just going to be a preview.
If you're going to still do it, or fine, if you don't want to do it and say like, fine, we do that on November 2nd instead, we can tell them later in the show what it is.
Yeah.
Whether we show it or not, or we don't, that's your choice too. We can feasibly do it on November 2nd as far as the show itself, or we can preview it tonight, or feasibly both if it's the case that that's what you want to do, or if you have something else feasibly you think, hey, we can do that show that you want to do.
Yeah. I think I'm going to leave it up in the air for what the backup game will be.
Okay. All right.
Just until I'm like, I don't think I'm even going to figure out a backup game unless I don't think I'll be able to get all the get all the Gobbos before the November one.
Okay, that's fine. As I said, just let me know as far as what it is, so at least if you pick something as far as another game for that, I'll be able to get notes ready for it.
Sure.
It's fine. I did take some very brief notes, potentially, if we might be showing as far as this later, which I guess we will, because fine, we're going to be at a little over 3 hours now. We have, as far as the stage you haven't shown, you have 1, 2... the one in here, Dungeons of Fright, is not going to be long. And then 2 more as far as the mini games, I guess, of 1, 3, and 2, 2, and then the glitch of 2, 3 you want to show. It's fine. She did do 2, 3 specifically by this. She was able to bypass the aspect of that. But that would feasibly be all she has as far as the show night. And there's Butterfly, which... Alright, the Butterfly is when you've gotten the item of like a Gobbo or something
that was
out of the box.
That one was a colored gem. That one was a colored gem.
Or a colored gem, yeah, good point. Alright, so yeah, I just want to make sure that, because that's also a question I was thinking, like, wait a second, how do you want to handle this? Fine, so since she's controlling it, she has the final say on how does she want to handle it. I'll go the way she wants to, or whoever's in guess, because they're the one playing it. They know it better than I do that way.
I think I'll let you know probably 2 weeks before.
Okay, that's fine.
Because if I haven't managed to get all of them by that point, I think it's unlikely that I'll have them in time for the stream.
Fair enough. I mean, fine. I've been there too as well when it's come to prepping for stuff. Like, hey, we're gonna be able to manage this for show, and then also like keep going as far as certain things. That was me with Tekken 3 when I do unlocks and stuff. I did eventually do that, but I gave myself a couple months to do that. There's over sometimes like, hey, I had to manage coming back to shows for certain things. Like, could I do that? Could I not? Like Game Dev Tycoon, which we did finish last week. I initially was not set for doing that as it was when I initially thought, like, hey, actually after the last part of this, or no, third part of this, I should say. But it was after the last part of this we did do that. We did go back. But at that point, it's like, yeah, how am I handling this and what I want to do? So I get that idea, so yeah, no problem with that way. And of course, we'll go into full schedule and what this is looking like for it. Because fine, technically in 2 weeks, the game we're playing is up in the air. I'll explain, even though I said what it is, I'll explain why when we get it later. But yeah, you get the joys that are platform Pete. Or platforming Pete.
Yeah, I seriously love this stage.
Yeah, go hit us as far as board you want to go on to about why.
I mean, I'm already a fan of rhythm games.
Mm-hmm.
In a general sense.
Yeah.
And this stage is kind of a take on that concept, in my opinion.
Right, I get that. Well, he's just fitting that came up because fine. Last night I was telling you about a Hello Kitty Happiness Parade for Switch. It's on a bunch of other systems, but wait, is it not? No. I think it's only on Switch. No, it's mobile and it's on Switch. I think Switch is the only console port. It was $2 on the eShop for a while, and Edwack said, what is this game? I bought it on a whim. But it's a really cool music rhythm game, and I learned last night something I never saw when it came to the Rocket Knight Adventures Respark, when we get a preview to it here, and that was, like, the charge bar for Sparkster got frozen into the Switch menu or the Switch home screen for some reason. She saw it last night. I put it in front of her. I was like, wait, what's going on? You got stuck on this. Like, what happened? He said, why don't you turn off the console and turn it on again? I was like, okay, let's do that. Nice jump there, by the way, of course. But I said, okay, let's give that a shot. I did. It didn't get rid of it. It's like, uh-oh. Did something go on with this? And I was playing in portable mode, so like, wait a second, is there something wrong with that? I'm gonna have that on my way the whole way.
I bumped the turnaround button.
Alright. But then, as I said, like, Hello Kitty the Rescue, because I booted up Hello Kitty Happiness Parade, and I don't know why, that game fixed it. Because I tried other games, I put in the Castlevania Dominance Collection, that didn't do it. I think I booted something else up and it didn't happen either. What's up?
I need to plug in my laptop.
Oh, right, because it's dying. Yeah, I've been there before as far as what that is. Because fine, the idea is that she has the view of the chat as well on her end. So that, yeah, she doesn't miss anything either.
Yeah, but I do, and I'm not sure if you can hear this, but I do keep an eye on the chat.
Sure, no, I get that. Fine, you were the one who read out part of what Edwack was saying specifically as well, so that, fair enough. Fine, yeah, and the only reason I do that, by the way, for the purpose of the show is because, fine, maybe I should be doing this, but I'm like, whatever, I don't care to this specifically, as far as saying, oh, it needs to be this strict on it. I will read what the chat says out because I don't have the chat stuff coming up when I do the edits. Feasibly I should, but it's also the kind of thing, fine, if there's stuff that's coming up that I'm not comfortable as far as a case of that I'm just going to feasibly ignore. Or when it comes sometimes to bots that we sometimes have, as far as Twitch is concerned, like we had tonight, I'm like, okay. Actually, wait, you didn't. Yeah, you didn't see that. Okay, fine, you didn't see the bot case on that. But anyway, if you have something like that, yeah, I don't have to feasibly acknowledge it. My point is that's why I'll read it out also, because like, hey, you know what, I'll give indication to whatever chat's saying, because hey, we sometimes will go and stuff, and it also makes sense then we say, hey, like, as an example, Edwack was saying what was in the other box in the elephant when you had it, which is like, fine, the other one had the other Gobbo. So at that point, then they can answer that. Or fine, I can answer it, she can answer it, anybody who's in the show can answer it too, or have first crack when it comes to them controlling. Or seeing, of course, fine, sometimes I'll put the pictures in, like, hey, you know, see Gemini 96 rolling in his poochie, so like, fine, makes sense to show that as an example, or some other stuff too. You're right about being in rhythm with platform Pete. It is a unique thing as far as a platformer, as far as like, hey, you know, a rhythm platformer.
Yeah, like, it's weirdly rhythm game-like, and
Yeah.
I love that.
I said, I'm trying to think of platforming games that have like a rhythm mechanic to them like this. I think there's something, not exactly a platform game. I think God of War 3 had something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. I haven't played much of God of War 3 myself. And because of the nudity, we can't show it live on the show, unfortunately. But if we do, but of course we can do it off screen, and then I'll just edit out the nudity as it is. Fine, there's a game in our listed showcase that's fine. The way we're showing it, I can show it on the show the way we're going to show it, but I cannot play the full game for the very reason. But as far as the thing I'm going to show in a few months, I will be able to. But as far as other stuff with platform, then let me think about that. I guess where rhythm plays a part in it. Because you could feasibly say, like, would a game like you ever play Sonic Advance 2?
No.
Because in Sonic Advance 2, there's the music plant, but that's a level that's themed after music as opposed to the rhythm of the level being a part of what you have to do. And even Rise Star, which sort of does something like that, or fine, I'm pretty sure when they made Sonic Advance 2, they looked at Rise Star, because there's certain things with animations from Rise Star that they took directly from that. Even that, you're basically building stuff with the music in the background, saying, hey, you know, toss metronomes out of the birds and it adds extra layers to the song, but not that it's making it rhythmically that you have to do jumps in a sequence that way. As far as 3D stuff, I can't think of much else either that's doing that. Now, the Banjo games I'm thinking of, Donkey Kong 64, I can't think of a case of something like that. Or anything else. Yeah, this is pretty unique that way.
Bingo.
Good job. I think maybe the only case of like rhythm game like elements, I think in anything Argonaut's made. At least I think so. Unless it's a game they've made that maybe my memory will be jogged looking at. I may as well give a look at that just because I'm curious. Fine, this is our celebration of Argonaut again, and next week is too. I may as well. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing much of what they've made. Unless there's something in a game of theirs that, like this one, is part of. Maybe Croc 2. I don't know. Maybe.
Whoops. I fell.
I don't think the game based on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone had anything like that I'm aware of. Because they made the version of that on the PlayStation. iNinja doesn't have stuff like I mentioned iNinja before, but I don't think iNinja has anything like that as far as I'm aware. The game we're playing next week doesn't have anything like that. Yeah, this might be it. Yeah, so in that case, it makes it really unique as far as even Argonaut stuff. Fine. The other one, fine. Okay, this is not that it has a rhythm element to it. It's just fine. I'm thinking the music of the intro. Buck Bumble, which is on Nintendo 64, which I know Edwak in chat, he has familiarity with that game. I know he does. And it's something that that's a weird one as far as that music. It's like this kind of European rap as far as the intro of it. Because it's a fight game of sorts in 3D where you're basically this bee, like shooting at people. It's strange, but I've also heard it's very... Game of the Year after this game did. Seen as one of the more underrated games on the N64, and one actually I've never played. I don't know if you've ever played it, but it seems interesting. And every time I mention this to people, people's like, what the fuck is this? Like, I don't know either, but I've heard it's pretty interesting. Then again, it came out right when Ocarina of Time came out, so I guess at that point... In fact, like Glover, I guess, as well, not an Argonaut joint, but still a case of a game like that that's an original property coming out against the big Zelda game as far as that. It's like, uh-oh. But people do remember both of those as far as Glover and Buck Bumble, and especially this one.
It's so easy to do the wrong movement on this stage, but not in a bad way. Like, it's not the stage being cheap. Right.
It's not the ghosts, it's not the minigames. So right there, that's... So this is a game of a perspective when you really think about it, in terms of the challenges you're doing. So it's the case, fine. Those things are frustrating for the reasons they have. This one is, you just have to be on your game, that precision of it, but it's very satisfying when you get it. Whoa! Like that. Oh, not like that. It was almost like that.
Almost.
Right.
This stage has just some fantastic progression.
Yeah, it's ingenious.
Whoops.
Actually, what was in the box over there?
My timing was bad anyway, on that one. But I don't know what's in the box.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see as far as that. Actually, I gotta be honest with you. Thinking back more since we did the last part when we first saw this, in its way, this might be one of the most ingenious sections of any 3D platformer I can think of that era. Because in some ways it's so different from so many of the other things, and as you mentioned, the rhythm aspect of it, but also the case of that precision. It is almost, in a way, to me, of what I've just looked at it here for, it almost feels like that precision you get out of, some of those really specific 2D platformers of, like, the NES or the Genesis and the Super Nintendo that are done in 3D. Fine, that was always the idea as far as, like, when you go to 3D, can you get a game like that?
I overshot.
That's that precise, but I think with Croc you get that.
Yeah, like, this, apart from technically being in 3 directions, this feels like the type of precision needed in a 2D platform.
Right, which is not
platformer.
Which is feasibly not to say that other ones like, I don't know, I guess like Mario or so the ones that went 3D like Mario and Sonic and things like that. What happened? Wait, hold on, because you died before it turned over.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure what happened.
So wait, did it turn the hitbox for the spike on as soon as he flipped it?
Maybe it did. I'm not completely sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just saying, it's not that you don't have that out of some of the other games, but I think the way this game does it. I mean, fine, with Mario, as an example, Mario's case was fine. Unless you count Super Mario 3D World, and 3D Land to a certain extent as far as it, whenever they did like a 3D Mario platforming game, it kind of went more of as far as a collect-a-thon as opposed to the way that the other ones were about platform challenges. Not they didn't have them, but the focus was more about, hey, getting the Power Stars, or the Shine Sprites, or whatever it is as far as what you're getting, or the moons in Super Mario Odyssey, as an example as well. Whoa. Nice. But this one, as I said, for this, it feels like it is that specific element of platforming that way, and because of the way this is designed, the way that's dovetailing with that idea, too.
Yeah. You know, I think all of the Gobbos are hidden behind the gem door.
I think you're right. Oh, you are right, because I think we saw that, we got that sense, because we got to the end of this, and like there were no Gobbos. But it's like, hey, the idea of like, just getting the gems. Which I guess, see, that would also be brilliant too, because, hey, you know, every other level has been, you know, you catch them as you go along. But this one's like, fine, right before you find Baron Dante, you're basically getting the stash. You're like, yeah, fine, these are where they all are hidden out. Then you have to find King Gobbo as far as going to the final boss. Especially the remix here where they have that piano going on in between. I love that. There you go, straight.
Whoops. Still a fantastic implementation of effectively a rhythm-based system.
Yeah. Remember, you do have to go straight from there. You can wait for it to go straight. But still, that idea, you're right. Understanding it, but sometimes it's also the case that, fair enough, looking around, saying, like, wait, I probably have to go this way. Which you do kind of love that idea that, hey, you know, you kind of have to think ahead a little bit of the game this way, and it's kind of giving you that idea. And also, like, the look of him. He just seems pretty simple with his hammer, but it's still something that, yeah, you kind of remember him. Even after just seeing him once. Take you up always, I think it will.
Yeah, this is kind of a checkpoint, except not.
Well, it's a breathing area at least.
Yeah.
It's good they give you this specifically, but it's also a case that, yeah, this is what I think we were saying when we said about, you know, the idea like, whereas it may be fair and unfair, although honestly, I tell you, I think this level is entirely fair as far as everything they're giving you.
Like, I see no unfairness whatsoever in this level. It's purely skill.
Right.
The only room that I would say has really should be potentially seen as unfair is that one that that just has those 3-block-long platforms that are where the timing is so incredibly tight.
Yeah, that's the idea. In fact, in some ways, that might be one of the hardest rooms in the level of what I've seen. Fine, I haven't even played this part of the game yet.
Yeah, like I would definitely say it's the hardest room in the level.
Okay.
And it's because of how tight the timing is. Like, this room looks scary, but it's not too bad. If that makes sense.
No, it does. It makes total sense. No question.
I've said this before, but I'm pretty sure I've said this before, but I love the way he just kind of follows.
Yeah, which is unique too. You think like, oh, it's just gonna be off the side, but he's kind of coming up with you.
Yeah, and you never directly interact with him.
Right.
He's always out of reach.
Mm-hmm.
But it to me it feels like it feels more like he's playing a game with Croc.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting insight, and I think a valid one to say. Like, hey, he sees that you're almost there, so he's like, fine, let me handle this stuff with platforms with him. But then the idea, like, then you kind of have to think that as well,
Yeah.
I mean, fine, we can't say enough about this level, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're saying, really, above anything else, as we're going in here. And fine, we're gonna find all the Gobbos are gonna be in here. They have to all be in here. In this case, yeah, they're all in boxes. Yeah, they're all in boxes. They still fine. No ghosts, no mini games, just more platform challenges with a platform repeat and Gobbos in boxes. So yeah, fine. Fitting feasibly as far as this with Nocturne saying like, fine. When it comes to the levels, this is the one you're getting all the Gobbos out of for the show tonight. Like, it should be this one, no question.
Yeah.
But
I mean. We'll see.
Okay, well, no, I was saying, but no, I was gonna say, but you do have to kind of make those platforms going around as far as the aspects. And fine, Platform Pete is he even in this room?
He's gotta be.
We'll find him feasibly.
Oh,
whoa.
Oops. Okay. I think that's probably the play, though. So I'm already facing in the correct direction.
Right.
Oops. I don't mind doing this stage again if I end up losing all my lives.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think anybody does. But Chad, what are your takes on Platform Pete if you've played this game before and gotten this far? Plus, I don't know, do you have to go the other way perhaps? Well, no, wait. No, you made that jump before, so yeah, you can do that.
Oops, that was my accidental input. Whoop. Just a tiny bit too early on that one.
That means I think the one on the left is a bit shorter if you want to try that too. I know you made that before. Wait, you made it from here or you made it from this platform?
I made it from that center platform.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, you did. You barely made it, but yeah, you made it and you can make it.
And I don't think there's actually a difference in spacing.
You don't think so?
I mean, there might be.
That one looks like it's a little closer by a slight amount. So I think you also feasibly can make that jump from here, I think.
Maybe. Okay. There's a Gobbo.
Yeah,
he
he's not.
is not in this room. At least he's not visible. I'm still going to be breaking the boxes, but that's to make the platforming itself easier.
Sure, makes sense.
I think a little bit of lag ate that input.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. I think I see how this is supposed to go. I don't like it at all. Actually, I'm going to try something.
Come in here and then, oh, that's smart. Perfect, okay.
Which also means that's probably the play from the start of this room too.
Potentially. But actually, if that's the case, that'll make it easy just to go through and get through with this after you've gotten all of them. Nice catch. There you go, so that's 5.
So, I'm actually going to jump.
And then go that way to get that. I gotcha. And here's another thing I also thought about this, which is, if you get all the Gobbos, you can feasibly go out the door and hit the gong, I think.
Actually, I think you're right.
I guess before you hit the gong, though, just press start and just make sure that it shows you all 6. Unless for some reason... Okay, good.
6.
Alright, there you go. Then run over and hit the gong. Good job.
Cheese!
Awesome.
Cheese strats!
A little bit, so like, you just wanted to go the whole way. But fine, you found your way around Platform Pete, and yeah, all 6. There you go. That is a completion on that, and good job. And more of our love of Platform Pete, so that's done. And it deserves to be that... It had to be that one. Of all the ones you've done so far, you have to get all the Gobbos on. It had to be that one.
Yeah,
it absolutely had to be.
Though, for the cleanup compilation, I do want to have a proper run of that bonus room.
Sure, if you want to do that, go ahead.
I definitely think I'm going to re-record that stage myself.
Okay, so with that done, then the 3 levels you have left that you haven't shown are 1, 3, 2, 2, 4, 3, and the glitch of 2, 3.
Yeah, well, those are all mini game Gobbos.
And we have shown them, so in that case, you want to show off 2, 3, the glitch there.
Yeah.
And I guess it's your choice as far as if you want to end the show then and there, or do you want to give the preview of the thing you wanted to potentially preview?
think it would be fun to go into the preview.
Okay.
I mean, I know...
That's fine. No, it's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying what it is yet, but yeah, in the meantime, we'll... okay, so then in that case, that's the idea of what it is. So next, we will show off... it is on Riot Burr. That is where she's going. That is 2-3. In this case, Nocturne, take it away on this one, because she's the one who found this. Yeah. I did not.
So, yeah, I had lost track of how much of where I was in the stage on my when I initially triggered this glitch.
Yes.
You know, I'll let the level speak for itself.
Okay, but yeah, feel free to just explain whatever you want.
Alright.
You are in a nice winter wonderland once again.
Alright.
Yeah, because she's going and collecting Gobbos, all is fine and good, and we're going to swim in the water. Yeah, she's running away from them, because that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, there's nothing down there except for normal gems anyway.
Yeah, true enough.
Like, unless you're going for getting every single gem on the stage, which does absolutely nothing anyway, except for maybe earning you a few extra lives.
Well, yeah, I mean, because if you do have enough gems, they go in your bank, and if you have 100 of them, they will give you an extra life. But alright, fine.
Yeah. Okay, so let me break this guy.
Yeah.
Take note of where the box started in this room.
Right. Also remember the fact that the Gobbos love to play. That's the idea of the context, I think, of this specifically.
Yep. But yeah, take note of where the box started.
Okay. I also have an edit up there saying, Captain D-Trag in the chat will remember that.
Now we're gonna go through this room like normal.
Okay.
Whoops.
Oh, you went right through that. Like, did you ever see yourself clipping through that?
Croc does weird things when he falls onto a damaging surface.
So I take that as a yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of weird things.
Have you seen that?
My point is, I don't remember.
Okay. Fine. In that case, also, if he's quoting The Simpsons saying, did you see, an old guy being chased by a bunch of hooligans? Ma'am, I see a lot of things happening. And chased somewhere? Ma'am, I see a lot of things happening each day. You see that? Yes. He points to the zoo, which is where they went.
Got that key.
gold key and...
Gobbo.
Yeah, the Gobbo in the box and the blue gem.
Yeah, now, I don't have enough lives to actually get through the bonus room in this, like, the gem door room.
Right.
On this run, but, we got, like, I only have 8 lives left right now.
Right.
But I will at least show what the bonus room is.
Sure, yeah. Because the thing is, she's gotten all the Gobbos here, and you're like, wait a second, hold on. You're saying she wants to show the bonus room. Why is that? I'll stay tuned.
Skipping that guy.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah, we're definitely skipping that guy, that's for sure. Okay, so what happens? There's another Gobbo there.
Yeah. Yeah. So this guy spawns twice.
Yeah. Yeah, you found that specifically as far as your off-screen stuff, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, basically, you can keep coming here, apparently, from what I've read, and you can keep doing this as much as you want. So, yeah, if you want to have 6 Gobbos here, just keep doing this. She's at 5. She's done. She doesn't have to do anything, but you can keep going. You can keep getting more Gobbos. And also to answer your question when you streamed this before, saying, can you get a 7th? Yes. The answer is yes. Also, the other thing is that if you, you can do it also in, Darkness Descends and So the Adventure Begins, apparently. I don't know if they're... Fine, some of them are saying, based upon the link I have here, which is I put in the chat window, as it was earlier, you're able to... fine, you can basically just repeat this in order to get, more than 6 Gobbos.
Do you know if that causes any glitches?
Fine, I'm looking as far as what it is saying, let's see,
I mean, getting more than 6, I mean...
So, Croc getting more than, not just 7, each time a symbol from the game would appear, as well as the alphabet crystals, which is cycling through textures until it starts to show textures being corrupted. So yes, it'll corrupt textures as far as what the video is. I'll have this in the link list as is, along with, you know, the Twitch window I had. It's also possible if you go to Darkness Descends, go to the well, click the Gobbo into the box there, return the world overworld, then jump into the lava, then return to the mystery box again. The Gobbo stands there, is ready to be collected, and you can keep doing that as it is. So yeah, you can do it in at least 3 levels. So, yeah, there you go. So yeah, if you're like, hey, I don't... Actually, wait. Yeah, it's not one of the minigames as far as this one. This is just one of the rooms at the end of it. Fine, you're good. Oh, right. Oh, you're here already. Shit. Okay, I didn't know you were already here.
It's not a long stage.
Okay.
It just becomes a little bit long because I go through the loop an extra time.
Right.
So,
yeah, this is what you have to do specifically to go through this.
So yeah, this room, you have to go across all of those platforms with 3 rotating platforms, the ones on the ends and the one in the middle.
Uh-huh.
And I believe the 2 platforms that aren't rotating are cracked.
Right,
and
so they will bust.
The same is true on the other side, except you have small, or rather, you have the rotating platforms, and then you're jumping to little platforms in between them.
Do we know if those... Actually, wait. Turn the camera to the right a second. I want to see something. It's fine. The ones you have here that break in between... I don't know. Do those look the same as the other ones? Also fine, because it's a distance case. I don't know.
Those are normal platforms.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Normal-sized platforms, but those are small platforms.
Yeah, right. They're smaller than this.
So you have to get across all of this.
I guess break the box.
I think you do need to break the box. I think there's a key in the box.
Oh, and then the Gobbos in the cage at the end.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
And then the Gobbo is right over there, or maybe the Gobbo's in that crate. I don't remember.
It might be there.
I don't know.
Actually, no, fine. Let me check since I have a guide up on this one. Let me just check. Since fine, we're looking at it right here. Let me see. Just the definitive answer.
But yeah, like this gem door room. I am very glad that that glitch is present on this stage, because this room is hard.
Right.
I tried it.
Right.
You saw me go through this dozens of times.
Right. No, I get that. Actually, just to answer your question, yeah, that box at the end, you do have to go through the whole thing. That box over there does have the Gobbo in it.
Yeah.
So you do have to go through the whole thing, hit that, and then hit the gun.
Yeah.
But if you do what she just showed, you can say, hey, you know what? Screw this, I don't have to do it, and you can just exit. But if you do go get that, it does count as more than 6 Gobbos. But it does still register the fact that, you have 6 as far as that, which is why she had that.
Yeah, so I don't need to do this. Well, I mean, I've registered 6 Gobbos on this stage anyway.
Do you want to get one more try to see if you do it on your first try?
Yeah, we'll try.
Also, I just noticed his animation. He starts shivering. I don't think I've noticed that since now.
I've seen him do it before.
Fine. Let me phrase that. I don't think we've seen it since we've started the play. But fine. I know you saw it probably off screen. You did this one a lot. Right there he is.
Oops. Okay, that try doesn't count.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, shit.
Almost had it. You were at a good rhythm going. And the platforms are not icy, it's worth pointing out. Fine, this area is, but fine, the platforms themselves are not.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the platforms in this world are like that. And you saved before you came in here, right?
I didn't save before coming into this.
Into this level, I should say.
I didn't save before coming into this level, but I did save after doing 4-6.
Okay. I just want to make sure that, what you did as far as platform Pete is recorded.
Yeah.
As far as what's in that box, I don't know, because actually I didn't
remember.
Gems. So fine, you can take some hits. If the enemies come back. Or say screw it and just make the jump anyway. Almost.
But yeah, those little platforms are a pain.
Is that how far you got last time?
No, I wasn't.
When you were showing us?
I almost. So when I was doing my practice, the farthest I got, when I was doing my cleanup attempt, I got all the way to the jump to that last small platform.
Right.
But I didn't land on the platform.
Okay.
So I've basically almost done it.
Okay.
And I have that recorded.
Awesome. And you'll see that later. That's going to come in the coming months as far as on the YouTube site, just to let you know.
I probably will eventually get do this bonus room for the cleanup. For the cleanup compilation.
I mean, you showed it. We did say the Gobbos in there, so it's your choice.
I kind of want to.
Okay.
I kind of want to have every Gobbo in the game obtained on screen.
Okay. All right. Fair enough that way.
So even if it's in my cleanup thing.
Fair enough. No, I get that.
So I will eventually get this one. Just it might be a while. Although I bet this is still going to be easier than those mini games.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Definitely so. I would think. Or the ghosts. Fine. This is feasibly easier than the ghosts. I think is fine. At least you're not on a time thing. You think this isn't easier than the ghosts?
I want to say it's on par.
Okay.
Just those the combination of rotating platforms and small platforms on the other side is brutal.
Right.
It really is brutal.
And this is the second world doing this, by the way. It's worth pointing out.
Yeah.
So looking at this, I'd say fine. I'd probably take this over the ghosts or the minigames.
I would do a coin flip for between this one and the ghosts.
Okay.
On my opinion.
Fair enough. Fine. Since you played it, it makes sense. Although fine, at least there's only one level like this, whereas in the other ones, every one has ghosts on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way. So there you go. That is the idea of it. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you want to show before we show off what else we got. Right.
And since I've already collected 6 on this level, there's no reason to save.
Yeah. Probably not. Okay. So when we come back to Croc, I said it might be on November 2nd. If it's not, we'll be back to it next year in February. I'll make sure that we're going to have a February part locked in for that. But as far as our show, we're not quite done.
I'm
not sure something else set. What's up?
I'm not going to save exactly. I'm just double checking to. Oh wait.
It did take for when you got full Gobbo.
Yes. So there is one thing I just want to show.
What's that?
Or technically 2 things. First off, okay, yeah, we definitely saved after 4-6 because I went into 4-6 with a lot more than 11 lives.
Right, yeah.
So I just want to show the fact that we do have 2 of the bonus levels unlocked now.
Oh, we have 2? Oh, wait, you're right. You're right because we had because that was the last half of World 4 you had, right?
Yep. 1 S2.
So that's the twisty tunnels, but you said you have one in World 6 as well.
This is from these 3.
Yep.
And now we go all the way to the end of World 4.
Right. I get what Ed White was saying it has like a Yoshi's Island look, but I guess also like a Crash Bandicoot look as well. As far as the fact you're kind of going around. As you hit L and R on the controller, you're able to basically keep going across each level.
Alright. Alright, so...
Oh, wait.
One more press.
Oh, here you go. Jailhouse Croc. Okay, there you go. Neat. Yeah, soon enough we'll see the Jailhouse Croc and the other ones. There you go.
However, I will not be entering these levels until we're ready for the finale.
Okay, fair enough. You should select the other ones, and there's another world that goes after. It's also worth pointing out this. Good news to you. There are no Gobbos in any of these levels. That I do know.
You can also tell because there's no Gobbo counter.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Which also the bosses show as far as that, or they don't show. And there's nothing else you have that's 0 on them anyway. So fine. Point is, you've gotten everything set as far as showing the fact of collecting at least 1 Gobbo.
But yeah, I just noticed myself that there's no Gobbo counter on those levels, so...
That's your giveaway. Okay.
So yeah. 4 S2 and 1 S2.
Yeah, they're set, and then the other ones will come about later.
Yeah, that is kind of funny, though, that I have 1 S2 and 4 S2, but none of the others.
Sure, no, I get that, sure. But we'll see them later, that's for sure. Okay, so... And he said we'll also come back to that specifically as far as it. As he said, November 2nd we'll have show. She'll be on show regardless, and it might be the end of this. If not, it'll be in February. We have that, and then we'll have something else on that. But before we end tonight,
yep,
Nocturne wants to show something else off. I think.
Yeah, I thought I would just
do a final save. Wait, hold on.
No, I accidentally clicked on internal memory.
Okay, yeah, because you can save this in the memory card if you have one, or internal memory if you have that set in a good way.
Yeah, just for peace of mind, I'm going to go into the cartridge. There's our files.
Perfect. Okay.
But yeah, so so now we're going to switch games. I also need to switch the memory cartridge.
Also turn this around so you can easily hear what she's saying, just in case you're not.
So yeah, I'm also switching the memory cartridge, so I need to power down the system completely.
That's fine. It's not going to cut feed. Yep. Fine. I found out a couple weeks ago. It technically doesn't matter as far as how it is. So one thing I'm also going to do is I'm also going to change volume for part of something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll also update on the game as far as what it is in Twitch's window.
I know it's not really a great idea to change the memory cartridges too often unless you need to.
Fine, that's because the Saturn is not well designed around it. That's not your fault. That's the Sega's fault. They recommend you don't do that, but fine, she has to because what she put in not a memory card. She put in something else. She put in the Act Replay Plus version 2.02. And for this...
Yep. Start game with no cheats.
Okay. And I have the audio adjusted for what we got to show at the beginning of this. Because I'm going to have to change this a little, and then I'll have to change it a little bit. And also update this. It's not going to show this until I hit done. But yeah, do you want to tell them what it is?
I'm gonna let the game's intro do the talking.
Yeah, definitely so. It is a Capcom joint, so yeah, we're getting a look at Capcom for this. We were talking to them earlier, but yeah, fine. I'm putting what it is now. So yeah, Nocturne. Of course, you get to talk as far as what it is as well.
Yeah. We've got Rockman 8 Metal Heroes on Sega Saturn.
Yes, it is also on PlayStation 1. It's also on the PC. Well, fine, it is on the PC in the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2. And it's also the Mega Man Anniversary Collection on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. Play on the Sega Saturn to find the Japanese version of the Sega Saturn, because it doesn't cost like $800 like the US version does. Although, fine, Chasm22 has been on the show. He's going to be on next year for Suikoden. He does have it on Saturn, specifically himself. But yeah, this is Mega Man 8. It came out... I have the date of this. It actually came in 1996, so I was not aware of this. It came out on December 17th, 1996 in Japan for the PlayStation originally, and then a month later on January 17th for Saturn. The US got it on March 22nd, 1997 for PlayStation 1, and 3 days later on Saturn, specifically. This is the 8th game in the series. The first one went 32-bit, and initially, as far as the US, Sony did not want to release this. Remember, Sony blocked the release of Mega Man Battle and Chase in this country because, I don't know, I'm not sure why. It's a 3D racing game. I know Sony was anti-2D games for a long time there. You can thank the late Bernie Stoller for that. But still, yeah, they didn't have a case of this, but when Sega was getting this, they said, fine, give us something unique. But yeah, Saturn has some unique stuff that is not in the PlayStation version, and this version has never been ported, it's worth pointing out, specifically.
Yeah, like, it's been translated, but the English version is hella expensive.
Yeah. I said if you want to see the English version, Chasm22 said he'd be willing to part with it specifically, and fine, when we get to playing this game for full, she's going to run it, and I might edit in from that.
I forgot. I need to switch back to D-pad control.
Right, I'm like, well, I was showing you earlier, I bought Revolution X, which I can't easily show on the show without turning off the music, because it's all Aerosmith stuff. Along with that being a pretty shoddy port on Saturn, honestly, and everything, That game is a weird glitch where if you have the 3D controller connected for Saturn, you have an analog mode, the game just doesn't boot. Rockman 8 doesn't do that, it just is a case where, yeah, you can't use anything. Alright, so talk, Rockman 8.
We've got, so here on the title menu, we've got just as a little fun thing to start, we've got something called bonus mode.
Yes.
I'm not gonna go in depth until we actually do this game on stream.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a bunch of fun images, like especially in this category.
Yep.
So in order, there's essentially some fan art in this one that well, I'm using fan art kind of broadly here.
Okay.
Because they're not official characters, at least not the official designs.
Right, or ones that feasibly would be a case. I mean, we'll get into that later, because I believe also this is exclusive to the Saturn version. Then again, I might ask you tomorrow, can we go to the PlayStation version she has and see if it's in there? I know for a fact it's not in the collections I have, because the only way I played Mega Man 8 is within the Mega Man Anniversary Collection and the Legacy Collection 2.
Yeah, and this next one is the official artwork for the game, including some actually really cute cheapies.
Sure. Yeah, we'll definitely show that when we get to this, because fine, she was going to play this game for us anyway at some point.
This is your typical music sound test.
Mm-hmm.
And you also get a bunch of the in-game a bunch of the in-game voice clips from like battles and stuff like that.
Yep.
But I'm going to save a lot of that until when we actually do Rockman 8 for this for the show.
Also, to point out, there's an extra thing there that we'll also save for that point as well. Yeah, we're just gonna give you a bit preview of this. Yeah, because we have not. You know, honestly, the last time I played a Mega Man game was with Mega Man X4. And I might feasibly do that again because not that the audio was bad on it, but the case like, hey, it was lower. Maybe you could justify doing that again for some reason. Maybe as a Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance thing. You do have your options for changing controls of shooting, jumping, switching weapons, and what's the fifth one?
This is stereo versus mono.
What as far as the controls, going back to that, because I know there's a switch weapon left and right, jump, and shoot.
So this is the button that will always shoot the Buster, even if you have a special weapon equipped.
Right.
This is whatever your active weapon is.
Okay.
Jump. This is switch weapon in to the left, and switch weapon to the right.
And it is fully customizable as far as that.
And this one, I believe, restores defaults.
Yeah, there you go. If we're showing this off, it's worth pointing out one thing. I'm not going to mute Mike on this unless you want me to. Fine, we will when we play this fully because there's an anime cutscene that's voiced that doesn't have subtitles. But for now,
for now,
this is a preview. We don't necessarily have to unless you want me to.
Yeah, we can talk.
Okay, fair enough. We will mute this, and also, as we're pointing out when we get to this as well, we are not going to ignore the English voice acting as much as she wants me to.
Well,
I'm saying sorry.
I really just don't want to do the English voice acting while we're not gonna.
Well, we're not. Well, as I said, remember when we do this, I'm going to be muting. My point is that we're acknowledging it whether she'll exit or not at some point because I'll be editing in the English voice dialogue here after this when we do this for a full show. Yeah. But for this, I get it with Mega Man X4. But outside of that, we show off as far as it. So Nocturne, take us away on this one, and also your memories on Mega Man 8 because I think they're more story than mine are.
Yeah. So. Mega Man 8 was my first real gameplay exposure to the Mega Man series.
Okay.
Although my first time playing it was like over at a friend's house when I was little, and I did eventually get through the intro stage, I think. But I didn't really own any version of the game until the Mega Man Anniversary Collection came out on PlayStation 2.
Which was in 2004. I don't know if you got it when it came out like I did.
I'm pretty sure I got it at least close to release.
I got it day one. I know for a fact I got that one day one, which is my first time playing it. Also, I will have flashlight warnings, by the way, across this as far as it just because.
Yeah. And, but even though I only got to play it a little bit, it really stuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I was also already a fan of the Ruby Spears cartoon.
Sure, yeah.
So, I mean, I got to play Mega Man 8, and then it was some number of years before I actually got to play another Mega Man game. I don't remember exactly how long, but then, I think the next Mega Man game I ever got to play was actually Mega Man X4.
For the PlayStation,
yeah,
yes.
on PlayStation.
Right, which we have played for the show. I'll have the link to that show that we did for that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm not actually a huge fan of classic Mega Man when compared to most of the rest of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
But I still love Mega Man 8.
This is the best one of the classics for you?
It's probably my favorite of the classics.
Okay.
There is a lot to be said for some of the other classic games as well, but I just I don't know. I actually really love Mega Man.
What's about this one that really gets you going?
The music for one.
I will go to the names of people who did the music, but yeah, keep going. I'll basically wait until you're done with your spiel, and then I'll jump in.
And, so yeah, the music for one, just, the game plays like butter, in my opinion, most of the time.
Yeah. I'm also gonna guess another one. Just look at this game. Is that another thing as far as why?
It's actually quite beautiful.
Yeah. Talk about the aspect of color as far as this. Talk about a color explosion. Talk about taking what Mega Man did, mostly on NES, but then also on Super Nintendo with Mega Man 7. Probably one of my favorites of the classic series, I would think. And the one that kind of exposed me to it. I know Life Versus that way as well. And I'll be the one handling Mega Man 7 when we get to that one. But 8 is all hers. But yeah, it just looks beautiful, and looking what 32 bits really could do to it. Including on Saturn in particular, where yeah, this game it controls like butter, it also runs like butter in a lot of ways. In some ways, I think it runs better on the Saturn for this one than Mega Man X4 even. I didn't think Mega Man X4 ran badly when we played it, but we did see some slowdown places. Fine, not Revolution X. That game runs like shit on Saturn. You think it should not. It should be able to run that game fine. But, yeah, this game definitely is not a case of that, as far as being a problem. Yeah, you want me to also go into the aspects of the music as well for this? Can I take some brief notes on this?
So yeah, how about, yeah.
Do it? Okay. Yeah, the music in this game, there are two names in particular. They are, Shusaku Uchiyama, who did the music for this, who did music for other Capcom games, a lot of stuff with Capcom, specifically Resident Evil 2, Under the Skin, which is on PlayStation 2, Project Number 3, which came out on GameCube, Resident Evil 4, Devil May Cry 4, Resident Evil Village, we were talking about that earlier, Exoprimal, Dragon's Dogma 2 is the most recent one as far as him, and as far as other Mega Man stuff, his other music soundtrack case was Mega Man 10, which was on Wii, PlayStation 3, and 360, and is in the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, where this game is also available. I know as well, there's one other name, and that is Tomoyuki Kawakami, who's actually background mostly with sound direction, also on other games of Capcom, specifically sound effects and sound editing for Mega Man Legends, which we played for the show already, not to let us through that one. So sound designer on Street Fighter Alpha, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, Dino Crisis, which, by the way, Dino Crisis is coming to PlayStation Plus Premium on PS4 and 5 in a few weeks. I believe it will be feasibly available to purchase that way. They want Dino Crisis back. And also Mega Man Battle and Chase, which is the initially Japanese only, and I think European only as well, 3D racing game for PlayStation that took until the Mega Man X Collection on PlayStation 2 and GameCube to come out in the US. And still it's only released in the US. We'd like another one, because it's been a while since that. Yeah, so what's going on here specifically? You want to explain?
Alright, so we are at the boss of the intro stage, which is really more involved than intro stage bosses usually are.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, by the way, the name of this boss is Yato Cargo. If we were talking about what's the name of this thing, that's the name. We'll go fully when we play this, but I just want to at least go on that. So yeah, keep talking about what you're doing to him.
So this, I personally kind of despise this boss, because it's kind of slow to fight and,
he can also grab you. Yeah, it's slow to fight unless you're absolutely specific with that rock ball, because you need the rock ball in order to bust him out. But the other thing is that you can hit him with the rock ball but after you do that, but the only way to do that is you have to basically go backwards and hit an arc so it hits him in that, like, brain area right above it. Yeah, so the rock ball, that also was in Marvel vs. Capcom, as far as that Mega Man moveset.
yeah.
If you ever played Marvel vs. Capcom, a lot of Mega Man set from moveset in that game is in this game, with one exception. There you go, you did get him specifically.
But yeah, this is, in my opinion, this boss is a gigantic pain in the ass.
Which is interesting, this is your favorite classic Mega Man game and you start with an annoying boss.
Yeah.
But still, that's the irony, but that being said, there's definitely other stuff that's getting yourself going. The music as well, the controls, and other aspects of design. And fine, maybe the case that it's, maybe, presentationally speaking, a lot different than most of the classic games. So most of them, fine. 8 of the 11 games in the series so far at the time of recording are in the 8-bit style. The only ones that aren't are Mega Man 7, 8, and 11. Yes.
Which I still haven't really played that one.
I like it. I know people say, like, hey, the thing with the double gear, we mentioned that as far as it's... But I think it's pretty fun as far as it... And fine, I bought day one because I wanted to say to Capcom, say, like, hey, re-releases of other stuff, which they did, and I bought every damn one of them specifically to get that case. And so that does mean that, like, everything Mega Man is open for the program, basically. I mean, even when they put that Neo Geo Pocket Color one out on Switch, I said, let me download this, because, like, I've never seen this game come out. That was Battle and Fighters. Day one, I saw that. I said, let me get this.
Yeah. Okay, so most people are probably familiar with the soundtrack on the PlayStation version.
For, what specific?
Of Mega Man 8.
Uh-huh.
There is one track difference on the Sega Saturn version.
Yeah, as far as the main Robot Masters, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not talking about English versus Japanese.
No, it's not even that. Fine, there's something else. We'll get into that later. Because the reason also we're playing on Saturn is because there's something else exclusive aside from what she's about to show.
Yeah, but Mega Man has a different stage track.
Yeah, only on Saturn. I don't know why that is. When we get to this, I'll try and dig out if there's an answer to why they change it for PlayStation. Oh, fine, they change it for this because it came out first on PlayStation. But Saturn got a totally different track.
Okay, you know, I think I am just real quick going to reset my life counter.
Why is that?
Or I think...
I don't think you died yet, if that's the idea. You start with 3 lives, I know that for a fact.
Whatever, I'm just... I mean, after dying once,
yeah, she realized at this point it's probably better just to completely do
it's
this.
better just to completely reset the life counter. Okay.
Not that you're penalized that badly with dying or getting game over even in this one. Because this has what Mega Man X4 has, which is that, hey, you have checkpoints. And if you get a game over, you can continue from the checkpoints. Also, just like Mega Man X4, when you get to those checkpoints, if you're running low on health, you get it fully recovered. And so, yeah, what's Saturn and PlayStation as well, by extension, bringing to Mega Man. A lot of character sprites on the screen that look so smooth and are not dropping the frame rate whatsoever. Also, this is like Mega Man 7 in the sense that you start with like 4 Roadmasters to select as opposed to the normal 8.
Yeah.
And fine, the only other game that did that is this game's direct sequel, which is Mega Man Base, which is on Super Famicom. And the only version that came out of it in the US is on Game Boy Advance.
Which does suffer somewhat from screen crunch.
It does. It's not quite as bad as you might have heard, but it is something. Fine, we'll get to that one. She has a reproduction of the Super Famicom edition, so she's gonna play that. And it's been translated fully, so that'll be the idea as well. Also, the translation is really bad on the Game Boy Advance as well. It's like they weren't even trying. Which is shocking, because that was like right around when Mega Man Zero came out. And fine, that game's translated terrifically. Yeah, so this game is definitely doing some interesting stuff as far as, fine, what you see. Yeah, the items you want to get as well. Yeah, in that case, you can, something gets blown away. Fine, because the wind is a factor in this one.
Yeah. Also, yeah, where in the windy areas, you cannot jump left.
Right.
I am holding the left button right now. You can run left, you can slide left, but you cannot jump left.
Right. Yeah, that way it does play like the other Mega Man games you're used to, but there are some other wrinkles that they add as far as the gameplay as well. And also the upgrade thing, which is a bit different than even how 7 did it. And it's also worth pointing out as far as that with 7, fine. The fact that I'm also mentioning 7 is that, fine, this franchise, every game in it is feasibly following the last one as far as the mainline stuff. So this is directly sequelizing 7 in certain things. Particularly as far as the way the plot is. I don't know, do you want to talk the plot briefly as far as what we're doing here? As we're turning this into a fight shooting game, as it is as well, which I do like that.
So yeah, we... okay, Eddie's fine.
Yeah, because as you hit those items, they're able to give you new power-ups for the purpose of the flight stuff. Yeah, you had Rush Jet in the other games, but yeah, you were having Rush shoot and then you shoot as far as like a... that was like something like R-Type or something like that, as far as like a flight shooting game.
Yeah. And now we start part 2 of Tengu Man's stage.
I do like that as far as like, hey, you're going off onto your next thing, and now we're in the clouds. Oh, fine. Eddie does not come with you as far as it, but you can find him again. I do also love that the like the color smoke clouds just looks so nice, but also good as a gameplay mechanic because hey, it can block your view. Yeah, we're taking this battleship as it is to find wherever Mega Man or Rockman goes as far as this direction's feasibly going to follow, although it's always for a good reason. In this case, the fact is there's a robot named Duo. Is that the name of the character in this one?
The robot that we recovered?
Yeah.
Yeah. That, alright, tons of stuff on screen right now.
You're gonna have to get used to that though when it comes to this one, and you know that. But either way, I just want to make sure I was saying that right, specifically.
Yeah, so Duo is
Yeah, thankfully the missile from Auto got him.
Yep.
Yeah, you're saying on Duo?
So yeah, Duo is basically an alien robot
Mm-hmm.
who okay. I'm gonna pause here.
Okay.
So Duo is an alien robot who so in that intro cutscene, he's the robot that was glowing blue.
Mm-hmm.
He chased an enemy robot, the one that was glowing purple, to Earth, and then kind of crashed into the presumably kind of got damaged during entry. It's not really made clear how he got into the condition that he did. When he seems kind of okay before entry into Earth's atmosphere.
Right, feasibly. That being said, there's other details of that plot that we find out when we get to play this. I'll
Yeah.
go on that as well. See if there's an answer, maybe.
So, but I'm doing a bad job of explaining this.
Yeah, but she was right about that. Basically, they're fighting in space. He gets knocked off. Meanwhile, Mega Man... In Mega Man 7, he was in... Fine, we're sort of spoiling Mega Man 7 because of this, but it's either way. There's Base, the other robot guy, when they're fighting in town. They still have a bit of a grudge from the last game Base does on us, along with his dog Treble. And we basically left him tied on a building and said, like, fine. Dr. Light said, hey, this robot crashed on this island. We went there. We beat Yada Cargo over there on the island over there, which is, yeah, he'd been there a while, but we got rid of him. Then we found, hey, he's buried there. I was like, wait a second, what's going on? We got news from Dr. Wily saying, hey, I'm doing bad shit like I always am doing, so Mega Man, try and stop me. Of course, we're gonna stop him. No question. That's usually how it is. Fine. At this juncture in the franchise, fine, Mega Man's always been in the case of saying, hey, you know, how are we stopping Wily? But even the case of, oftentimes he got away until Mega Man 6, in which case he said, fine. Some Call Me Johnny channel, I think, put it best. He's like, oh, look at this time, Mega Man brought a rope. So he brought a rope and tied him up, and so like, fine, I'm gonna take him to the police. That was the end of Mega Man 6, and then after 7 happened, then here's where we are here, but it also does branch off in the sense that, hey, you know, we've got a Duo there. And now it's like, what's going on with Duo? Light's taking a look at him back at the laboratory, but meanwhile, the new Robot Master's around, Dr. Wily's, we gotta take care of him. Starting with Tengu Man, who, when you play this game, usually she's the first one to go after him, right?
Yeah. There's just so much utility with the weapon you get from him.
Oh, yeah. And again, if you're also a fan of Marvel vs. Capcom, you're also gonna notice this as well. We'll get into that in just a second. But, alright, here we are at the doors for Dr. Wily. She had the nice, Japanese, Shinsho shrine, specifically here is Tengu Man. If you get caught by that, he'll knock you down. But with enough practice, it's not hard to take him down. Was there any of that attack he's doing there?
I'm not sure what the little ball of wind is.
Yeah, but you do want to avoid that because it pushes you towards the edge. You fall down the edge, you're gonna die. And if you get hit by the tornado hold, that'll basically be a case that, yeah, he'll come up and smack you down. You do want to hear him say Ikzu or here I go, specifically, and then, because he'll do that, and then you'll come down and you'll retreat for a second. Good job getting him.
I would say got him first try, but I also beat him earlier today.
No, that's fair enough, because we wanted to do an audio check, because we're like, hey, maybe we'll take a look at something extra for this, and we'll get a sense of what that's about. And of course, yeah, you do get the Tornado Holdo, as they indicate for Mega Man, or for Marvel vs. Capcom, but it came from this game. It's very useful. There you go. As you were saying before, yeah, Mega Man's arsenal in this game is actually really, really useful for a lot of different things.
Yeah, he gets a lot of good weapons in this game.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways it might be the most effective arsenal he's got as far as the classic stuff. That and 7, in particular. And 2, I'd say 2 is a pretty good arsenal as far as the weapons you pick up.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, we're going home.
Do I have enough to get anything fun?
And do you want to explain the bolt system in this one?
Yeah, so there are some permanent upgrades that you can get from the shop. This one lets you exit stages that you've beaten. This one restores energy to special weapons that you don't have active that need energy. I think it starts from the one that's lowest.
Yeah, it does. It's the energy equalizer that was in Mega Man 7. It's back here and better than ever.
This one, in my opinion, is pretty useless.
It
just lets you have 5 basic shots on the screen at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I never get this one. This one gives you a spare extra life. This one, I believe, gives you an extended period of invincibility after taking a hit, but I'm not completely certain.
I think so. I know there's also an upgrade that reduces knockback, unless that's the one that does that.
That might, or maybe that's what it does. Then this one is, well, it turns your charge, or I think there's another level of the charge. Maybe. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how it works for these two, but these modify your charge shot. This one gives you a laser. This one gives you an interesting type of spread shot.
Mm-hmm.
I love this one. This one is useful in a limited capacity, but I find myself using this one a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I don't remember exactly what this one is.
I'm not going to have an edit down for what it is. I'm actually going to say specifically what it is, just so we have an idea. It's also pointing out the way the bolts work. It's not like Mega Man 7 or 9 or Mega Man Base, where when you kill enemies, sometimes they'll drop bolts. These are specific items that pop up as far as the levels just around, and when you get them, you can use them to buy stuff, but you can't buy everything you feasibly want. That one for... which one? Okay, that's the auto shoot. It causes the Mega Buster to automatically fire off a charge shot when you charge it up, and you can select from the sub screen. So basically, the idea, like when you do a charge up, it'll just auto shoot off.
Yeah, and then this, I'm pretty sure, just lets you climb ladders faster.
That's correct. As far as the other ones, yeah, the arrow shot was the one you said, which is she has a strong arrow projectile. The laser beam was the other one. The exit chip, the energy balancer. If I was energy equalizer in 7, it's energy balancer in this. The 5 separate Mega Busters on the screen for the shoot part. Spare extra life. You start with 4 lives, start instead of 3. And power shield is that completely negates knockback damage.
Okay.
Yeah, which especially for a game like this, you want to turn knockback off. Yeah, you might want to use that. But then again, since there are not enough bolts to get every single upgrade from roll that you want, it's really your choice about what do you want to upgrade when you find those things. Which can make things really interesting as far as how you want to build Mega Man in this.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little more open when you think about it, as we're going after Clown Man.
Yeah, Mega Man 8 is... I don't know. I really like it.
Is it because of... What else as far as it? Because you said the music's really good and it is.
It's a gorgeous game.
It looks great, yeah.
It sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I love the boss fights for the most part. There's one later on after beating the main 8 bosses that's, in my opinion, too much of a pain in the ass to really be enjoyable.
Right.
But we'll get to that when the time comes.
Yeah, in the meantime, you are seeing the nice Easter eggs to Mega Man 7 as far as like the dinosaur enemies in Slash Main Stage. The Gutsman Bolt guy. That Bolt's a pain in the ass to get, by the way, and if you missed that jump, by the way...
Yeah.
The checkpoint's right down below, so you have to start the entire level over again if you want to get it.
Yeah. Not that it's terribly far into the level.
It's not, no. Basically, come here with another upgrade, we'll see later. And also see dolls of Iceman and Cutman as well. So yeah, some nice stuff as far as that, and find like the bobbing bird thing. Yeah, but that's where how you'll find those bolts. They'll basically be hidden around specifically as far as what they are. And the party balls with the little soldiers coming out. Yes, sir. In a way, I'll tell you this. Fine. Based on what you're saying, Nocturne, I get that as far as why you go for this one too, and I really like this game too. And I think maybe it's me, but I get the sense that of all the classic Mega Man games, as far as the classic series, I should say, that's the idea, because they delineate the franchise out to Classic Series, X Series, Battle Network Series, Legend Series, Star Force Series, Zero Series. It counts ZX's series if there's only two of them.
I mean, most people do treat it as a series, even though there's only two.
I just want to make sure if they do or don't. I would too. That makes sense as far as it. Even with just two of them so far, that makes sense. Because it's not exactly completely following from. Fine, it is following from Zero, but it's not a case like, you know, it's exactly part of Zero at that time. Fine, and Mega Man does that a lot. But I'd say as far as the classic Mega Man series, the classic series, I get the sense is maybe the most playful. And they all are playful as far as how they go, but there's something about the way this one does it. Maybe it's the style to itself, and just the extra tech that really emphasizes it. But this one has that feel that gives it a great atmosphere. In this case, yeah, you have Bellman. You have to step on the circles there, otherwise you're going to fall through the... if you're on the X one, you fall through there, and sometimes they can get you in a bad situation. So that's the other thing. Yeah, you have little aspects as far as just pay attention to the background there, because there's stuff that's been going on, and it goes in interval. Okay, so fine, we're talking about this perfect decision on this one, Nocturne, to show this game along with Croc. We have a Platform Pete. Fine, this game does something like that. So fine, Mega Man 8 was doing it, or Rockman 8, as it is in the case of this one, was doing it the whole time. Yeah, we're getting our little boss here as far as, Lionhead Ball, or whatever it's called.
I'm not beating him right on this life.
But yeah, the checkpoint's right there, so yeah, it's not gonna be a problem. Fine, because on top of the checkpoints you normally get in Mega Man, as far as you going through the level, you also get those continue points. By the way, that is CC Roll, that's the name of his boss. And he is a lion, like I got that part right. I was like, yeah, I don't know his name either. But it's like, fine, at least have the names going as we go.
Yeah, that was, yeah, we start over at the beginning of the stage.
Right, fine, because that's usually how it goes, but if you get to the continue point, you feasibly does start over there specifically as well. Yeah, because I was going to say, yeah, this is feasibly one of the easiest of the, classic series, although, fine, easy is relative, because, fine, all the Mega Man games, this one included, do have their parts that are pretty difficult. And I agree with you, I think the mini bosses are pretty difficult. And especially, fine, some of the later bosses, which makes sense, because near the end of the game. Although I would say, I want to ask you this, Nocturne. If someone's gonna come to Classic Mega Man to start, which one do you think they should start with as far as the difficulty case? Would it be this one? I think maybe I'd still say this one, even with stuff with like the mini bosses and things like that.
Yeah.
Unless there's another one you're thinking of.
Yeah, no, I do think Mega Man 8 is a really big one gameplay-wise to come in on.
I'd say either that or actually I would say Mega Man 10, and the reason I'd say Mega Man 10 is because Mega Man 10 does give you difficulty options that do change aspects of the level design. It's like, hey, if you never played something like this before, you can kind of get your feet wet that way. Maybe more than this one as far as the fact you have a difficulty select, but still something that, hey, you're like, these games have a reputation of being difficult. Fine. So, I think difficult's right. I would say difficult and demanding in places. Maybe more demanding on this one than difficult, aside from some parts that get really difficult. But, yeah, they're both pretty good ones as far as coming to it new that way. And fine, also because the playful atmosphere does, I think, is going to attract the crowd that way. I guess, and also just go to my experience with this game, just as a brief thing. As Nocturne said, with her case, her first time owning was the Mega Man Anniversary Collection on the PlayStation 2. That was my first case owning it, specifically my first time playing it, because I didn't have a PlayStation. In fact, remember, as a Nintendo 64 owner, it was interesting for me because I went for a while without any Mega Man games, and I didn't... Okay, in this case, you can also jump away from the X. Although here, I believe, in this area, it will not drop you in a pit and kill you. Other cases it will, but here I believe it just transports you backwards. So it does give you a little bit of a preview on like how does it work without any throwing in the wolves. Yeah, as I said, as a Nintendo 64 owner, yeah, I only had the port of Mega Man Legends on the console, and that was in 2001. So it was actually quite a while, and then I played Mega Man Zero on Game Boy Advance. And then when this came out, I said, I want it for 7. Okay, fine, they dropped something on you, so right on the X block there. But I played this, and I said, yeah, this game's really cool. It's something that I wasn't necessarily prepared for, I guess, the look of it and kind of like the feel that it came with, because it's kind of different from a lot of the other ones in a way that I really, really like. You can also hit him with the rock ball that way as far as an idea. Fine, because there's a lot of enemies in the game that are like this. They'll kind of bounce around, and usually have to kind of bounce stuff off the wall like that, and rock ball does work for that. Yeah, as I mentioned, that was my first time playing it. I did enjoy it, even though, fine, I experienced it the way that she did as well, and a lot of people did, which is with the English voice acting, which is hilarious, but I don't think it's supposed to be. In fact, fine, the people who did the voice acting said specifically, look, Capcom Japan only let us do one take. So they openly came out and said, in a way, it's like, fine, we had issues as far as mistakes in script and things like that, which we'll get to when we play this as far as fully, because that's a story that has to be told, but... like, hey, there was that aspect as far as, like, the way the voice direction was, but also the idea, like, hey, sometimes the case of, like, the sound of the characters kind of sounds a little weird. Fine. There's something to be said when, yeah, you tear him up. Fine, I just had to mention the English voice acting, and she was able to tear this thing apart then. And good job grabbing that. Yeah, there's something to be said, I guess, when the best voice in the game, as far as the English voice, is actually, I would say, Rush the Dog. Because they roar. I do like that, though. I like that idea of, like, hey, you know, your dog, who, of course, is named after the progressive Rockman. Okay, fine. Here's where they give you the ones where you fall down. Those, the wily skull heads. You stand on there when the bell's ring and you're being dropped down. Now, sometimes they put those in for spikes. Remember, in Mega Man Land, except on the easy mode of 10, if you get hit on spikes, once you're dying. So, do not do that. And the arrow blocks will take you backwards, I think that was what I was thinking of. Okay. Because admittedly, it's been a while since I played this game myself.
Oh, same here.
But yeah, we will play this game for the show. Because, yeah, we haven't hit a whole lot of Mega Man. A lot of it's been admittedly dependent on her, because I know she loves Mega Man. And at that point, it's like, yeah, which ones are we gonna do? And then figuring out how we're gonna do them. Because on Mega Man 7, that's gonna be part of Super Old Game Saturday Second Chance next year. I do promise that, because I promised the Lecter saying, hey, we're gonna play that game specifically, because I wish you were there. I wish it was there when we played it before. So, yeah, if you get any chance. Although I will get with him specifically when he comes on the show next and say, like, hey, when do you want this, or when are you gonna be available? He's like, yeah, if he's gonna say, like, I want to be there for it, like, I'm gonna let him be in that case. Well, you do have the weapon you can use. Or if you can't use it there, you can also use it over on the other side.
I mean, it shoots out too far.
Well, if you go over to the left there, you can actually get to the one platform and make it that way. You can easily jump across if you want to get to now. Or you can come back specifically. It's your choice. Fine, I do love the tornado hold as far as what you can do as far as navigating level, but there is something else you get here that they intend to do that way. Yeah, we'll get it cutting through those robots. That's neat stuff. And even like the sound that goes the yeet. That's just a great sound design thing. It's just satisfying when you kill things with that. Yeah. It sounds almost like a saw blade a little bit. Of course, you have Sniper Joe as well. Actually, you know, aside from, I realized this, aside from when I did Mega Man 7 almost 5 years ago, we haven't, and to find when you showed off the preview on Mega Man Wily Wars, we've not shown classic Mega Man at all. I'm sorry, I realized. Yeah, this one throws a little bit of curveball at you, so like, hey, you actually have to jump on the ones like, wait, what's this?
Whoops.
And chat, feel free to go in your memories on Mega Man itself as well, and also if you played Mega Man 8, what do you think of this? I'm with Nocturne, I like this game a lot. I don't know if it's my favorite of the classic games. I like 7, that's kind of mine, but I do love this one too. Then again, I think they're all really good quality, you know? It's a case where I don't think there's necessarily even a really bad one as far as, like, the classic series. There's ones I like more than others, yes. But there is a consistency to them that, interesting enough, maybe when they were, like, doing each year when it came to the NES stuff, maybe it seemed like, you know, people were not thinking that. But honestly, I think now as time has passed, it's kind of interesting to see the trajectory of all of these games as you kind of just, like, go across one over the other. I find outside of 7 and 8, some of my other favorites, I like, of the classic stuff, I like 2, I like 3. 9 is insanely hard. I like 9, but it's insanely hard. There's one thing I'll say about 9. 10 is actually pretty well balanced, honestly, as far as how it is. If I use music in this, there's music by the same person who did the music in this one. There's some good tracks in that. As we're at the boss here. This is Clown Man. What are we doing to him? I love that attention to detail. The fact when you hit him with the weakness, they'll have that animation that way. His arms are literally tied up in knots. I like that. It's like, fine, you died, but like, fine, he still gets hit. Fine, you just left him tangled up. Well, after you died, it's like, fine, I'm gone. But like, yeah, Tornado Hope will deal with you later. Because of course that's as one with Mega Man. Most of them, fine, all the platformers at least, get the weakness of the Robot Master and then beat him down with that. Man, it's a rock paper scissors thing in Mega Man 1. They mean it literally because remember, Cutman's weakness is actually the rock. So it's like, yeah, scissors beats rock quite literally in that game by using Gutsman's weapon. Oh, yeah, nice catch. Got him. Good job.
1 HP.
There you go. Good job. Yeah, it's always clutch when you get that, for sure. But always fun.
1 HP.
Yeah, fantastic. Or as you say, we looked at Soul Calibur 2 once. The only hit that matters is the last one, and you got him on that one.
Yup. And now, what's in my opinion the best weapon in the game?
Even more than the Tornado Hold.
Yeah, Tornado Hold in my there are a lot of good weapons in this game, but Thunderclaw, you get tons of ammo for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's decently strong. Its range is a little limited, but it has a pretty major utility.
Yeah. In fact, actually, that area that she was showing when it came to those platforms, they do intend you to get the Thunderclaw and use it there. Though you can use the Tornado Hold there if you want to. And if you do want to run stuff when it comes to getting those bolts, you're going to want both of these weapons, so that's why she went for both of them first.
Yeah. Another good weapon, as I recall, is Grenade Man's weapon.
Okay.
Though it's mostly offensive.
Okay.
But I do remember it being pretty good.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I played this game, so my memory might be a little off.
Right. But it'll come back for sure. I think when we get to playing this. And fine, it's probably just right now. So hey, I remember my experiences. They're probably all coming and rushing back for you. I guess the same way they are for me. Although in your case, a little different because yeah, you grew up with this one much more than I did. And a good one as far as like your first case of Mega Man. And was this the first Mega Man game of any kind you played, or was it something else?
I think so. I think this was the first Mega Man game of any kind for me.
Okay, we played the one my first one of any kind. That was Mega Man X2 for the Super Nintendo, although I have a reason to feel to come back to that one again too. And then it was actually for me it was Super Nintendo era. That's kind of where I got my introduction. It was not NES. It was a little after NES. So it was X2, then X1, then 7, then X3. Then Legends, then 01, and then when I got the collection of the PS2, that's kind of where it went out from there. And at that point, same deal as we said we played Mega Man X4. That's how I played Mega Man X4 for the first time, and actually all those PlayStation 1 ones. Which, by the way, when we get to some of those things, Nocturne's gonna manage a good amount of the Mega Man X stuff, with a couple exceptions, because I said I'm gonna take the sword I'm gonna fall on the sword for X6, and then X1, I'm gonna do the Super Nintendo version. She's gonna play the PSP remake, Maverick Hunter X. I might do X2 again. And then as far as classic stuff, she's got this, I got 7, and other stuff. I guess we'll figure out how we're gonna do that. I know Mega Man 1, I think we agreed, if you want me to do Mega Man 1, I think I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can do Mega Man 1. I'll practice for certain things, but I can handle Mega Man 1. Actually, fine, because as far as classic Mega Man, that is the first one I owned. The first one I played was 7, but the first one I owned of classic Mega Man actually was 1. Interesting enough, I bought that on NES back when it was $20. Like, yeah, you can't get that game for $20 anymore on NES, but, yeah, back in 2001 I did. It's weird that Mega Man 1 and 5 were the most expensive as far as classic series. This is not that much unless you get this on Saturn for the US, where it's like $600. But the Japanese version is like a little under 100. Not bad. It's still a bit because people want it, but still not too bad. On PlayStation, it's not too much, and it's been ported a bunch of places anyway. So in that case, if you're liking what you're seeing, you can definitely get a copy of this for not too much money. Yeah, the Legacy Collection 2 might be the way to go, potentially. Although, fine, when I showed it for 7 the first time, it crashed on me, so I don't I don't know, honestly, if 8's case would be a weird thing. Although it didn't seem that way when I played through it. In fact, I think that was actually the first time I ever beat 8. Which is through that. I definitely enjoyed going through it, even with some of the parts of this can get really hard.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong, Mega Man 8 is a very hard game.
Right.
Like, later on in the...
It's just not the hardest games. Actually, you know what? I'll ask you that. What do you think is the hardest of the classic ones that you've played?
1.
1. For me, it's 1 and 9, I think. Actually, 2 was initially, I think, harder than 1 to start for me, but it's also something as I got used to it, then I was like, okay, fine, not too much. Yeah, I'd say 1 is, and then 9. 9 was insanely hard. Fine. I played 9 on 360, so fine, I ran for the achievement on that, which was the one of not using energy tank. By the way, it's also worth pointing out when you do die or get a game over, I believe it does save the bolts you get. Am I right about that?
That sounds right. But, I mean, this is just a demo run, so,
yeah, fair enough. That just to that degree, how far you want to go.
I think I'll go until I either game over or beat Grenade Man.
Okay. I wasn't sure how you want to handle that. But either way, thank you for showing us this as well.
Yeah, I think this will be the best way to do it.
Yeah, and the reason also we're going to play the Saturn version is mentioned some of those exclusive things you showed at the top. And there's 2 unique boss battles that are only in this game, or in this version, and this version's never been ported, so it's worth pointing that out. Every port of this game outside this has been with the PlayStation version.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, kind of surprising. I would have thought maybe by now they would try to port the Saturn one. But, yeah, alas, no.
Shit. So, I'm going to have some fun.
Okay. Also, yeah, it did save that bolt, because you had 5, fine, you used all 5 you had to get the, to get this, and then you got the 1, so you had to save that. Oh yeah, look at that, that's nice. Yeah, so the ball goes out and then it spreads out across the screen, so yeah, that's extremely useful.
This is actually not the best place to be using that one, but I wanted to show it.
Where would you say is a good place to use it?
I probably, damn your story. But, I would say probably, well, any place where you don't need to worry about accidentally destroying certain parts of terrain that that could come back to bite you in the ass. Like,
sure. Like that. Well,
yeah.
you survived that one at least.
Yeah.
Although, question, is this more powerful on bosses? I don't know if it is, because it only spreads after it hits something.
I'm pretty sure the laser is actually the better choice against bosses.
Okay. Or you can also do what I find. In my case, that would probably be the case. Like when sometimes I'll play a game with it's like, fine, Mega Buster the whole game up until later. Fine, that's what I did with X2, and okay, that's not what I did with 7. I don't think it is. No, I didn't. When I first played 7, I did not just Mega Buster everything. I can. We do it again. I can feasibly. I'll practice enough so feasibly just to do that, and then I'll do what I did with Mega Man X2, which is show off weaknesses when I rematch them. Because fine, you're always going to rematch the bosses in any Mega Man game, as far as like the classic stuff.
Yeah. Even Mega Man 1.
Yeah. As I am the trash robot. Kind of looks fine. It seems like something out of Jumpman stage from 7. Go back to that. Actually, in this case, yeah, this is actually working kind of favorably here.
Yeah. I mean, it can actually work out really well against the mini-bosses.
Yep.
This weapon. Or this charge shot.
I would say the one also in Clown Man, that probably also would have helped too. So fine, even with the mini-bosses being the way that you don't like, and still the case that fine, you feasibly have options as far as how to take care of them. You just have to know where they are, and also feasibly survive before you get the ability to have some of this. You see, this game remains smooth as butter, even with all that stuff on the screen.
It's dead.
There you go, good job. And you're getting the rush parts for that, aren't you?
Yep.
Or different cases of rush parts.
Yep. So now we got Rush. I believe that's Rush Cycle.
Yeah. And I don't know what the question mark is.
It's a random item.
Okay. That, I believe, is how they intend you to get that one bolt in Clown Man stage, the one at the beginning.
I don't believe it's possible to get off of him.
So basically, in that case, you have to just sit and wait for like a couple of seconds.
I didn't realize that it... I wasn't planning to actually get on him.
Either way, yeah, just enjoy Rush's case. Like, yeah, here's our nice little doggy. He's always there as far as us supporting Mega Man. Yeah, shoot the missiles out of his mouth. Let's look at that.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so he's like, yeah, bye Mega Man, see you later. Yeah, Rush is definitely a good dog as far as that. We'll see that as far as the other games in the series too. Especially in 7. And I cannot wait to show more as far as that when I get back to 7. In fact, to me, I think he's maybe the most adorable in that one specifically. Maybe because of the Super Nintendo stylings of that one specifically. Kind of like the 32-bit trapped into this. Oh yeah, right here.
I don't have what I need to get down there.
That's true. You need to come here with a weapon, or if there's another way of being able to light that fuse. Avoid this bolt. Yeah, that is insanely hard to get that. And just to go into this when we play this, I think you said you want to get all the bolts. Am I right about that, or?
I want to try.
Okay.
I want to try.
Yeah, if we don't, I'll give a sense. We'll give a list as far as like where they are. Yeah, some of them are pretty well hidden, and some of them are like do or die cases, like the one you saw. Okay, so yeah, here is Grenade Man. And is he weak to the Thunderclaw?
I believe he is.
Alright, we'll see. No, yeah, no, I think you're right. No, he is. Oh, the sound mixing in the Anniversary Collection is really awful when he comes in that wall. I don't know what happened there, and I'll have flashlight warnings on that, no question. Oh yeah, he is, but he doesn't show the, he doesn't show, like, a weakness animation. He's one of the few Robot Masters in the game that does not do that. Good job.
Alright, so we beat him.
Good job.
Alright, that wasn't a bad run.
No, it wasn't bad at all.
I actually wasn't sure whether I would get to him or not.
Really?
Because I didn't remember the stage very well.
Well, clearly it kind of just came rushing back to you, it seems like.
A bit, yeah.
And yeah, you get Flash Bomb for that one. Very nice weapon as well.
Yep. I think I am going to briefly duck into one more stage to just show Flash Bomb.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Man.
Feel free to pick any piece of music you want to end on too, or you just want to show off the last level.
We'll go to Frostman.
Okay.
And after Frostman, or well, after showing off Flash Bomb, I think that's gonna be it for. I think that's gonna be it for gameplay tonight.
Okay. Yeah, and then that just means schedule. We'll get to that in a sec. But all right, here you go. Here is Flash Bomb. Boom. Yeah, bust the penguin off the way.
It trivializes a lot of enemies.
Yeah, because it has spread damage for quite a bit of time. Yeah, this beautiful winter atmosphere for sure. Yeah, look at like the ice on the buildings back there. Every so often you do have to go inside.
Yeah, and also, on top of that, you also get to have two of them on screen at once, I believe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's sleds, which I believe have button lag in the Anniversary Collection, because goddamn they are hard in that. They're much better in this. You think, why does the PS2 collection have button lag in this one and the, what is it, even the Legacy Collection 2 doesn't have it.
Oh.
On Thunderclaw. Actually, I don't know if I've ever run the Thunderclaw here, but I can imagine it'd be very useful.
Whoops.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, these are hard, so fair enough to that.
But yeah, that, I think, you know, I'm gonna be silly. We'll end with Clownman's theme.
It's good music, no question, for sure. Okay, well thank you for that extra look at Rockman 8 for Sega Saturn on top of this part of Croc as far as what it is. As I mentioned earlier in regards to Croc, she'll be back on November 2nd. We might be doing the finale of that. If we are not going to be doing the finale of that, she'll have something else to pull out. It might be this, might be something else. We'll figure. I'll also have a link to her Twitch site as far as if you want to check her shows out. when she goes live for the stuff on Croc or anything else she's got. Thank you so much, Nocturne, for showing on both of these, for sure. Giving a taste on Rockman 8, because, yeah, we've not shown enough of Rockman, Mega Man aspect on this show, and we'll definitely get to this game for sure. Should be involved, should be controlling it, going the full way, using this version.
Yeah, just...
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, just seemed like this would be a fun thing to transition to as kind of a low-stress thing instead of the pain-in-the-ass Gobbos that are left in Croc.
Yeah, those will come specifically, but either way, that's going to be the idea. Alright, so thank you so much for watching Super Weekend Saturday, everybody. Thank you, Nocturne, for joining us, of course. With that, let's get to our schedule, because, yeah, as we said specifically, yeah, Halloween block is starting next week. Fine, it's officially starting next week. We did a look at the Castlevania Dominus collection last week to kind of get started. A little bit with horror stuff for tonight's show. But next week it's starting for sure, and also with another Argonaut game. So, on October 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are playing Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo. Fitting, I guess we're looking at a cartoonly look as far as Mega Man here for that game. I remember we talked as far as this game, you said you never played this, but have you played any of the other games based on Scooby-Doo, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't think I've ever played a Scooby-Doo game.
Okay. Then the one we'll play after this at some point is going to be one Dolly Fan Want to See. That's going to be Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, which is on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. And we're on the PlayStation 2 version when we get to that one. She asked for that one specifically. I said, I don't have it, but I said, we'll get to that one eventually. I said, I have this one, so let's start here. A little bit of a family-friendly case of horror this year to start, because then we're going to go M-rated pretty strongly. But it's an interesting one. It's got some interesting quirks to it, but it is another Argonaut case, and after seeing the stuff we've seen at Croc, it was interesting coming back to that one. And Night of 100 Frights is also an interesting one as well, as far as how it goes. And it's one I'm looking forward to getting to eventually. But yeah, Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo, which is different than the Genesis version. The Genesis version is a totally different game. It plays a lot like The Secret of Monkey Island. It's using that Scum Engine case as far as, like, use items on certain things. Sometimes the puzzles don't make sense, as tends to go with a game like that. But it also, that one costs a lot of money, surprisingly. The Super Nintendo version costs, like, next to nothing. The Genesis version, going complete for that's like $100-something. Whereas, loose, it's like 50. So, in that case, we have a reason to show that one eventually at some point. But we're starting Super Nintendo, and then when we come to Scooby-Doo again, it'll be Night of 100 Frights. Not least of which is because I realized, as far as its voice acting stuff, it has a lot of people from the original show who were alive at the time. But also it has Tim Curry in it. We talked Tim Curry before. The Crusader 64 and I were talking about that for the finale of Majora's Mask, but he's in the game. Our first case of him being on the show with the games as far as he's been in. So, that'll come later. But Scooby-Doo Mystery for Super Nintendo's next week. Week after that, we're going earlier. We're going to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Crusader 64 is going to join us for this. We're going to be live on camera for this. We are playing Until Dawn. Are you familiar with this game? Okay, this is a horror game that came out for the PlayStation 4 back in 2015. It was developed by Supermassive Games, who made The Man of Medan, which we played last year. A cinematic kind of sort of choose your own adventure take of horror where you, based on decisions you make, you can feasibly have your cast of characters die or live, or maybe a combination. But I don't know yet which version we're going to be playing because next Friday, or this coming Friday, is getting a remake on PlayStation 5. I have pre-order in for the remake. You're wondering, wait a minute, why do we not have a decision on which one we're playing yet? Well, because of two reasons. One, if they fuck the new version up. I mean, fine, they've been laying people off at that new company like crazy when it's come to that right before the game came out. I was like, uh-oh. But I don't know if that means something as far as the quality in the game. But also, there is licensed music in the PS4 version. I actually bought this because the Crusader 64 said, I have it on PlayStation 4. I don't know if I was spending $60 on a remake. I said, I don't have this on anything. Let me get the remake. So fine, I'm feasibly putting off buying the Silent Hill 2 remake for this, which I will get eventually because I'm looking forward to that. It's coming out in like a week and a half. But I said, okay, I'm buying this one, so by the time we do Scooby-Doo Mystery next week, because I'm getting this the day before that we do that show, I'll have an answer as far as that. We're going to do the new remake on PlayStation 5, which means that'll be the first time we've played a game that close to its release. Or we'll play it on PlayStation 4 and we'll back compat it through the Crusader 64's PlayStation 5. Either way, we'll be there. It'll be full on-screen as far as on-camera view, because we had that last year. because as he always says, it's going to be scary as fuck. And this game is absolutely, of what I've seen of it, it's absolutely mature rated for sure in ways we can show it, but it's definitely, if Scooby-Doo is like, you want more violent take on Scooby-Doo, say, if, like, it's not like Scooby-Doo, but the point is, like, you want more violent horror, there you go. It's that one. It's interesting, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. And it'll kind of be sort of blind on my case, too, because I haven't seen the whole of this game. We're starting earlier because, A, it's longer, and B, because it's like, yeah, this game is getting scary. But there you go. That's what we want for Halloween block. Week after that, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we were playing Twisted Metal for PlayStation, the original. I'm running through PS3 so that I can show off the digital manual. And also because the sound levels on the PS5 are kind of soft for some reason. Don't know why. But that's what we're going to have, because I know Electris wanted to see that. I promised that game for the past 3 years, and I said, we got to get to this. And I have some more practice to do, but the good news is I'll basically be practicing that over the next week or so. And also, then the week after that, after Scooby-Doo, I've done the Scooby-Doo practice. And by the way, it's worth pointing out that Scooby-Doo show is not going to be long. It's like 3 hours tops, because it's not a long game at all, specifically as far as how it is. We have Twisted Metal. The way we're doing Twisted Metal, as far as it on PlayStation, is going to be, I'm going to be playing through the entire game with one character, and then I'm going to put the passwords in to play and show the endings with the other characters. We're pointing out one thing. The ending cinematics of the characters are not in this version. That'll be a pin I'm going to put in when we get to Twisted Metal Head-On for the PS2, or the PS2 version of that specifically, is on PSP as well. But we'll show that off as far as car combat. It's not exactly a horror game, but if I... Knock, you said you played Twisted Metal at one point in your life. You've seen it at least. But for the purpose of that, it does have some horror elements. You do have Sweet Tooth, the clown guy, as far as like driving the ice cream truck. Like the laughs he does. So that's a factor. So I said, you know, this fits for this. The idea of like the vehicular blood sport and also I guess vehicular combat. We've not had that on the show yet. So we have that element.
Like, I don't think I ever actually got to play it, but I've seen people play it before.
Have you ever played any other car combat games, if you don't mind me asking? Or things that might fit to that, potentially, that you can think of?
None that I can think of, but, I mean, unless you count the battle modes in Mario Kart and Diddy Kong Racing.
I mean, this sort of count. I mean, that's not a totally off case. I mean, that's not a bad example. I mean, other ones I was thinking also were Rogue Trip, which was made by the people who made Twisted Metal, Vigilante 8. One might be of interest to you, Star Wars Demolition, which is by the people who made Vigilante 8, where it is like a car combat case. I've heard mixed things about it. It's on PlayStation, it's on Dreamcast, it's on PC, and they actually did take that PS1 version and ported it to the PlayStation 4 and 5, so you can download it for like $10. It seems kind of interesting as far as the idea, but that kind of specific aspect of that genre. And Twisted Metal is an interesting one, for sure, and we're going to start at the beginning with that one. If we do need another part, because I just want to make sure we're going to be able to cover this most, and I asked Electra, said, how do you want this covered? He said, do what you think is best. Like, okay, I will. Because, you know, we take the viewer request very seriously when it comes to this. If we need another part, I'll come back to that not January, in sometime in the new year. As far as if we need to look at other stuff for it. Because we're going to give it the full look as we can, for sure. And then the last entry of our Halloween block for this year is going to be Splatterhouse. We're playing the TurboGrafx 16 version of this. This is an arcade game from Namco. It is a beat-em-up, 2D beat-em-up, as it is. You play as Rick, you have this mask attached to your head, kind of like the mask of Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th. It takes control of you. In the remake, it's voiced by Jim Cummings, who voices Winnie the Pooh. I'm not kidding. And he says fuck every other word. This version, he's not voiced, but you have to save your girlfriend Jennifer, who's in the house. Going in the house, it's not a long game, it's an arcade port specifically. And it's also one that I'm going to be showing off a mini console we've not shown on the program yet. That's the TurboGrafx 16 Mini. But I'm going to be showing that off at the end of the show. We're starting with Splatterhouse. I'm just getting that through because that's not a long game. And if I do need to use the cheat codes in order to beat the game, I will do it. I'll be practicing as it is, but you don't have unlimited continues in this one, unlike the arcade version. But there is a code for the purpose of it. And we'll talk TurboGrafx 16, and we'll look over everything in that unit. And anybody out there, come to the show for the after we do Splatterhouse. We'll go over everything that's on the unit, discuss what's on it, because like 50-something games, and we'll take a preview of anything you want to see, including, if you want to see it again, is a little bit of a look, the Castlevania game that's on there, which is Round of Blood, which we played last year, which is a great game, but other stuff that's very weird, stuff like JJ and Jeff, that's a bizarre one from Hudson Soft, And some other interesting stuff for sure. And Bonk, of course. You can't have TurboGrafx case without if you're familiar with Bonk the Caveman. You're familiar with Bonk? Yeah, am I right
I
about
think
that?
I have seen some Bonk before.
Yeah, there's a couple of Bonk games in that specifically, so we can show that off and find Bonk's Adventure and Revenge. They came to other consoles. Actually, they're really expensive on other consoles in some cases. But yeah, the caveman who he wants to eat meat and then he goes crazy, amongst other things. Yeah, so we'll give that a look, because we have not looked at TurboGrafx 16 parts because I don't have the unit. We have this mini console, and we'll show it off, as we always do. And that'll close our Halloween block for this year. Then November 2nd, Nocturne will be back with maybe the finale of Croc, or something else.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Mega Man or Rockman 8 here, potentially. Who knows? Yeah. We'll see. It's up to you, whatever you want to do, if we have to have that. But I will have an answer for that.
Probably a couple weeks before.
Probably either when we do Twisted Metal or when I do Splatterhouse, I would think, as far as that for it. But point is, she'll be on the show. That'll be. You still want to do 7, I guess, for whatever it is? Or you want to keep that up in the air till you know what we're going to do?
I think it'll be best to wait to see
okay.
what I've
got on your plate.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because if I'm not able to get all the Gobbos before the next time, it won't really be worth doing Croc next time I'm on.
Sure, yeah. And by the way, if that does happen, we'll have the finale of Croc in February. That feasibly should be enough time, I think, as far as it's.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, and fine. Here's the other thing. I'll also say this: if you also want me to then feasibly say like, hey, when it comes to Croc, if it comes to that, you want me to push that to February 22nd, which is the last weekend of February, I will do that, so you can maximize that completely.
Yeah.
If it wants to come to that, and I have no problem doing that. Because hey, all the months as far as except for January are open completely. As far as it. So in that case, for February, anything is open. Specifically, the only thing is I'll just assign the parts of the games that we got currently going. So I'll have at least one of maybe two.
But whenever you see the cleanup compilation go up on Captain G Trag's YouTube channel, that's a good indicator that the finale's coming up.
Oh, so you want me to put the cleanups things up before we do the finale? Is that the idea?
Yeah, because I think it'll be best to have it all in just one massive compilation of all the cleanup.
Okay.
But not until I have cleanup done.
And also, you'll have to provide me with the raw files, fine, which I'll have one of specifically. But that, or fine, other thing is like, hey, if you have a case that we'll figure how we can get that running as is. Yeah. But that'll be the idea for that show. So she'll be back November 2nd at least for the case of whatever she's got, the question mark.
Yeah, and I actually have no idea what I might run if I don't do Croc. It might. I don't think it's likely to be Rockman 8.
Okay.
Because I would rather start that up when I know it's going to be my the game that I'm going to be doing for the next. There's a chance that I could finish it in one go, but I wouldn't quite count on it.
Okay. Well, then again, it's also something you love this game, so you probably want to be ready to show this in tip-top shape, I would think. Yeah. Feasibly. So fair enough to that.
But I might pick something else. I might pick something else out for my collection.
Yeah. So stay tuned for that for November 2nd or Croc. It's gonna be either one of those two. We'll figure. But November 9th, we're gonna start Tomba for PlayStation. I know that you were on the show and was requested. There was one too early. Wanted to see it. We still got that one coming. That's gonna be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 9th. The platforming game from ex-Capcom people, actually, who were involved with Mega Man 7, and it was Tojiro Fujiwara who was involved in all the Super Nintendo Mega Man games, and the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse as well for Super Nintendo. He started his company Whoopee Camp to make a 2.5D platformer that's kind of also an RPG. It's a really interesting and a really fascinating one I've been playing as far as practice for a bit of time to get a sense of what we're going to do. We're going to go through all of the quests, by the way, because you get quests coming along. We're going to do every single one of those. It's not a super long game. I'm hearing 3 parts, but if I need 4, I will go to 4 specifically. It's really interesting one. I'm glad for the recommendation, and we are using the PS3 version that was released because the Thomas Special Edition has big problems when it comes to itself. But not consistent, because some people said, hey, the game is crashing on my Switch and I can't play it. To the point where the game came out almost 2 months ago, and Nintendo Life has said, we're not reviewing this until we get an indication that it's working. I wish they took that harder line in Pokemon Gen 9, but that's another story. But point is that we're going to use the version that I know works, which is going to be running through PlayStation 3, and we'll see the digital manual again, which is also the benefit of running stuff on PS3, and it's not available outside of that Tom Special Edition on PlayStation 5. At least not yet, but I don't think they're going to pull it back because they have that new one. But we're starting that, and then on November 16th, we're celebrating 30 years of the Donkey Kong Country franchise with the portable entries. So that's Donkey Kong Country 1 on the Game Boy Color and 1, 2, and 3 on Game Boy Advance. We're going to show them off as a little bit of a, not a preview, sort of a preview, because we could come back to them, but also showing what they do unique and celebrating 30 years of Donkey Kong Country. I cannot believe it's been that long.
That one's going to be fun.
Oh yeah,
I'm definitely going to make sure I'm around for that one.
I was going to say, it is November 16th. It'll be 7 p.m. for that, because yeah, that's a good one, and those versions are really interesting. I showed her particularly Donkey Kong Country's 1 on the Game Boy Color and Advance, and 3, and there's some interesting stuff they're doing. And 2 as well, also. So we're going to have our full look and our full celebration of 30 years of that franchise.
Yeah, like, I mean, and it's not to spoil anything, but they look way better than they have any right to be on those systems.
Or if you played them before, you might know, but there's some interesting stuff on this, and I also will make sure I have unlocks, because there's unique levels, too. So yeah, we'll have those going for sure. And then November 23rd, we have the Disney game we do this year. We do a Disney game every Thanksgiving weekend, or pre-Thanksgiving weekend, I should say. This year it's The Lion King. I'm using the Disney Classic Games Collection on Switch to play it. I'm going to run one of the versions full. Maybe all of them full, depending on how I'm able to do it. Because as the Genesis version, as the Super Nintendo version, as the Game Boy version, I'm not as familiar with the Game Boy version, but I have beaten the other ones. So I'll get a sense of that, but we're going to at least beat one of them fully. That's for sure, and we'll celebrate 30 years of the movie. Also, we'll have our tip of our hat, of course, to the late James Earl Jones, who passed away a few weeks ago. I guess I may as well also mention the late Maggie Smith, who passed away yesterday, unfortunately, who, of course, was Professor McGonagall in the Harry Potter films. She was in one of the games that was a mobile one. I think that's the only one she was in, and she was also in Downton Abbey. And amongst many other things, like, I think she was in Mrs. Brown. She's been in a bunch of different things. Fine, a legend, for sure. We definitely tip our hats that way. And as far as James Earl Jones, he is in the game. Because they take voice clips of him and some other people from the movie for the purpose of that. So we'll have that element going on for our Disney Game Show. Definitely looking forward to doing that. And then on November 30th, we have the delisted Xbox Live Arcade Showcase Volume 1. With the closure of the Xbox 360 store back in July, there's a lot of games that feasibly lost to time. Maybe you're coming back in other ways, but maybe we'll give a little bit of a push for some of these. And also a case of, man, we have a lot of great memories of a lot of these. We're starting that one earlier. I'm going to see about how that is. I might potentially have guests on that one, too. I'm going to try and push 4 or 5 p.m. for that one, potentially.
Yeah,
we got a lot of stuff we're going on that.
Yeah, and speaking of that, of the Xbox Live stuff, like one of the games I remember most fondly on the 360 is one that I only ever had as a demo.
Yeah, and I was the same way until I found that there's a way to get it as far as on the PC. I'll mention that when we get there. Trust me.
Yeah.
Because that'll be the only way we can play it as far as a full play of the show. And we mentioned already what it is. It's Marvel Blast Ultra. And Ed Weck wanted to see that as well because he loves Marvel Blast Ultra. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but I know there's stuff we've talked about. Like, first wanted to see Poker Night 2 from Telltale. Poker Smash was a big one I'm a fan of. I didn't buy the one with dope as well. Ed Weck wanted to see Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. We're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at Boogie Bunnies. I've mentioned that game more than once. I've said, I want to show this. This is an interesting one. I mentioned another one, The Wolf Among Us. I can show The Wolf Among Us for the intro. I love The Wolf Among Us. I want to show that game so badly. I'll do that as an off-screen thing. I'll feasibly have a guest on that one because I love The Wolf Among Us so much, and I'm waiting for that second season. They're going to be doing it. There's a question of is it happening. It is happening. We don't know when it's coming, but that game is awesome. It might be my favorite of the Telltale stuff of that era. It really is something special. And take a look at Death Spank. I know Blood Spice Moon loves Death Spank. We'll take a little bit of a preview. I mentioned that one. But a bunch of other stuff as well. Some stuff that maybe goes to some things you might have seen tonight, and other stuff we've seen. Other aspects of licensed games. Maybe ways of playing classics that might be missing. Might be coming back, too. And maybe some other stuff. So, yeah, we got 35 games on that list. I'm looking at the list right now as far as what I got. Some of them are going to have to be demos, and Marvel Blast Ultra is going to be one of those, because I also, like a dope, didn't download it when it was available.
I mean, even at the time that I had the demo, by the time I decided I wanted to get the game, it was no longer available.
Right. So yeah, the idea, like, hey, the digital store's like, hey, it might not be forever. I said this last week when we looked at certain things.
Yeah, and that was still well within the 360's lifespan.
Right. Because I mentioned that last week we briefly showed off the Felix the Cat collection. I said, there's a physical version of this that I have, but if you're curious about what you're seeing at all, and you want to download this feasibly, it's like, don't necessarily wait. Don't expect that, hey, it's going to be around there forever. Because sometimes it goes around really quickly. There's one game I've got that went away within a year, and it's fucking awful. But it's also something that, there's no way it's getting a re-release, and I'm, under normal circumstances, I would say, like, yeah, good riddance, fuck this thing, I don't want to see it again. But I'm going to relive the memories of that one. I'm not telling you what it is, but, you're not going to miss that. It's not going to be all good stuff, but we're going to have that as a perspective. We do believe in gaming preservation. That was fine. I'm preserving that piece of shit. So they're right there. It's like, so we can also preserve the great stuff like Marvel Blast Ultra and other things like that specifically. So yeah, we're going to have a great gaming feast. We always do, and I love it for sure. And then into December, we have the next part, Tomba. That's going to be the first weekend. Second weekend is going to be Return to Super Mario Sunshine. We got one more shot as far as on the show. I'll be live on camera for that one. I'm going to be having the game being played with all these weird accessories, including Edwack, who's going to provide me the Taiko Drum Master drum for this. I got the Donkey Konga drums. I'm going to show how do you play Super Mario Sunshine with this. You sort of, kind of can, and it's hilarious. And I'll also show off the clips I have on the Switch version we played of all the deaths I had when I did my 4 months of practice before we did the show, in only 42 days, as far as the play. And at the end of the year, of course, the YouTube site's going to have a smash cut of all the deaths that I had, including from the stuff in practice. So you're definitely going to want to pay attention to that at the end of the year. And then we also have Tetris Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be Dolly Finn involved with that, because she loves that game. I first wanted to see it too. And then at the end of the year, I got Shenmue. I'm starting Shenmue. I've already started my practice because I realized with Shenmue, I didn't realize this. I knew this, but I also didn't know quite to this degree. There's so many different things as far as elements of story and even dialogues that are easily missable. So I kind of want to get a sense of how some of those things are going to go to be able to scope that. And also, even details that people never found out for like 20 years of the game, including the fact that your potential girlfriend, Nozomi, in town, there's one event you have. If you put in a very specific button combination that took people 20 years to find, and have had a specific set of circumstances to make that situation trigger outside of the way you're normally supposed to do it, you can have her fight alongside you in the free battle. Like, wait, Nozomi's a fighter. For all the years I've been playing this game, I never knew that. And I was showing my coworkers this. They were also laughing specifically because, remember, we are going to be going to find sailors who are running with Chinese ships. And actually, Gemini 96 is this way. So, like, we have to find a guy named Charlie. He rides a motorcycle, he has a leather jacket, and he wears a tattoo. And when I didn't find him after one day, and Edwack was that way, saying, like, look, we didn't find Charlie, where is he? He's like, oh no, we're not going to find him. And then the next day, Gemini 96 said, we got to find Charlie. He's like, you're right, we're finding Charlie. And we did find Charlie, specifically as far as the practice. We will see Charlie, we'll have all those other things. That's been a glorious play. I cannot wait to start that game. That is one, as I mentioned. That game means so much to me, and honestly, even just doing the practice of it specifically, I've been reminded just why I fell in love with that game in the first place. We're going to be using the Dreamcast version for that. It's technically celebrating 25 years, by the way, this year, as far as its Japanese release in 1999. This will be our last show for the year, and Dolly Finn's going to be involved in the first part. And then in January, we'll have the next parts of Shenmue. Feasibly finale of Tomba. If not for that, we'll have that in February. We'll have Shenmue going in February as well. And then for January, Edwack, call me. That one, any of the weekends there is yours if you want to do Smart Ball for that. Or if not, I'll pull another viewer request off the master list. And of course, the Nintendo GameCube preview disc. So we're going to show that off as far as the stuff that's in there. It'll be our first Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance show because it does have a demo of Sonic Adventure DX, which we played before. And so we'll have that element. and feasibly show off everything we can as far as the disc, and also preview some games I know we're going to be getting to eventually, including Splinter Cell, because I've been wanting to show Splinter Cell. We're not showing off on the GameCube, based on what I played of it, but still, give a little bit of taste of what that game's looking like, and other stuff like Beautiful Joe, and Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and others. Yeah, and in February, feasibly, we'll have Croc. I guess we'll see as far as what it is, but stay tuned to Super Bowl Game Saturday, and we'll keep you abreast of all that information. We promise for sure. Okay, so with that, I think that's the end of the show for tonight. Thank you so much, Nocturne, for leading us tonight on our first look at Rockman 8, and also for Croc.
Yeah, I had a great time.
Yeah, I did too, as we always do on this program. Thank you so much to the best chat on Twitch, all of you out there. Edwack, Dolly Finn, Nikki B. Pickle, and Gemini96, along everybody else out there in chat and YouTube land eventually, and Twitch land as is. So with that, thank you so much for watching the program, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we continue our celebration of Argonaut games for one more week, and start our Halloween block with Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo. Till then, keeping awesome, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
And take care.